When I hear people speak about Final Fantasy VI, I always hear one of three things. Some people say they've never played it, others say it's an incredible and timeless classic. The third answer you might get, you only ever hear in the context of which is the best Final Fantasy. Most of the time you hear 7 and 9 or maybe even 10 to this question, unless they are weird and they say 8, which we have to remember that not everyone receives an adequate amount of love from their parents. All of those aside, every now and then you hear someone say Final Fantasy VI was the best, and I bet if you're not this person, you already know the type of person I'm talking about. Final Fantasy VI enjoyers always give off that I liked it before it was cool vibes, which, to be fair, is totally fine. I'm just tired of hearing about it in every top 10 video I can't stop myself from watching. What you never hear is how deeply flawed this game is despite its legacy. Just because it was so progressive for its time does not mean that games should be made that way. I think we can all agree racial segregation is morally better than slavery. If this was 1838, this idea would be considered very progressive. In 2024 though, you do not get props for promoting segregation in public spaces. In gaming though, it often feels like people have a hard time looking past flaws because they were the one there on release day buying the game. Imagine how you might feel getting to see progress firsthand when such an innovative game came to be. Final Fantasy VI seems to suffer from this bias in its fans more than other retro games that are out there, and it's only ever spoken of in a form of reverence and it never really acknowledges the game's flaws. There is an even smaller section of people that disregard many later titles because they are not 6, often writing those games off as trash in defense of this title. It becomes a bit off-putting when you associate a game with dislikable actions or attitudes about the game whenever you get a chance to hear about it. When I see people act in this way, it deters me, associating this game with those people, preventing me from taking the interest in trying it out for myself. After playing the game, watching numerous videos, buying the Ultimania guides, and reading a whole separate book breaking down this title, I have formed my own opinions. You see, I think there's a separate conversation to be had here about terminology. I think we need to separate the terms best and favorite as they are often used interchangeably. Though, this is definitely a conversation for another day. The short answer is no. I do not think that this is the best Final Fantasy title. Rather, I like to think of this game as a JRPG experiment. There are so many things in this game that excelled above its competition at the time, also so many things that fell short. In a lot of ways, it felt like the developers had so many ideas and were not sure which would stick on the board, so they took calculated shots. Some hit, some did not. This is good. This is how we grow, and how gaming and storytelling within has grown since. When I say experiments or shots in the dark, I'm not saying the devs were doing things at random or that the success of this game was luck-based. I'm saying that there's a lot of novel ideas implemented here that create a very unique experience to be remembered for years. For those asking why I have never played Final Fantasy VI till now, despite playing so many objectively worse titles in the series, well, the answer is pretty simple. Growing up, I had a PlayStation 1, then a PlayStation 2. I did not have any Nintendo consoles. So of course I gravitated towards 7 and the later titles in the series. I didn't even have the appropriate console to play the earlier ones. Sure, we had the anthology on PlayStation 1, but if you went from playing Final Fantasy VIII and then to look at those 2D sprites in the back of that game case, at that time, it just was not appealing. It did not look as pleasing as the new 3D games I was already playing. It is for that reason I think I seemed to avoid 6 for so long. I even did a stretch in later years where I was going through all the Final Fantasy games in order to only stop at Final Fantasy IV the after years. Which, looking back, makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. With Final Fantasy VI, I've heard the positive opinions from others enough times to know that Final Fantasy VI is most likely a good game. Now having played it, I just don't believe it is the best, and in my mind, it comes off as this wonderful experience that helps shape the genre and series going forward. Not one that stands atop the mountain though. Great and in-depth storytelling and world building is why I show up to the party, and going into Final Fantasy VI, I viewed it more of a game like the earlier Final Fantasy titles rather than later ones. I'm happy to say after playing through this game that this bias was misplaced. I do not think Final Fantasy VI falls into this archetype. At the same time, I struggle to put it in the same leagues as some of the later titles. What I think is a fair characterization of Final Fantasy VI is that it feels like a teenage boy starting to understand himself more and more, no longer going through the motions of just getting by and learning the basics, but rather gaining the confidence to experiment, think inwardly to discover one's identity. It really feels like growing pains, but again, still growing, and that is the key here. Final Fantasy VI represents a transition from a borderline formulaic form of storytelling to embrace novelty. This novelty combined with deep stories, handcrafted worlds, and characters is exactly why I love this series so much. I've enjoyed so many hours of Final Fantasy games over the years. In a way, I feel like I owe it to the games that came before the ones I grew up loving. Furthermore, I genuinely enjoy getting a deeper understanding on the topic and the series as a whole. So here is my in-depth look at Final Fantasy VI and how I came to my conclusion of why Final Fantasy VI feels more like a great JRPG experiment that captures the true essence of what I value most about Final Fantasy, rather than a masterwork that stands above the rest. A real quick note to acknowledge my sources for supportive material. Obviously I play the game. Beyond that though, I use the Ultimania Volume 1 guide as well as The Legend of Final Fantasy VI by 3rd edition books, and if you are interested, it's a great read. I encourage you to go check them out. I also would like to address some poor video quality later on in the video as I made some mistakes during recording. It won't happen again, I just could not stomach replaying the entire game after I invested upwards of like 300 hours into this video, just so that like the pixel art looks slightly better. It's unfortunate, but I know for future reference. Final Fantasy VI was originally released on the Super Nintendo. This hit the Japanese markets first on April 2nd, 1994. Final Fantasy VI was later localized for North America on October 11th of the same year under the title Final Fantasy III, which to this day I have no idea how this got through to market with two different names. I understand that it was the third title release under the franchise in North America, but just imagine talking about the game to any non-gamer or normie friend. Okay, the first one was Final Fantasy I. The second and third game we called Final Fantasy II and III, but only in Japan. The fourth game was Final Fantasy II, but also Final Fantasy IV. The fifth game was just 5. The sixth game is actually Final Fantasy III though. What is even worse is if you were an NA player, you could have realistically played Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3 over the years. Then one day, you have a PlayStation 5 and you go out and buy the anthology, seeing it in stores that it had Final Fantasy 5 and 6. Thinking to yourself, you love the first 3, don't know what happened to 4, but okay. You get home and stick your disc in just to find out you're playing Final Fantasy 3 again. You would feel like you were in a cartoon, rubbing your eyes, reading Final Fantasy 6 on the back of the case for the 10th time. The localization team was trying their hardest to gaslight you. How insane you must have felt in that scenario. Remember, it's 1999, and you can't go, "Hey Google, why do I feel insane?" or ask, "What's a Final Fantasy?" You were just stuck being confused. Maybe you don't agree with Final Fantasy VII being the best game in the series, but I think we can all agree we were happy to be rid of this confusing releases up until this point, because I am confident without the internet, I would not have figured this out organically. Something I thought was surprising is the development time was only a little over a year. At first thought this was unusually short, though if you look at Final Fantasy 7 through 10, they were all released in a little over 4 years from each other. I just was not aware development times had ballooned that much in modern titles. Final Fantasy VI would feature the work of some heavy hitters within Square, as expected, such as Hironobu Sakaguchi, Yoshinori Kitase, and Nobuo Uematsu. Final Fantasy VI is the last 2D numbered entry in the franchise and will go on to receive remasters and re-releases on everything from PlayStation, Game Boy, and mobile devices. Due to the positive reception and PC being my preferred platform of choice, I will be playing through on the Pixel Remaster version released on Steam February 23rd, 2022. This seems to be the definitive way to play this game in the current day. This brings up a small conflict I have when critiquing the game. Do I critique this game as a game that was made in 1994, or as someone in 2024 looking back? I try to find a nice middle ground that looks at what is the ideal qualities we would expect in 2024 while noting how it may have been received in 1994. There's also the point that there could be some differences between all the versions, which could cause some confusion. So, in the event that that does become relevant, I'll make a note of it, though my critique is more about how I interpreted the experience I had with it, not so much a catalog of all the censorship that occurred in the many versions. From the research I did, the Pixel remasters are pretty faithful to the originals, so in theory there should not be many differences other than graphical ones, quality of life changes, and censorships of course, and a few extra pieces of content. The game opens with a small exposition dump, getting us familiar with the world's lore. The text presented over some imagery of our debut town, Narshe, explains the events of an ancient war, the War of the Magi. a war that caused the destruction of the world as it was known. This was the direct chain of events that caused humans to lose their magical abilities, and over time, humanity rebuilt itself off the back of iron, gunpowder, and steam-powered machines. Personally, when a game starts, I prefer to be shown the world rather than delivered exposition. Curiosity is a very strong tool, and most of the time when you start a game, you are primed for a new adventure. Usually the player at this point is very curious just by the nature of things. Answering questions before they even can be made by the player is just tossing some of the best storytelling attributes out the window. There is no one rule, as it is all subjective, but getting the player or viewer engaged is very important. It is way less engaging when you start with the answers. If you're going to exposition dump, make it brief and short is absolutely the way to go. Here, that is the case, and as they will use this as a foundation to build upon later. As the scene transitions to a cliff overlooking the village of Narshe, this cliff is a fairly iconic place in the game, as it is referred to in a few important story beats. For now, it is used to introduce two Imperial soldiers, Biggs and Wedge. They make their appearance alongside our female heroine, who for now is going to remain nameless. The two exchange some dialogue to indicate what our heroine is capable of. You see, our brief exposition to that open the game helps frame this conversation as she seems to be capable of magic. Not just slightly capable, but she has on her own taken out over 50 soldiers completely by herself. Our hero is being mind controlled with something called a slave crown, so it would strongly suggest that this slaughter was not of her choice, and there are some flashbacks that would imply this as well. In the research for this game, I came to the realization that I may be so much more oblivious than I thought I was. To me, I seen Biggs and Wedge and went in my head, oh, like Final Fantasy VII, Biggs and Wedge, which is true, but upon further research, it would seem this pair makes appearances in more games than they don't, at least in the mainline series. This cinematic of the trio walking in mechs through a blizzard, marching their way to Narshe, is one of the most iconic scenes from the Super Nintendo era. I seen this scene way before I ever even played the game. There's a lot encompassed into this imagery. The over-the-back shot heading into an unknown destination has always been associated with the start of a new journey. It gives an intangible vibe that says whatever is ahead is going to be a ride. This is the Cloud flipping off the train in Midgar scene, or Jesse Faden approaching the oldest house in Control. The group arrives in the village in search of something called an Esper. For now, they can be summed up as a species found in this universe that is tied to the ancient war mentioned earlier, as well as ties to magic itself. Using the Magitech armor, the party plows through the unprepared villagers in this town. The level of ease is even reflected in the battle sequences as they all go down fairly easy. This serves two purposes. One, to further the theme to represent the level of vigilance and domination committed by the Empire. By having the player directly involved in this slaughter helps drive home just how merciless the Imperial army is. Secondly, for those unfamiliar with the combat and gameplay, this environment is ideal to get used to how everything works. You have access to more spells and abilities than you will later on due to the Magitech armor. Combine that with the relative ease, and you have a good environment to familiarize the player with the gameplay. When we talk about game design, it is to boil everything down to its purest form without breaking the player's immersion. At no point am I reminded that I am in a video game, but in the end I walk away with a good understanding of how to play the game, rather than literally talking at the player like they're a child. This form of game design is superior in every way. As if the game wanted me to keep talking about game design, when you walk over your first save point, you are prompted with some text. Despite me reprimanding this form of informing the player, this is fine within this context.
I'm yelling, I want you to hear.
I don't know what
I want you to hear.
About good game design.
You see, save points are something that don't really exist in the real world, and without an explanation is not something that is naturally intuitive. Unless somehow your game has the save feature being an in-world feature that can be shown with no explanation, this type of tutorial prompts should be reserved for just this type of occasion. These two things show me that Square understands that they can insult and bore the player by over-explaining things. Upon entering the village though, I noticed the jump in quality with the art coming from Final Fantasy V. And no, this is not just a pixel remaster, though it does look much better. The original has a huge leap in detail compared to its predecessor. Entering our destination, which was actually through the village, we enter a cave towards the back of town. We were presented with our first boss, which at first glance seems fairly dynamic. It had a shell it would hide in, and if you attacked it, it would counter with an even stronger lightning attack. The two soldiers briefly explain elemental weaknesses which are in effect here. The sad thing is no further future boss continues this theme of versatility other than a few. Regardless, it is a brief explanation, and you're off on your own to figure out what weaknesses each enemy may have in the future, the way it should be. Sitting in front of us is our Esper frozen within a large block of ice. Something is wrong though. A reaction occurs between our heroine and the creature, resulting in Biggs and Wedge being incinerated and fading out of consciousness. As far as the story is concerned, this is really the last time the pair is mentioned, as they are literally dead. Just make a note that I'm not done with them, and I will be bringing them back up later on. Waking up in Narshe, it seems that we've been saved by an old man. It is explained the slave crown and its effects on our hero. Other than mind control, it also is known to cause some memory loss, which certainly seems to be the case with our featured character. The thing is, amnesia is one of the cheapest, most overused plot crutches I will continue to see within JRPGs, and this game being no exception. I have a particular dislike towards this plot device. It is often used in a way to hide parts of characters' memories or knowledge that would otherwise ruin or change the outcome of events. Why write in a plot point driving the character to not disclose this information to everyone else? This can be done in so many ways that will probably deepen the character. It feels so lazy when you can just wave your hands and go memory loss and people just eat that up. At some point I'll probably make a dedicated video on this topic, but for now, just make a note that it's lazy and it is not done in any unique way here or even used well. The heroine's name is finally revealed to be Terra. Also, Terra's Japanese name is Tina, which is weird because to me, when westernizing a game, Tina is a fairly common name, so changing this to Terra seems a bit odd. Although it feels like Terra might have a moment to process all this new info, or just get her bearings, this feeling is short-lived as the Empire is nothing if not ambitious. You see, a soldier capable of magic slipping out of their grip in a world devoid of magic is a catastrophic loss. They would be quick to act, and within no time, soldiers have surrounded the old man's house. The old man realizes pretty quickly the importance of Terra, directing her out the back door to make an escape into the Narshe mines. Being chased through the caves, desperate in her escape, Terra finds herself cornered, again, with no escape. But just as quick as her hopes of escape were shattered, the floor of the deteriorating cave collapsed underneath her. Terra takes a long fall, returning to her unconsciousness once again. We get flashbacks of her life up until this point. They flood Terra's mind, depicting a key figure who we will become very familiar with in the future. His name is Kefka, the man who oversaw Terra's enslavement within the Empire, commanding her to mow down countless victims in the name of Emperor Gestal and his appropriately named Gestal Empire. I think the devs are trying to paint two things here. Firstly, they are further driving at the control the Empire has over both Terra and the world, which is very reminiscent of Nazi Germany. Secondly, I believe they are trying to subtly depict how horrendous it might feel for Terra being forced to be a tool of mass murder, though this second point I feel is not clearly conveyed to the player. Yes, it is obvious this is the case, but it is never built on in later chapters. Back at the old man's house within town, we are introduced to our second hero, Locke. He is a treasure hunter who is often referred to as a thief, to which Locke will take offense to. It is a fun little bit because in a way he is a thief, but Locke uses a small justification to separate himself as a treasure hunter instead. It would seem, or at the very least, is implied that the old man and Locke are fully aware of Terra's importance. And first, I thought it was weird that they had this info, but somehow I forgot about how Terra barbecued half of the Narshe residents with magic on her way in there. The two speak of a group that exists in opposition to the Empire that they are associated with. This group goes by the name The Returners, and this is the dumbest name I have ever heard. I have never been more convinced a group of people are straight up dorks when you go around calling yourselves The Returners. This really has to be a translation issue because it is the lamest name possible. The two make a plan to rescue Terra. As the old man will stay in Narshe, Locke will set out to catch up and escort Terra to safety by making a rendezvous in a place called Figaro. Locke, making his way through the cave system, catches up to the incapacitated Terra just in time for the Imperial troops to show up. It is here we are greeted with a new mechanic both to the game and series. It is a type of multi-party battle that happens over a battlefield similar to a tower defense game in layout, but more still traditional RPG combat. To fully take advantage of this mechanic, we need more than just Locke. Terra seems to be still out for the count. The game takes care of this by having Mog, a Moogle that can speak, and a crew of Moogles to join us. Unknown to the player is our first introduction to the previously mentioned Mog. He is one of the true side characters that can be recruited later on in the game, but for now, he's kind of unimportant. How this new game mechanic works is you can cycle through up to 3 parties with the L button. You use this to take control of the battlefield where multiple enemy units advance towards your leader, which in this case is Terra. Your goal is to take your parties and meet the advancing enemies to prevent this from happening. When this new variation of gameplay was introduced, I was cautiously optimistic. You see, I'm not the biggest enjoyer of strategy games. Not that I dislike them, they're just long and I barely have time to play these JRPGs, and if I have to pick between the two genres, JRPGs win every time. I do like the strategy aspects and new twists on already existing formulas, so when this was introduced, I thought to myself, if they build on this, flesh it out, it could be a really cool addition to the game and could add some scale to big events, resulting in battles feeling even larger, something like playing through a war, for example. I'm sad to say though that this never happens, and this does seem shallow, and it doesn't get better than this. And it's not just because this is a tutorial level for this game mechanic, it's because it's rarely used and it never gets any deeper. And even the few times it is used, it's barely warranted. Ultimately, the prospect is exciting, but it amounts to nothing more than a change of pace. I will make the note that a change of pace to keep things fresh is always good. It can be done in easier ways though, so it leaves me a bit puzzled. Instead, it gives me the feeling that the devs had a much more ambitious idea here than they were actually able to bring to final release. After winning these series of battles, we exit the caves that spits us out along the cliff sides, resting on the outskirts of Narshe. I took the time to stop by the Adventurers Guild on my way out, just in case there was something I might miss for the recording. I learned a few things that was a bit of an ego check. I've been playing these games for so long, often when I enter or start playing them, I usually just think I'll figure them out, as opposed to reading any optional tutorial texts like this. While reading some of the text prompts here, I was saddened to learn that maybe in previous titles I may have been incorrectly interacting with some of the battle mechanics. This would have saved me some frustration, time, and some of the fights that I would not have had to level grind, so nice to know. When exiting Narshe, we get our first glance at the overworld, a genre staple. Carrying on the theme from prior titles, this game as well has two overworlds. To avoid spoiling later events, I won't go into detail much on that, other than to note that we are currently in the world of balance. This is where the events of the first half of our game takes place. The two heroes are greeted at the entrance of Figaro Castle by none other than its king, a womanizing, intentional, and deceptively intelligent man. His role up until this point has been to play both sides, pretending to be an imperial ally, while at the same time understanding that the Empire is an evil force and will turn on him at any time. King Edgar tells us to go get some rest, which I happily oblige. I'm so used to this, I think there is going to be a cutscene when resting, but nothing happened, and with no further direction from Edgar, I thought it was best to go explore the castle and see what happens next. Unlike you, I got the luxury of watching myself struggle to figure out what I was supposed to do next. At the time, Edgar had left the throne room, so to my brain the choice was obvious. Edgar is somewhere in the castle, but not the throne room. So I wandered to this castle for like 15 minutes getting frustrated. I slept though, so the implication to you is probably obvious, that it is the next day, but for some reason this didn't click in my brain, so I thought he was just like wandering the castle and I just passed the throne room like 16 times without ever entering. You might be asking why wouldn't he be in the throne room, because it is the next day, but my brain, listen, don't let anyone tell you that I'm good at video games, okay? Back in the throne room though with Edgar, we are shown a flashback. This flashback introduces us to a very important character. This character being the king's brother Sabin. The memory depicts Sabin trading his crown for freedom. One brother set out to rule, the other left the castle to begin his own journey. In the present, Kefka, a man we were briefly introduced to in Terra's flashback, has arrived at the castle gates. Walking through the desert, Kefka forces the two accompanying guards to clean the sand off of his shoes, who then laughs at them as they do it, and this scene was clearly intentional by the devs. Here is Kefka, and not only is he absolute in his cruelty, but also he's a bit insane, and the devs wanted to show you this up front. Kefka is a character that lives in chaos, and anything that will further that mayhem is how he acts. It sums up his personality very well. It is short, succinct, and accurate. We know from this point on what to expect from this character. It should be to no one's surprise, with the Empire and their dominant presence so far, would have tracked and followed Terra to Figaro. Kefka has come to take Terra from Figaro as he knows Edgar is hiding her in the castle. Though Edgar poorly plays the fool pretending to not know of any woman in the castle.
I don't know anything about what you're talking about.
There's a little bit of extra context needed about Locke. You see, he has been the go-between for Figaro and the Returners. It puts Edgar in direct opposition to the Empire despite appearances when first arriving. When first playing through this all, I wrote Edgar off as, this is the go-with-the-wind type. With that being said, Kefka was not willing to wait to see how things would play out, as he immediately launched an attack on the castle, setting the entire place on fire. The king is not running from his kingdom while it burns though. In a quick moment, the castle transforms with machinery sliding into place, diving the structure under the desert sand, suffocating all the fires. On top of that, Edgar had 3 chocobos ready just for this moment to make their escape. Edgar seems to be very calculated. Do not let the womanizing or easygoing nature fool you, he is very deliberate. This is something that, on the surface level, I didn't actually let it sink in while playing. I realized it while writing the script. I realized this man had to be prepared for years to prep his castle in case these exact events would happen. He knew the Viper that the Empire was, and he chose to play both sides until the moment was right. This ends up leaving Kefka and his soldiers alone in an empty desert. From this moment, the group decides to go meet their leader, the leader of the Returners, a man named Bannon, who can be reached by heading south through a cave nearby. Though, Terra does not say much in these interactions, but it is obvious she is either lost or overwhelmed from how they portray her here. Which, to be fair, is pretty understandable if you zoom out a bit. It was at this point that I stopped playing for the night during my first play session. I made a note of my first impressions. I was really starting to understand how in 1994 how special this game would feel. Like, coming from Final Fantasy V was largely ahead of the curve compared to its competitors at that time. Then to go to this game shows way more ambition and storytelling, and I have only seen an hour of it. Going from cookie cutter story about imbalances of crystals, warriors of light who almost have no real personality, and a mostly uninteresting fantasy environment that just felt repeated by the 5th title, to then get this, a steampunk fantasy game, a game with characters who actually have qualities deeper than what can be fit on the included game pamphlet. I mean, it is like Square said, if no one is going to tell great stories, we will. Listen, I'm not saying that previous Final Fantasy games are bad, it's just they're definitely dated and formulaic. After playing them all, I just got tired of the reoccurring plot themes. There were definitely redeemable features like the job system, which by the time Final Fantasy V came around was pretty solid. Even that, though, I personally think was holding these devs back, and so far that seems to be the case. So going from that to this in present day 1994 has got to feel like something really special. There's no mention of crystals or warriors of light to lazily lean the narrative on through the success of their past works. As a fellow fan of the Final Fantasy series, I think we have all had that conversation with someone who has never played the series and is uninformed about it. You know the conversation. The one where you explain to them that each game is different in its identity, which is what makes it special. It's just a bunch of great storytellers and game developers getting together and throwing stuff at a wall and seeing what sticks. Which is half the reason we got where we are today with this legendary franchise. Each adventure is a new one, and that is what I think of when I think Final Fantasy. It's starting to feel like 6 is where Square truly understood their identity that we know them for and embraced that finally. Back to the overworld, on the backs of chocobos, as I'm sure you have noticed by how disorienting this looks. Square decided to take advantage of the Mode 7 feature in the Super Nintendo that takes 2D textures and spreads them out and simulates them in like a pseudo 3D environment. This is used here with chocobos, and then also when using the later attained airship. In the airship, this effect though is way less offensive, as I think it has to do with viewing angles. The angle being much higher and in turn obfuscating just how disorienting this looks at ground level. I'm sure this was cool 30 years ago, but this is just not it. Now, I did not include it in my notes. I was supposed to go back and find the developer's name, but I cannot find the developer's name now. But one of them went on record at some point admitting that this effect was not the intended effect. So take that for what it's worth. Brings me to another topic about the chocobos. As I am sure to no one's surprise, are one of the reoccurring themes that are a staple within the series, which other than fanfare, not sure why they were given an in-game functionality. You can find stables to rent these birds around the world, but two things that make me question why they were even added. One, there's no special benefit to chocobos in where they can explore on the map. Secondly, it seems the only advantage you do get is faster land travel. The world is largely disconnected by seas and choke point mountain ranges, meaning any meaningful travel done on foot is easily achievable in person or by person. It is often more inconvenient to go out of your way to rent a bird. To add insult to injury, you get the airship as well fairly early on and have it for a majority of the game, especially where traveling far distances even matters. Other than showing off the Mode 7 feature early on, I'm left scratching my head on why these were even added past being some kind of story prop. Passing through the Figaro caves, our party makes a pit stop on our way to meet Bannon. When entering South Figaro, we can see a black figure walking through the town as we enter. Now, much like my wife, who pets all random dogs with the baseline assumption that they are all friendly, I'm a bad boy who loves to chase. So I follow the figure into the tavern to find out the man is a cutthroat assassin named Shadow.
I'm in danger!
Turns out me and my wife are more alike than I would like to admit. There's a relic shop here in town where we can get our introduction to relics and some of their possible effects, which can vary wildly from faster walk speeds, occasional counterattacks, to just straight up stat boosts. Touching on the speed boots though, later versions of this game, including the Pixel Remaster, incorporate this relic into the control scheme. Understanding that TikTok is ruining all of our attention spans, and if we had to spend more time than absolutely needed, we may just stop playing the game. And God bless the devs for this. If you combine the built-in speed boots with the game relic, you will travel at warp speeds. I mean, it's nearly unplayable, and I got a kick out of it for a few minutes at the very least. Though, I don't see much of a use for it other than maybe speed running. Yeah, I would never use this normally. Townsfolk here in South Figaro seem rightfully concerned about the Empire's involvement at Figaro Castle and Narshe. One of these townsfolk is the wife of a man named Duncan. Duncan is a famous martial artist who had recently taken his students into the nearby Mount Koltz for some training and meditation. On its face, this info seems irrelevant, but is both connected to our next character as well as on our way to the Returner's hideout. Before heading to Mount Koltz though, there is an empty cabin that is north of this town. When entering, we get a dialogue from Edgar that would indicate he feels like he knows who lives here. He's able to do this from the arrangement of the furniture, decorations, and the living space in general. As the dots connect on Edgar and Sabin's story, you at this point most likely have an idea of what is coming shortly. But first, it is sleep in a stranger's bedtime. We're not monsters, we're just prepared. I always wondered if things like this in older games are mistakes or they are intentional. This shack is close enough to the town that surely I do not need to rest, so it makes me think this is an asset that devs left behind, maybe forgot to remove the functionality of when they were decorating the cabin here. Also, at the same time, it is a bed and no one is here. What is stopping me from sleeping? Then again, you should be able to sleep in any bed in the game, which is not the case, so I guess it just gives you something to think about when you are wide awake in the middle of the night, so there you go. Exiting the cabin, an unnamed man appearing from nowhere ends up informing us that the man who lives here went up to the mountains. After the man's master, Duncan, was murdered by his own son Vargas. The man chased him up into the mountains to get revenge for his master. Then the old man just dips, which still to this day I'm unsure of his association with the cabin or its owner in any capacity. He might as well have been a spectral being from the future, because looking back now, he has zero relevance to anything. Don't worry guys, he's just a passerby, stopping by a lonely cabin in the middle of some large empty plains that also conveniently knows the cabin owner's identity and his story and where he went and also why he went there.
I know everything you're going to do. Strange, isn't it?
I'm not saying that we need to know everyone associated with everyone or everything about them for that matter. I'm just saying he knows way too much to just be a passerby. We really could have just been given a text box from him that said, "Hi, I'm Jeff, the friend of this cabin's owner," or, the traditional letter on the desk that tells us exactly where we need to go. It's a little bit on the nose, I guess, but I'm sure I'm probably the only psycho thinking about this stuff. Not that it's a big deal. While traversing Mount Koltz, it seems around every turn we catch the faint glimpse of a figure. It's hard to tell though if he is running away and trying to lose us, or if we're just two travelers barely missing each other while we ascend the cliffsides. But we get our answer short enough. At the mountain peak, the man ambushes us, thinking that we are working alongside Sabin. This is quick and widely unexplained, as we are attacked before we can speak or make peace with the man. Our unwanted enemy is none other than Vargas, the son of the acclaimed murderer of Master Duncan. As we find ourselves in the middle of maybe one of the most cliché martial arts subplots ever written, our fight is interrupted by Sabin. Vargas killed his father because Sabin was chosen as the master's successor over his biological son. Right on the nose. In turn, Vargas tries to prove his father wrong by killing him. I think at this point you should be aware, I'm largely against leaning so hard into cliches or relying on genre norms. The reason is simple. Why write a story when someone already has written one for you? Just go watch a kung fu movie and swap the names. Sure, it's not that big of a deal and does not ruin the story all that much. But listen, cliches are like shredded cheese. I know, just hear me out. Cliches are like shredded cheese. You can throw it on nearly anything and it'll taste better. A little bit is okay and can do wonders given the right dish. But the more you add to the dish, the more you have to start questioning the abilities of the cook. I will also be hiding all comments containing the word calzone. You have been warned, they're tasty, but let's not pretend the pregnant Italian hot pocket is high cuisine. With Sabin joining the battle, my first impressions are, why is he so strong? Usually when you get a character that drops nukes, there's a drawback. Mana preventing spamming, or the character is a glass cannon. I mean, are you telling me the only drawback I have with this character is that I have to input a single string of button presses within an overly generous amount of time? Thanks, I think. On a serious note, I keep Sabin in my party as much as possible going forward, and throughout the game, he is nearly indispensable due to his single target DPS being so high and so easy with no drawbacks really. He is fairly tanky, as we will discuss later on, can be equipped with magic. He may not excel at it, but how much are we asking for here? I also made a note here about how often these guys keep mentioning that they have been preparing for this moment for a long time. In my more naive state during the first playthrough, I took this as they were waiting for some magic random girl in a world devoid of magic without any prior knowledge of her existence. Seemed a bit odd that they had this expectation. I'm mostly referring to like the conversations between Locke, Edgar, whenever the subject matter came up about Terra. Now, they do mention this quote-unquote moment they've been waiting for in this dialogue after the brothers have reconnected and they've kind of sorted everything out. Now I realize though that the group was really just preparing for the moment that Gestalt turned on Figaro, and that Terra was the ignition point or bonus depending on your point of view. I'll say that this is needlessly vague wording and could use some extra text or dialogue boxes to just qualify the scenario here, as it again could be interpreted vague as I initially did. This will be a common theme going through the game, which I believe is due to some translation issues. But for now, just note that this problem appears now and then, and this was my first instance with it, although looking back, I could see how you may have interpreted it in the more correct light. With our new party member in tow, we arrive at the Returner's hideout. The party can rest up and restock briefly before speaking with Bannon. It becomes very clear early on that all of this is still overwhelming for Terra. It would seem that the party, being in the know, keeps dumping info on Terra in her fragile state, not realizing how disorienting this all is. You see, she has mostly been pushed around from place to place out of necessity, at least since she was freed from the Empire and without much say or input in what she is doing. The party has been mostly understanding and kind, trying to emphasize her choice in all of this at the very least. Bannon does not seem to view things the same though. The rest do not feel the need to compel or frame things as her not having a choice. Bannon makes it seem as there is no choice. There's no difference between Terra's choice and everyone's choice. Bannon is a bit more jaded in his approach and comes off as someone who has spent more time and effort with little results fighting the Empire. He never crosses the line of forcing Terra's hand, but at the very least he does not consider how Terra might feel, as he views her as their only hope. I think this is really exemplified by the fact that Bannon brings up that she killed 50 soldiers, as if Terra wasn't an impressive gun or something, not considering how she might feel forcibly killing so many people against her will. Bannon even tries to push the idea of Terra helping past the point of discomfort for Terra and is cut off by the other party members. This whole difference in approach is subtle, but it is important even if most do not pick up on it. It signifies even if the returners are good guys, which they certainly are, not all of them are the same and have differing degrees of morality and what they may find acceptable to achieve success. This is a common theme that's analyzed by those who critique this game, but oddly, the credit is usually just given to the Empire based off some of the future events. I think it's important to note that the devs were thorough in fleshing out characters and keeping plot lines consistent, even if it is subtle, and having both sides share these qualities that not everyone is the same. After a long and stressful night, Terra finds herself in typical JRPG fashion, unable to sleep at night. Finding Locke also suffering from the same genre trope, he explains his personal reasons for joining the Returners. Locke had lost someone close to him because of the Empire, and he thinks if no one stands up to them, then more people will inevitably suffer the same tragedy he had to endure. This is a more sympathetic approach to recruiting Terra. It exists in contrast to how Bannon handled things. Locke does not make it about Terra when Bannon placed the weight of the world on her shoulders. The others reinforce this as Edgar does not want to push his ideals on her, and Sabin says he trusts his brother. After all this, we get another chance to speak with Bannon. Although he is less assertive, he never apologizes for his actions. People will point out how he gives her a relic here, which is a way of apologizing. Though I disagree. Giving a drill and hammer to someone is not an apology, especially when the context of the problem was you trying to blackmail that person into giving or making house repairs for you. Now assembled in the meeting room, it's time to discuss Bannon's plan, as we'll get some information about our destined enemies. Gestalt has been able to assert their dominance through Magitech. It is a process that allows them to harvest magic from beings called Espers. Even some humans are infused with this magic. All in all, it results in a military advantage that is unparalleled across the realm. This even explains our opening moments with Biggs, Wedge, and Terra. Seeing that the Empire was after the frozen Esper to extract its magic to, again, further their power and military advantage. Bannon thinks the Empire is making moves to start a second War of the Magi with this ancient knowledge and power. A war of this scale would be cataclysmic, with the only chance of survival being to fight fire with fire, as Bannon wants us to go back to Narshe with Terra and see if the two meeting again will cause another interaction that may give them some answers that they need. This all brings into question, what exactly is Terra? If magic comes explicitly from Espers, then what is her relation? Is she one of the magic-infused humans? Before we get a chance to explore these questions, an injured soldier barges through the entrance of the hideout. The soldier is barely able to warn us before taking either his last breath or becoming unconscious. I'm not really sure which. The recently visited town of South Figaro has now been overtaken by the Empire and is now under full occupation by their troops. The goal, for now, is to have Locke double back to South Figaro and slow down their troops as much as possible. Meanwhile, the remainder of our party and Bannon are going to take a raft downriver to Narshe since the route back through that town is now blocked. If successful, Locke should hold the Empire off until we can reunite with Terra and the Esper. The next section has us battling monsters on the raft, meanwhile keeping Bannon up. If Bannon goes down, it is a fail state. Though this isn't all that challenging, as Bannon can AoE heal, and he can do this without using any mana. So as long as he is spamming, it is nearly impossible to lose this fight or this series of fights. Meanwhile, in the river section, the player has to navigate the river by selecting a series of left or right decisions. Certain decisions will loop you back to previous positions, and others will progress you further through the river. The raft, among other variations, does add a break to the standard formula, and it's much appreciated. It is very much like the multi-party system, except this does not give the feeling the devs had a more in-depth plan for the feature. It's just a raft. As we get to the end of our raft ride, a Grimer pops out of the river. Just kidding, I wish this character had the same narrative impact as the Pokemon, but no, this purple squid is named Ultros. Further, from my research, this may be the single most controversial opinion I have. Ultros is one of the most single detrimental things to be in this story, and it seems this is not the common opinion as a large amount of people love this monster. Wait, what did that dude call him? We're not doing whatever that is. We can admit that a random octopus boss coming out of the water is a very JRPG thing to do in this sense. The devs wanted a boss here for good pacing. We're on a river, boom, an octopus. Otherwise, there's no conceivable reason we should be fighting an octopus right now. And for those who are defending Ultros and his appearances throughout the story having meaning beyond his randomness, I would like you to point to where Ultros aligns against our enemies based on the narrative, both in the future and current tense. His multiple appearances is not a valid reason for determining his necessity in the story, so for now I will hold the verdict that his appearance largely takes away from the narrative going forward. This is important to state as I will build off this later on. For now, he is just a random JRPG boss this one time, which is fine if we're pretending we never see him again. I will say out of all the bosses in the game, difficulty-wise, Ultros gave me a bit of a hard time. Not that he was particularly difficult, more that it was just a close battle in a game mostly full of easy bosses despite one or two. Ultros chooses to run away when he is defeated instead of dying like a man. Trust me when I say we all suffer for this one. Sabin by the end of the game becomes one of my favorite characters, definitely one of my favorite protagonists. And when rewatching the footage, I didn't realize how much of a real one he was. He jumps into the river to throw a blitz onto the coward, a truly respectable act. Unfortunately, this only results in him getting flung out of the party's reach. Our party thinks about going to rescue him for about 0 seconds before deciding to stay on the raft and go to Narshe without him. So what happens next is very unique for the series and really leans into the idea Square was trying to shake things up. Along with deepening story aspects, they play with the idea of some dynamic storytelling. Although this storytelling is a bit crude, or this dynamic storytelling I should say, the game allows you to choose which section of your party you would like to experience. There's Sabin, there's Terra's group, as well as Locke. It's no Baldur's Gate, and this is mostly results in just the order you experience the story with a few small exceptions to some stuff later on. I really just wanted to make a note of it as if you may experience the story in a different order than what's being presented here. On the note of dynamic storytelling, even to this day, Final Fantasy really hasn't engaged with dynamic storytelling, at least not in any way that I can remember, with this being the only instance, and it makes me wonder, What would this series look like if Final Fantasy evolved into a CRPG from this moment in like a distant, separate reality? Sabin ends up washing up ashore of a foreign continent. It's eastward of where we just were a moment ago. Right in front of him is a house, and inside this house, or out front of this house, we can recruit Shadow. Yes, this very same man that we ran into back in South Figaro. Shadow explains that he is on his own path and may leave at any time. This will become a theme for his character as he constantly is leaving and re-entering our party throughout the story. Shadow also bestows upon us some valuable information, as the Empire plans on invading a nearby territory called Doma. The Kingdom of Doma is on our path back to Narshe, so running into the Empire seems inevitable given our current situation. The cabin behind Shadow houses an old senile man. This nameless man seems relatively unimportant, at least in this moment. He mistakes you as a repairman despite you denying being one. He insists you repair his clock, which simply does not exist within his house. If you inspect other furniture, he ends up kicking you out. For now, just make a note of him as he is tangentially relevant to someone we will meet later on. This all serves as a great example of the investments that were made into deepening the world building though. As you will adventure through the world, you can find and speak to things that are tangentially relevant to maybe what's going on or what will go on. It rewards you with a more nuanced understanding of events and people in the world for exploring and talking to people. Something most take for granted as this is ever present in modern gaming, but was not always the case. As most old retro, especially story-based games, were pretty linear and they didn't have this level of depth. Sneaking into an Imperial camp nearby, right outside of Doma, Sabin and Shadow are able to eavesdrop on the troops while progressing through the camp. You can hear soldiers speaking about two of their generals that are currently inhabiting the camp. These generals being Kefka, who you've already met, and somebody else called General Leo. As I'm sure this dialogue exists to contrast Kefka and our soon-introduced General Leo, the soldiers gossip about how Kefka will stab Leo in the back, a man undeserving as he is an honorable man and seems to have inherited nearly all the opposite qualities of Kefka. At Castle Doma, we are introduced to Cyan, an honorable knight who will quickly take the battlefield after his introduction. Cyan quickly repels the Empire's initial raid on the walls of Doma, sending the Imperial troops back to their encampment. I'm aware that Cyan is pronounced as Cyan in Japanese, just like the pepper, as he seems to have a fiery outburst during a few story moments.
Give me my iPhone! Give it!
Very fitting name, just a bit confusing in the English translation, naming him Cyan and spelt that way as well. The translator Ted Woolsey had a measly 1 month to translate the whole game, who came back with a script that was up to 3 times too large. In general, the Japanese language is smaller in volume when it comes to its text at least. This was an issue for a few reasons. Now I'm not going to pretend I know this for a matter of fact, but I do have a small amount of game development knowledge as I hobbied in it for a small amount of time. You see, at this point, the game was probably already pre-made with limited space to insert the text onto the screen, most likely at least. Not that expanding the text options was impossible, but rather it's probably a much larger task than it's worth. Beyond the simple fact that they may need to add new text boxes depending on how the game is programmed, progress checks to forward events in the game may be looking for certain dialogue sections to pass, meaning this would require even further work on the devs. Despite Woolsey's insanely quick work, it was just easier to rewrite the script probably in English and condense the info just to the most important pieces, which probably would explain some of the name changes and odd uses of language. Though I can understand how censorship was a little intentional and also a little unintentional, especially due to the condensing of the English script. The censorship in some of the visuals is very strange. Apparently certain espers were nude and then censored not to be. Now, you haven't seen any espers besides the frozen one, but they are a very important thing in the game, so you will see a large amount of them later on. I did not pay attention too much, and I'm not sure if this censorship made it through to the pixel remaster that I'm playing now. Either way, this is super weird for a Japanese company being like, them nice folks over in America that dropped 2 nuclear bombs on us just 50 years ago are just so innocent compared to us. I really do not think it'll do well to show titties to those wonderful people. Regardless of how you feel about the ethical nature of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, something is so comical about thinking the American palette was so much more pure than the Japanese to the point where you are visually censoring 16-bit pixel tits. Meanwhile, back at the camp, General Leo is making his debut. He can be seen speaking with a soldier. This is furthering the narrative of a well-meaning man. He's arguing with a soldier who is insisting on a second assault on the Doma walls. Leo's trying to save needless deaths. He thinks a second assault would just be too soon and reckless, and he would hate to tell the soldier's family of his death. This is our first look at any quote-unquote good coming from the Empire. These conversations plant little seeds of doubt about the Empire's nature that will become relevant later on. More now, it shows that the Empire is just full of humans, some good, some bad. The actions of the group does not always influence the individual, and vice versa. In an urgent message, General Leo gets summoned back home by the Emperor. The problem this creates is Kefka had been planning on poisoning the river leading into Doma, with the only person trying to stop him being General Leo. You see, the Doma people are smart, and they know their best chances of success are here playing the waiting game, a war of attrition. But Kefka does not view things the same way, as he wants to flush them out, and all that matters to him is the outcome. With the general gone and unable to stop him, Kefka goes and poisons the river. To add insult to injury, not even the soldiers agree with Kefka, as Doma has Imperial prisoners and the poison would affect them too. Separating Kefka even further from the quote-unquote regular bad guys in the player's eyes. He's willing to go farther than the objective forces of evil. He is willing to kill innocents, even random wildlife, just to win a battle he will win anyway given time. Kefka is always willing to go farther, and that is essential to understand how dangerous this man is. The best thing about all this, and I can say the writing in large, despite translation issues, these things are not explicitly said. The player does not need to break out a notepad. The writing allows you, with just a few lines of dialogue, to intuitively feel this way. Sabin could not stand to hear the talk of poisoning everyone in attempts to stop Kefka's plan, jumping out and attacking Kefka.
As they saw me, they came bounding over.
This results in a series of battles where Sabin hits Kefka once, causing him to flee, only to have Sabin chase him down and repeat this process 3 times. Kefka will eventually run into some soldiers who he will command to fight us. Rather than escaping, he chooses to take this moment to poison the river anyway, in spite of self-preservation. We could catch up to him at any point, but Kefka does not care about these. Only thing he cares about is chaos. This fleeing depicts a man who does not like to be confronted or is only willing to act strong when he has the authority. In the moment, this comes off as Kefka actually being weak, though I don't think this is the case, as will be mentioned later on. Back at Castle Doma, Cyan is on guard as he watches poison take effect throughout the kingdom. As one guard after another drops, he realizes the implication here. The knight makes his way to the throne room as his king is dying right in front of him. Furthermore, he races throughout the halls of the castle, finally making his way to his room as horror sets in for him. His wife and child, they're both dying and fading from consciousness as the poison takes effect of them. Flying into a blind rage, Cyan charges the Imperial encampment by himself. This is the point where our 2 heroes converge in their pursuits. Sabin is only able to convince Cyan to come along with them instead of killing himself needlessly here. I will say this 3-man party, at least early on, is very beefy and DPS heavy. I really emphasize men, as you do not need a woman around when Shadow's got hips like that. Further into the camp, there are Magitech armor suits that have been just left around. Sabin, realizing this, quickly takes advantage of the opportunity to help break through the camp's forces. This results in a battle scenario very similar to the intro back in Narshe with Terra, Biggs, and Wedge. This is something I really want to compliment the devs on. It's just another fun way to add gameplay variation, spice things up. A little extra hard work from the devs goes a long way and keeps things from being boring. They could have this result on a cutscene or a scripted event. Instead, the devs say, we already made all this, let the player have fun. This adds more engagement and gives a feeling of incorporating the player into the events that are unfolding. The battles beat up the mechs and forces us to ditch the power suits in their escape from enemy territory. Meanwhile, or afterwards I should say, the 3 make their way towards the Phantom Forest. With our heroes making their way through the forest, this eerie locale really exemplifies the fidelity the devs were aiming for, at least in its graphics. The lake reflecting on the trees in the sky looks incredible for a game this old. And no, this is not just the pixel remaster's quality. I went and took a look back at the older version, and it seems to be the case as well. This is a very good looking scene, especially for the Super Nintendo. The forest itself is mostly devoid of anything interesting happening, at least at the moment. It more serves as an area to obscure the Phantom train and its platform later on. When our party encounters said train, it certainly looks out of place and warrants proceeding with caution. A caution that is completely missed by Sabin, who obliviously just gets on the train. Cyan, assuming correct, realizes that this is the Phantom train responsible for ferrying dead souls to the afterlife. Cyan tries to warn Sabin, who rushes forward blindly until it is too late, the train doors shutting behind the 3, locking them on the train trap. The goal being now to stop the train before it takes our heroes to the afterlife. So they progress through the multiple carriages in search of the engine room. The train has some unique things going on. The one at the forefront is the many ghosts strewn about the set piece. Some running into them or, colliding with them will trigger a battle. Others, when you interact with them, will join the party temporarily. You can use this ghost in battle, which will possess an enemy, taking them straight to the afterlife, while also removing the ghost from your party, so it's kind of a trade-off. On the train, you can find the world's most famous swordsman, Siegfried.
Sinners need no mercy or sympathy.
Speaking of sin, have you accepted our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, into your life? I'll stop.
Will I ever be saved?
I don't want to go too much into Siegfried as I think it's just beating a dead horse, but view Siegfried as an extension of Ultros. And there's something I would like to build on towards the end that I think is a valid theory on why these characters feel very random, but yet also feel like they have or should have had a more importance in the story. But really, you just go up to him, you easily beat him, he leaves. For now, that's all you need to know. As we get to the front of the train, it refuses to let us go though. It forces our hand into battle. Until this point, I had been waiting for this very moment, actually. I'd seen so many memes of Sabin suplexing the train, but the memes I had seen made me believe it was a story moment, not something insane that you could just do in battle. So I'm so ashamed to say that I did a train suplexless run or playthrough of Final Fantasy VI, and I was waiting for the train to show up later on in the story, but it never did. I thought maybe later on I would get to suplex the train, but this was the moment and I just missed it, which is a bit sad. After not suplexing the train, the freaky sentient train decides to let us off at the next stop. Though this next scene does not make much sense to me at least, the train at this station picks up Elaine and Owain. This is Cyan's wife and son, and he is unable to do anything but watch as he sees his family for the last time, really resulting in the train leaving the station. There is some dialogue set here, but I don't think it's all that important. The issue I have with this scene is that it largely is unneeded. I may be nitpicking here, but it is a classic example of telling and not showing. If we were to have this moment be impactful, it would require us to care for his family or Cyan's connection to them. Sadly, our only time spent with them, or this topic, is them literally dying, and right now. So any emotional impact just falls on deaf ears. The other thing this could do is set up a future plot thread, and there is a future plot thread that exists, but it does not require this as context. It is only relevant to the death of his family and has nothing to do with the family themselves and everything to do with Cyan himself. As if the player could not understand this despair of losing loved ones, we need to be explicitly told so? It really just led me to believe Cyan would have a much deeper story than he actually did. A storyline that would be built off of from this scene, but at its best it ends up being unneeded, and at worst, in my case, has the player make false assumptions that I'm waiting for something that just doesn't happen. After exiting the platform, the party makes their way through a system of caves to climb atop Barren Falls. Shadow here will take his leave as he does not wish to follow us any further. Before our heroes jump down the waterfall to journey farther ahead, I need to just blow some steam off about one of the worst game design decisions in the entire game so far, so just bear with me. See, in this area, to progress further, you need to walk up to the cliff edge and interact with it. The problem is, this is never mentioned. Not even once. I knew I needed to go south to the Veldt. That is all. For those who say the Empire is on our trails and going backwards is not an option, so it should be obvious our only option is to go forward, which would be theoretically off the edge of this cliff. You are just wrong. In reality, I can go backwards, and the Empire has not shown themselves in the last 3 locales I visited. It is not obvious. In fact, I felt insane and reviewed the game's script for Sabin's entire scenario, and the first and only mention of the falls is when you walk up to it, and I am quoting, it says, "This is Barren Falls," end quote. I have no idea how the player was A, supposed to know that we were supposed to jump off the cliff, B, know that that was the way forward, C, to know that even Barren Falls was a destination that we needed to jump down through. It is insane to make all these conclusions and then also be like, yes, I should have interacted with the edge of this wall. To further prove this, the only mention of jumping ever is after you interact with the edge. You as the player are never informed the plan is to jump down the falls and should have no reason to believe interacting with the edge of this walkable area would progress the game further. How is this any different than spam pressing A on the edge of any other walkable area? This is the equivalent of finding a dead end and you make the logical conclusion to just press A on a cave wall as if a random door to Narnia is going to open up and let you through. We are often critiquing games for having painted ledges or waypoints everywhere, treating us like a toddler. Sure, this is bad game design. It's insulting and often takes the place of actual good game design that is both seamless and intuitive. And then people will often quote older games such as this one or maybe other ones as if they didn't do the opposite. These games are sometimes intentionally vague, unintuitive, and frustrating. I'm sorry, this is bad game design. No, I did not perform a seance prior to playing this game, and there is no ghost whispering Brady strategy guides in my ear. How hard is it to put a prompt here right after Shadow leaves, asking the player, are you sure you want to jump down the waterfall? This will cue that I have the option to jump. That is what we are doing, and I do not have to do it right now. I instead spent 45 minutes wandering the entire continent, gaslighting myself into thinking I missed some incredibly important line of dialogue, only to review my footage and find out nothing about what I was supposed to do. This resulted in me looking it up online finally, after about 2 hours deep. This was 1994, there is no internet or reviewing footage. My playthrough and time with the game is functionally dead. My options being go buy a strategy guide, have a friend that beat this part of the game and tell me what to do, or have a psychotic break and resulting in me pressing A on every wall on the entire continent. This, although frustrating, could be due to some translation issues that I mentioned earlier, with them having to condense so much that maybe they had to leave out certain integral parts of the script. So to be fair, if this was 1994, on a Super Nintendo, I would probably let this pass. The worst part of all this though, is that I'm playing a remaster on a borderline NASA rig in 2024. We can handle a few extra dialogue boxes if Square's a big enough company to fix stuff like this. I can understand keeping conformity in remasters, but a single line of dialogue to avoid frustration is not going to ruin the experience. On a happier note, once you do jump down the waterfall, a goofy little battle sequence is presented, consisting of fighting fish while falling down a waterfall, which is nonsensical and kind of fun. It's playful and wacky. It gives off this ambiguous charm to the scene. Yeah, sure, jumping down a waterfall is high tension, but have you ever done turn-based battle with fish while falling down a waterfall? It's cheeky. You don't get to see this a lot in modern games because developers have so many tools at their disposal, they end up being able to just aim for outright funny, serious, or whatever they're aiming for. Modern games take a more direct approach, which I would say is overall a more positive thing, yet sometimes you miss out on stuff like this. I felt this a lot when playing through Sea of Stars within this last year, and this exact quote-unquote charm is what made me fall in love with that so much. It took me back to a time that was no longer around, but still had a lot of the modern-day qualities. And it's for those reasons I really love this moment. There's another moment later on that's like this, and this is something that I think is particularly special about retro games that we don't get to see as much anymore. After our descent down the waterfall, we wash upon the shores of the Veldt. Saving us from drowning, we find ourselves getting pulled out of the water by a young boy named Gao. The timid green-haired child runs off once we come to, but it's not the last we see of him. Though I'm sensing a theme with Sabin, as he seems to keep washing ashore after objectively reckless decisions, playing into his character perfectly. He is loose, he's silly, nothing is taken too serious by him, but also at the same time he's extremely competent, ending up wherever the wind blows him and then making it back in one piece due to that reliability. In Mobilis, a village nearby, you get warned of a boy out on the Veldt that lives among the monsters. This boy is the one and the same that pulled Sabin and Cyan out of the water. If you go to the item shop and get some dried meat, you can use this in battle to recruit Gao. More accurately, to befriend the boy. He will appear in battle claiming he is hungry, prompting you to feed him with meat. Now, once you do recruit him, Gao has a unique mechanic where you release him into the wild, specifically in the Veldt, and when he reappears, you could feed him meat to recruit him back. During this process, Gao learns the attacks of that monster. Combine this with the Veldt having a very diverse and random monster selection means you could make Gao a broken powerhouse with a diverse skill set if you put the time in, much like a Blue Mage or Onion Knight in past titles. Sabin and the boy have this fun dynamic. They wrestle and act rambunctious, jumping across the screen when we initially befriend the child. The enjoyment is amplified by the presence of Cyan, who's sitting there all proper. He tries to act like he doesn't enjoy all this, but badly disguising this enjoyment. Like I said, it's a fun dynamic between the three, and it's honestly a shame we don't see more of this or those lighthearted moments that happen from time to time. These are some of my favorite moments in the game, and overshadow some of the smaller and optional events that happen later on. There's a bittersweet feeling looking back. On a semi-relevant note, do you remember the old senile man? The one on the northern plains that I had mentioned earlier? I had made a point about how his interactions do a great job of world building, but I didn't elaborate on what that world building was. In that town, Mobliz, there's a woman that gives us some insight on Gao and this old man. She tells us a rumor that the old man is insane and he threw his kid out a window thinking the kid or child was a monster. This child, being Gao, had lived on among the monsters to the irony of the situation. World building is tying seemingly random events into future narrative or the perception of the world with the goal to make it more connected and believable. Gao has a story section about this a little bit later on, and it's worth highlighting that you never have to experience this content. It is optional and a reward for talking to the old man, as well as these villagers, and then again, later on, talking to the old man again, as mentioned. In the past RPG titles, or just Final Fantasy titles in general, the villagers would only talk about whatever is relevant to that town or story. It's very topical. They act like these isolated villagers just exist as hint dialogue boxes in case the player gets stuck. This game does a much better job with world building than those. Yes, there's still those hint dialogue boxes, but there's more than that. I mean, speaking of NPCs, in Mobliz, just the town we are referencing, you can see a man frantically running back and forth, tending to carrier pigeons that are sending and receiving messages from places abroad. If you pay attention in other places throughout the world, there are pigeons everywhere. Events across the world in Final Fantasy VI are connected, and they can be connected not by the main narrative, but by the player's curiosity. No one in the main story events ever says, go talk to the old senile man, or that pigeons are mail service in this world. There are many more examples past the few that I'm highlighting. This all furthers the world building while allowing the player to choose exactly how much time they spend in the world. It is rewarding you for the time that you spend here. This is an important structure that should exist when creating good world building or making attempts to build up a world. The player should feel rewarded for spending more time within it and exploring and finding those more minute connections between everything. If anything, that would be the pure litmus test of good world building. Do you feel rewarded for spending more time connecting the small little details? Gao lets us know he has shiny treasure in a cave nearby, this cave being Crescent Mountain Cave. The cave itself really isn't all that special. Here you will find a bunch of berry piles, assumingly from Gao burying random items. Though towards the end of the cave, we can dig up said item, which seems to be a diving helmet? Oh, we're doing this again. Okay. I guess we're just following that common theme that I made a joke about earlier. Waterbound Sabin, I guess. The trio jumps into the water with their new helmets. The ocean here has a very strong current due to the Serpent Trench. This trench, though unnamed at this moment, becomes a more important landmark later on. For now, it guides our heroes underwater towards the part town of Nicaea, where they wash ashore. Nicaea is mostly unimportant as well, especially in Sabin's scenario. It is just an isolated island that serves the purpose of ferrying Sabin to the mainland. Now changing scenarios, back in South Figaro, Locke had done his best to slow down the Imperial forces. With that being said, his time to flee has come and he needs to leave the town and reunite with the rest of our party. Immediately though, I did the most meathead thing possible. I ran towards the first Magitech armor I seen. I thought they would just let me brute force through, to which I just got obliterated. Sadly though, it took me a little while to figure out my next move. You see, there's a merchant in town as well as other NPCs that have a unique gameplay feature tied to them. When you steal and battle with these people, you steal the enemy's clothes. This allows you to impersonate them to progress through the many blockades in South Figaro. Though the existence of this mechanic might seem obvious as he's a thief, initially I was left confused as this is a unique mechanic only to this section of the game. It is not used prior or after this, and it's never explained either. I believe there is a small dialogue box that hints at this though, but when I went and tried to steal twice from the merchant, it failed. I missed, essentially. To which I came to the conclusion this was not what I was supposed to do. This just left me confused until I finally was able to successfully steal the merchant's clothes. But if I'm being honest, this was just a shot in the dark. I didn't do this on purpose. I just ran out of options. I think for this town, stealing really just needs to guarantee a hit. If we are going to go through the trouble of making a unique game mechanic, which is fine, it freshens things up and I actually agree with the choice here. The least you can do is adjust some stat values temporarily to ensure stealing always works to avoid this confusion, or at least it always working on the merchant, which is the first person you need to steal from. After jumping through hoops, you are supposed to deliver cider to an old man who gives you a password. This password gives you access to an escape tunnel that leads out of South Figaro. When you deliver the cider, what actually happens is the old man drinks the cider, now drunk, cannot remember the password. This results in you having to guess the password, which is not the end of the world as there's only 3 options. The issue is this invalidates the effort you put towards the goal of attaining that password. You cannot input a password before delivering the cider, and delivering the cider does not give you the password, so why couldn't I just guess the password immediately, if that is what I was going to do anyway?
I will now give you a tool to help you. Repeat after me. Because I said so.
I don't know about you, this feels like, looking back, I did a bunch of things I did not want to do, made frustrating by ambiguous mechanics. Why? Because the devs put an artificial barrier here that narratively made no difference in the long run. I will admit, and like I had mentioned before, this gameplay segment would actually be a fun time in a way that it shakes up things and leans into the skills unique to Locke. But poor implementation ends up dampening good ideas though, and becomes hard to praise this when I just feel frustrated by it all. In the South Figaro tunnels, there's a prison door that you need to interact with. Here, we will meet arguably one of the most important characters. This will show 2 prison guards holding one of the former generals prisoner. When I say former generals, I mean imperial generals. She had turned traitor, hence her imprisonment. She is introduced as a magic tech knight named Celeste. From the dialogue here, we can assume the reason for her betrayal is that she does not, or at the very least no longer thinks that it is okay to oppress the weak the way that the Empire does. Specifically, there's some dialogue about Kefka poisoning all of Doma, which could be the catalyst for this event. When there's only 1 guard in the cell, he ends up falling asleep. Locke in this moment frees Celeste, who is obviously a bit hesitant to join up with someone from the returners. Despite it being a bit off that Locke is in fact helping her, he provides the reason of her reminding him of someone, just like he did with Terra, though this is still made vague to the player. Locke taking Celeste with him, the 2 make their way through the Figaro caves nearby before reuniting with the rest of their party in Narshe. When we go to exit the caves, we are stopped by a Magitech drilling machine. This fight more or less serves as a tutorial to explain Celeste's ability called Runic. It is used to absorb magic, which it does have its uses, but it doesn't really end up shining all that much in most scenarios except like 1 or 2 instances where this is relevant. I could be wrong here, with it being possible going into this fight I was underleveled. I'm not sure how though, as I wasn't avoiding battles. This made the boss fight feel artificially difficult. I ended up grinding levels to beat the boss, combine this with the briefness of Locke's scenario as well, compared to the other 2 scenarios. Made me feel like this was a barrier to start padding out some time. I know this is something that happens a ton in old JRPGs. Luckily though, this is the only time I experienced this. So I don't want to rail into this all that hard, but just make a note that I got that kind of feeling from this. Changing over to Terra's scenario, we exit the raft and the Narshe River, Terra's party heading for Narshe to reunite with the Esper and their party members. Though the townsfolk here are keen on recognizing that the last time they saw Terra, she was an Imperial officer. Blocking our path to the town, we are forced to go around through the cave system. Backtracking through the caves, entering Narshe from the back, we head to Arvis's house, Arvis being the old man that initially saved Terra from the Empire and allowed her to escape. They discuss with him the fragile state of the town and them wanting to have Terra meet with the Esper again. This requires a meeting with the townsfolk. We get to see the hesitance of the regular people in the face of the Empire's absolute dominance. It seems they want to just be neutral, just to avoid even the slightest provocation that may cause the Empire to target them. They even cite Doma as an example to not help our party. In any circumstance, I probably would agree. Their hopes at peace, though, is quickly shut down when Locke returns. The Empire is already on their way here after setting up camp in South Figaro. Kefka is then shown leading troops towards Narshe. I just want to say, whenever Kefka is on screen, he is entertaining. I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it. He is on paper a psychopath leading an army, which yes, is a little cliche, but it's still entertaining. Something about that psychopath also dressing like a clown, speaking in rhymes is so much fun. The way they make his sprite move and express the dialogue as well. I'll say chef's kiss to whoever was writing Kefka. He is an agent of chaos and is, again, a joy to have on screen. This prompts our reunited party to defend not only the town of Narshe, but the Esper as well. The frozen creature had been moved atop the Narshe cliffside. As our party gets into position, there is some banter that hints at a romance angle on the way up to that cliffside, and this banter is between Locke and Celeste, as well as some important answers about Terra. It is implied, at the very least, she is not like Celeste, as Terra is not infused with Magitech like Celeste is, leaving us with 2 other options. Terra is an Esper or something else entirely. Once we make it to the battlefield and the two forces meet, we're able to engage with the multi-party battle system again. Unfortunately, it is just as shallow as it was the first time it was introduced. It still does not add anything meaningful in this context other than an increase in enemy volume. It just boils down to a battle tourney. Good for a change of pace, but not much more. After our victory, the party runs up to the mountaintop to find the Esper Realm, resulting in another reaction with Terra sending a shockwave out and nearly blowing all of her friends off the ledge. The party watches as Terra is unable to do anything. She slowly transforms into a mysterious pinkish white creature and then blasts off across the sky, flying erratically until she fades off out of visibility on the horizon. This all just further raises the question of what exactly is Terra. Some witnesses place Terra flying across the sky to the west, so the party gathers themselves and sets out, agreeing that they need to help Terra. Now, having access to a fairly large roster of playable characters, the game finally allows us to choose our intended party members. These characters can be swapped out by returning to Arvis's house. This is a nice touch and is a theme continued on throughout the game. You see, our people, they're not always in battle. In other games, they exist in a menu somewhere, only accessible by a save point or maybe other points of interest or just within the menu themselves. Functionally, this is the same, and one could say that the implementation is less convenient even in this game. But here the characters exist in the world. It is helping to sell this as a world, not a game that contains a world. It's a meaningful difference. I like the idea that my AFK friends have somewhere to hang out and are doing stuff when I don't need them. Furthermore, how often are you, the player, swapping characters? Typically we find the ones we like and we lock it in, so the level of inconvenience here ends up being very minimal. On our journey westward, stopping by Figaro Castle in the search of some information, we get to view some memories from the Figaro brothers. After the death of King Figaro, a young Sabin is upset and confused. He turns to lashing out at all of those closest to him in grief and still a child in many ways. Sabin suggests the two should leave the castle and never return. Leaving all of this behind, it is selfish and a naive suggestion as it would only abandon a kingdom in chaos. Their father had just died. You see, Edgar, though, was very much aware of this, maybe being the older brother or just being wiser beyond his years. Edgar does something that is not entirely apparent till later on. On the surface, Edgar decides to flip a coin to decide who will stay and who will get to be free. We have the gift of retrospect, so we know that Edgar stayed and Sabin went out into the world embracing freedom. The part that is not so obvious is there's a scene later on where Celeste takes this coin from Edgar, showing a double-sided coin. Edgar did not want a guilt to hang on his brother and always planned to let him go free. So he rigged it so that way it was decided by luck, or at least it seemed that way. He wanted Sabin to live a free life. It is a kindness, and it really adds to the depth of Edgar and the brothers as a whole. These two are my favorite protagonists by far. In the basement levels of the castle, there's an engine room here. We can access the controls to bury underneath the desert and travel farther west for more clues on Terra's whereabouts. You see, the castle has a unique system or technology that we had seen originally when Kefka came and invaded that allows us to bury from desert to desert, basically dig through the sand. This is used in this instant, allowing us to arrive in Kohlingen, on the other side of the mountain range that divides this continent. Here in town, there are obvious signs of destruction, as if a meteor had crashed here. Speaking with a villager will clue us in on what we are looking for. It is described that something matching Terra's description crash landed here, destroying the village and then taking off towards another town called Jidoor. Now, during this moment, there's a bit of contextual storytelling that happens, a story event that gets triggered, I believe, by sleeping at the inn. I don't remember because I didn't experience this. This info is contextually important and is worth noting, but more importantly, is very missable, which I did.
Hey, big guy, how'd it go in there?
I missed.
What does that mean?
I missed.
This event consists of Locke having a dream. It is a memory of what happens to Rachel. This is the woman he is always elusively referring to as the woman he lost. She got injured during a cave or raiding trip, resulting in her memories being lost. Locke ends up getting kicked out of the house by Rachel's father since he blames Locke for this misfortune. And even worse, Rachel, suffering from amnesia, does not remember Locke, so she sides with her father and not the man that she loves, or loved, depending on how you look at it. Later on, throughout the timeline, Rachel is killed during an Imperial raid, briefly remembering everything before her death. Now, Locke would find this info out later on and feeling overwhelmed with guilt, he set on a journey from this point to find a magical treasure that could bring the dead back to life. Locke is arguably the third most important character, and this scene contextualizes basically all of the interactions between him and Celeste throughout the rest of the story. The fact you can miss this scene is actually mind-blowing. I will bring this up later, again as I've said, this feeds into a larger complaint that I have with the game. Once you're in Jidoor though, you can speak with villagers around the town. They'll tell you about how they're experiencing a class divide within the town. The upper sections, they're reserved for wealthy and the powerful, while the lower sections are reserved for the middle class. Parties here have successfully evicted all the poor people and undesirables to a town north of there called Zozo. Even further supporting this, if you speak to other villagers, or certain ones, this will reflect this sentiment as they show disdain towards you as you are obviously not in the wealthy class. Through speaking with them, we glean it seems that Terra is headed for Zozo, which would be our next destination then. I want to sit down and say this part of the game felt very fetch quest-like because these towns currently feel empty, pointless, and devoid of narrative importance despite needing to visit these places to progress the story. Well, that's not true. You might not need to see these places, but they're giving you the breadcrumb trail to get to where you need to be, which is functionally the same thing if you don't already know what you need to do. I should say more accurately, it feels like a wild goose chase. Just to be clear, since we've left Narshe, we have visited now a total of 4 towns, with only one of them containing some story. Well, backstory, which is the Locke dream sequence I just missed. So again, making this section feel like a huge chore. I also am not dumb. I do see what the devs might be going for here, as Terra is gone and we are trying to track down her, kind of Sherlock Holmes style. They could be trying to give off the feeling of actually searching for Terra, and although I do commend trying to immerse the player further, this section does not feel like that and is actually just really tedious. Just to reference more, recent events, remember Starfield when they said, do you think the astronauts seen a bunch of things on the moon? It was mostly empty and they weren't bored. You remember that? This is kind of the same thing. Just because you accurately depict something doesn't mean that accurately depicting that thing was fun in the first place. Regardless, we're moving on to Zozo. And I will go on the record saying Zozo is probably the single best locale in the entire game, and it's not even close. The town is, well, for starters, it's not even a town. Town refers to kind of a safe space. This is more of a dungeon disguised as a town. In this world, this town is filled with all kinds of vagrants, lower class people, and criminals that just got kicked out of Jidoor. Random people are always attempting to attack and mug you, and it just makes sense while you're here. The pixel art depicts this rusted visage of something that once was but is now taken over by these undesirable types. People are passed out in the street in the rain, vendors and shops won't even provide service, important architecture has rusted away. Once were stairs, now requires you to jump from window to window between buildings. And that's just what you'll do, hopping to and from adjacent buildings to travel vertically. Even the boss preventing you from progressing here falls in line with the theme of how this town acts. He acts nice letting you pass by, only to blindside you and attack you in your back. Purposely deceptive, and all to sell that this is a scumbag city. Then there is the Zozo theme, which is the first time I genuinely say that I found a song that I enjoyed. Although I wouldn't say that enjoy is a strong word, I'll qualify that with a section about music at the end of the video. When climbing the tallest tower, we can find a room at the top with Terra. She's unconscious, stuck in her new transformation, and she's accompanied by an old man, or at least what appears to be one. In reality, he is Ramu, an Esper disguised as a human. He does this as humans and Espers are believed to be incompatible, and this lets him live in this world unbothered. Ramu finds the name Terra very interesting as he knows the name and knows more than he is immediately telling us. Ramu informs the party that Terra was overwhelmed and confused by her new powers. This was the cause of her rampage and lack of control that led to this very moment. He called out to her so that way he could help her. Now she rests here. If humans and Espers cannot live together, then how come Ramu is able to live here? Appearances aside, if that was true, then what is Ramu doing here, you might ask? Back during the War of the Magi, humans abused the power of Espers. And being done with the violence and war, Espers sealed themselves in a separate realm. About 20 years ago, Gestalt, through studying ancient texts, had found the gate to this realm, and then invaded, capturing many Espers in the process. These events ended up leading us to our problems in the current day. Ramuh offers some insight on Terra and a few other things, letting us in on the fact that she's not an Esper but something else. Esper's true power is also not from extracting their magic. It actually comes from their death. These creatures upon death turn into a crystal or a crystalline material, and it is condensed magic. They call it magicite. This magicite embodies the Esper and their abilities. The Magitech research facility is on the southern continent and in the middle of Imperial territory. It is practically impossible to get to. Ramuh asks us to free his brethren from this place as they're being held captive. In return, he offers us 3 magicite that he's collected, as well as himself. He feels that it is his only way to redemption, so in turn he changes or ends his own life, which turns him into a piece of magicite to help us in our adventures. Now that we have our first magicite, it unlocks one of the most important game mechanics. The departure from the classic job system used in prior titles shines through right here. Ditching the any character can do anything and you build up from those base choices, rather each character has some unique abilities or traits defined by their character, which you've already seen by now. The player choice comes from the new magicite system. At a base level, you can equip a magicite to a character which will allow them to summon said Esper. Beyond that, winning battles while Espers are equipped reward ability points. These ability points more or less learn spells attached to certain Espers. So for example, having Ifrit equipped will teach Fire, or Shiva will teach Blizzard. Characters have their own base stats as well that will give them a high propensity to be good at magic or physical damage or whatever it is that they're good at, though this is not set in stone. This is where the tertiary mechanic comes in. Leveling with specific Espers equipped provides stat bonuses, allowing a magic-wielding Sabin if you so choose, though I would recommend leading into strengths rather than trying to go against the grain for best performance. I took advantage of this by having all my characters learn healing spells. Everyone knows that if your healer goes down, you could be in trouble. This helped mitigate that concern throughout the game. Sure, I had a main healer, but anyone could temporarily fill that role, adding a level of sustain that was not possible in previous titles, at least not without sacrificing large amounts of damage output. Some people that do hate on this game will cite this as the main reason most of the time. I will admit from a gameplay perspective, the old job system is largely superior if you're looking at it in a vacuum. Though, as most of you are aware, a game is not made up of a singular game mechanic. Sadly, this level of dynamic gameplay came at the detriment of character development, within a highly curated and focused story at the very least. Which, if you have been paying attention, was certainly a focus for this game. Ultimately, I have to say that I think Square made the right choice, as maintaining the old system would only make storytelling efforts harder. It may not be a problem in modern day games, but it definitely was here as there was a lot of hardware limitations. So it would have been a long time, at least until they would have been able to do both. So I think this was the right choice. You see, explicit abilities complement a character and can be better for narrative purposes at least. Gameplay is important, but I don't show up to JRPGs for the gameplay. I want a good story with good enough gameplay. For those asking to themselves, well, why can't we just do both, as in create a well-defined character with dynamic gameplay? Well, in some cases, this can work. Think Cyberpunk does this very well, at least decent enough. V as a character, though, is fairly defined. There is a range of in-character, and when I say in-character, I mean within the outlines of the character's personality. There are a bunch of in-character abilities that feels dynamic. These choices exist within the confines of the character, though, and they do not provide the freedom of choices that we're referring to about the job system from Final Fantasy V. There was never going to be a skill tree option that makes you a better gardener or summon a magic meteor that comes down from the sky. It just wasn't in the cards for a Cyberpunk game, right? In the same way, other cases it can't. Specifically, I think it's really hard to do this in a turn-based setting. An example what really personifies of what I'm trying to say is this. Think of Kratos from God of War. Let's just assume Kratos made it into a Final Fantasy game. He's still Kratos though, the Kratos we've always known. He comes into the game, we get a cutscene of Thor slamming him through some walls and smashing him into stone, and we watch Kratos just get up like he's fine. He's acting like an unrelenting train of destruction. Then boom, the party gets into a battle with an iron giant later on. Kratos is right there in the party lineup wearing a white robe. Yeah, that's right, he's a healer with the jawline strength of a delicate pottery. One hit and he's in critical condition. Throws out a dialogue box and reads, "I ain't got the defense stats for this. We better get a knight in here or soak up some of this damage. If not, we're gonna be in a pickle." Sure, this example is extreme. The point is how Kratos during gameplay plays like a flower girl when you would expect him to play like a berserker. This is jarring and damaging to the quality of the character you're trying to write, as the gameplay depicts a departure from the character that you were expecting and changes how this character will be interpreted by the player. In conclusion, this was and always will have been the right call, as the Super Nintendo just did not have the facilities capable of having both dynamic gameplay and defined storytelling found in games like Baldur's Gate. The people of Jidoor inform us that the only way to get to the southern continent is by airship. Though it would seem airships are not commonplace in this world, canonically speaking there are only 2, so for now we must just keep looking for solutions. When entering Owzer's house, it's a mansion owned by a very wealthy man in Jidoor, we bump into Impresario, or the Impresario. I'm not sure if it's his name or if that's his title. He's the owner of the opera house. The man is perplexed by Celeste as she is nearly identical to his female lead in the play, her name being Maria. Apologizing swiftly, seeming to be in a rush, he takes off. In his haste, Impresario drops a letter from a man named Setzer, threatening to steal the female lead in the middle of her next big performance, hence Impresario's haste earlier. This Setzer is a famous and wandering gambler who is living for the next thrill. Conveniently, the man also owns a flying casino. The only man in the world who owns one, I might add. Unsure how yet, it becomes evident to the party that they need to head to the opera house and find a way to meet this man. Upon arriving at the opera house, we formulate a plan. Now, due to the likeness between Celeste and Maria, they convince Impresario to set a trap. We place Celeste in Maria's place as bait so she can be kidnapped, who then will find a way to get our party aboard the airship. This both saves Maria and Impresario as well as gets us face to face with Setzer. Returning on it's very JRPG theme of things, all of a sudden a general and magic tech knight can now sing. It is a bit random, but the scene following is worth an allowance. Before we get to that, there's a fly in the ointment. You see, Ultros is back. Why? I don't know. I mean really, no, I don't know. We go through the bit where he tries to leave letters around the opera house to which they just get ignored. And even if I'm, extending an olive branch, he's returning to get revenge for being embarrassed, which is like, okay. As the show starts, Locke decides to go give Celeste some encouragement. Showing up in her dressing room, he admits he likes Celeste and does not want to lose her. Clearly flustered by this, Celeste ends up kicking him out to rehearse. In the next segment, you are required to input lines, which you can find in a book on the desk. You have to memorize it, but I'm a cheeseball and I immediately pulled up a notepad and just typed in the notes and chose those options. Besides the plot of the play being a little campy, the whole scene is gorgeous, and I mean gorgeous. By today's standards, it really isn't all that much of a spectacle. But I can only imagine how people felt about this level of showmanship on its release. Writing a short opera play and not even phoning it in was just on a completely different level. It really shows the work put in by the devs in 1994. Now, with the knowledge that Ultros is here, you probably know that something's gonna happen soon, of course, right? Locke finally finds one of these letters left around by Ultros, with him threatening to ruin the play. He plans on dropping a 4-ton weight on Celeste from the rafters, which prompts us into battling enemies to defeat Ultros before a 5-minute timer reaches 0. Then he will drop the weight at that 0 point. I cannot stress this enough on how stupid this is. Not so much the whole scenario. If you were to take a certain character like Ultros and swap him out with somebody who's actually meaningful for a story, this kind of gimmicky stuff would be okay, kind of lean into the wackiness of the game. Ultros has nothing to do with the story. He's a random vengeful octopus that has no relation to anyone, so it feels really weird that he's here. And no, this is not side content. It is a part of the main story and feels so much like padding. There's nothing meaningful happening here, and if Ultros was Control-Alt-Deleted from the game, the only thing that would change is we would have not met Cyan or Gao, just to be clear. That would be it. Were the devs just afraid of having 2 good and entertaining story events in a row? Why is this thing here other than to interrupt just that? His first appearance is semi-excusable, at least it serves a purpose and helps to further Sabin as light-hearted and headstrong character that he is. But in no world does this thing returning do anything other than cheapen the events before and after it. The worst of all this is the devs cut, I want to say, objectively better content that made at least some plausible amount of sense out to put Ultros in here. There's some early design docs that you can find inside the Ultimania guide that has Biggs and Wedge survive the initial encounter with the frozen Esper in the intro scenes, and from here he would crash the opera scene instead of Ultros. Thank God that didn't happen. I would have hated to have something better than this. Honestly, after reading about this in the Ultimania Guide, I am baffled as to why they were cut. They are depicted as these goofy, vindictive Empire soldiers again from like a Saturday morning cartoon. The fact they are weird, I think, is a lot more believable than talking monster thing that is not an Esper but also chases us around unprovoked across the entire globe with no relation to any of our enemies. And then I have to ask you, the viewer, to think about it. His entire storyline stems from us fighting an octopus in a river versus this would have Biggs and Wedge survive an encounter with Villa Germanda and then be looking for redemption. Imagine Biggs and Wedge having to face the Emperor after losing the literally only half Esper in existence. You would need to redeem yourself if you ever dreamed of returning to the Empire alive. This plotline makes way more sense, and I'm so confused why it got cut for rando Squig Boy. For now, I'm done getting annoyed at Ultros, but be warned, every time he is here, his presence worsens nearly every aspect of how I am perceiving the story both before and after, and often he comes in between two very high tension moments in a story. And I don't think this story merits or is long enough to justify breaking the tension in a 20-minute total cutscene. Or rather, a 20-minute long story piece, because it's a little bit disingenuous calling all of these a cutscene. With things going according to plan, Celeste gets kidnapped after our fight with Ultros. Once aboard, she finds a way to lower a rope. Initially, Setzer does not seem to be interested in our proposal as we confront him. He really just only wanted Maria. Though he does seem to be fine settling for Celeste as his wife instead, and in return, he will help us. In a split-moment decision, Celeste has an idea, trying to appeal to the degenerate gambler inside Setzer. Heads, he helps the team, or tails, she marries Setzer, taking the coin from Edgar, which is the same double-sided coin used to free Sabin. As things are rigged, it lands on heads, meaning Setzer will help them. Setzer does see the coin though, but he chooses to respect the game. It seems something more though. It feels like the party stirred something within him. The prospect of excitement, as Setzer really just wants to chase the next high, which is not exclusive to gambling. So for now, he chooses to help us. I think another example of Square selling this world is once you've landed on the southern continent, if you were to enter the observation post earlier than you're supposed to, you will inevitably run into battle with Magitech soldiers who will kick you out. This gives the impression that we're sneaking in. Sure, they could just put a blockade at the front and we could be stopped at the gate.
Let me in. Let me in.
Instead, we're allowed to enter to get kicked out when someone finally sees us. It all makes perfect sense. This is a military outpost of our enemies. We should not be able to enter it. And sure, functionally, being stopped at the gate is the same thing. It gives you the same function, but you're more involved this way. In fact, the game does this a few times, that is, disguising dungeons as towns to give off the effect that, yes, this is still a safe space, just like other towns out there, it's just not a safe space for you. It is so subtle yet adds context to the role you are playing inside the world without having to dump dialogue in your lap. And ultimately, it's just another example of some good world building attempts that were made by Square. And now, inside the imperial capital of Vector, you'll notice that despite being an industrial city, there's also guards protecting the entrance to the facility that we are trying to get to, which makes sense. This may be their territory, but their might is built off of this singular facility and what happens here, hence the full-time guards. A gentleman hiding behind some boxes pops out. Turns out he's a man from the returners. He pulls us aside. Gives us a quick plan. He tells us he's going to distract the guards so we can climb the girders above and sneak into the facility. This is an easy and simple plan and also easily pulled off. Once we're inside, the layout seems very labyrinthian. I really like when an explorable area is interesting and not straightforward. No one enjoys hallway simulators. Certain paths lead to odd places and it causes you to map out the area if you'd like to progress through it. Never crossing that line of being overly frustrating but keeping things from being a hallway simulator. There's always a delicate balance, and I'm really happy to say majority of the dungeons in this game hit that sweet spot. Combine that with industrial architecture here, and you get a dungeon that is fun to spend time in. This is really rare, at least within this genre. It is wild even more recent games do not even have this nailed down. It is unfortunately way too common to have dungeons that are long in the tooth. It's just they outstay their welcome. I think this whole thing leads into another problem I have with the genre, and it may be the biggest problem, is it feels like the devs say, we're making a 50-hour game, now let's start writing for that. And when it comes out to be 40 hours, let's add stuff in there that doesn't need to be there. And I really think Square deserves some praise for this. Even to this day in more modern titles, you'll see it within the Tales series. that this padding happens, and it's just so nice to see that 30 years ago Square knew what they were doing, even if some of the later Final Fantasy games don't even adhere to this. As we sneak through the factory, we can oddly overhear Kefka. He's beating on some helpless Esper that is just fading away near death. Kefka treats them, of course, not as living things, but as objects to use. After absorbing their magic, he throws them down a garbage pit to be discarded, where they will spend their final moments in a heap of trash. Now earlier when we first confronted Kefka inside the Imperial camp and we would hit him once as Sabin and then Kefka would run away, I made the analysis that Kefka was weak and afraid of being hit. This is the point where I was like, maybe he's not as weak as we thought, because he's easily just beating on Espers, right, who are magical beings. They should be able to defend themselves. So my conclusion is that he's probably a bit stronger than he leads on to in the beginning, and he's not so much interested in fighting, he's more interested in the chaos that he can cause. Kefka hints at some future events in his manic episode. He's talking to himself. He's planning on reviving the Warring Triad. Now if you know, you know, as this is foreshadowing, and will be elaborated on fairly soon. For now, just know this is a very bad thing. After Kefka is on his way, our party jumps into the pit after the Espers. The hurt creatures immediately lash out at us out of distress. They've been used and abused for so long in this facility, it is understandable to have such a reaction to strangers. Shiva and Ifrit start to sense the spirit of Ramuh though. In their dying breaths, they choose to entrust us with their magic as Ramuh did by turning into magicite for our use. We further venture into the facility. As we get towards the center, we can see a large amount of Espers here being imprisoned for the benefit of the Empire. Upon releasing all of them, they follow suit, choosing to lend their powers to us before turning into magicite. Now, soon after this, or almost immediately I should say, a scientist named Sid notices everything that happened and is quickly able to deduce that magicite is a more efficient and powerful magic source. Sid is the lead scientist within this facility, and if anyone would be able to figure this out quickly, it would be this man. Which, this brings me to another contention I have here. I find Sid to be a very confusing character. Obviously, he's responsible for the studies of magicite. He's also responsible for the human experiments done to create Magitech Knights. This includes Kefka, who was the first person to go through these experiments before the issues were figured out. The exposure to Magitech is responsible for his break in psyche that led to the monster we have experienced so far. He also has done these experiments on Celeste as well.
I cannot cleanse myself of this sin.
If that was not enough to morally blacken the man, he's also knowingly aided in the imprisonment of living creatures to progress and further his own studies and interests. As a side note, and you'll see this depicted later on, with how willing he is and able to speak freely with the Emperor, he's not being forced into his role. I cannot stress this enough. Sid is not a good person. Again, he is not a good person. Do not let the dialogue in this game confuse you as they treat him as one. It is super confusing and feels like this character was retroactively written as if they forgot to write Sid in, but then also realized Sid cannot be a bad guy. Then just pretended from this point on he is a good guy. His actions are very dark and do not align with the character that is portrayed on screen and between characters. Kefka, as usual though, shows up to crash the party, telling Celeste to quit pretending to be their friends and hand over the magicite. This alarms our party, thinking she has secretly been betraying them the whole time. Celeste then tries to convince them otherwise, which Kefka overpowers the party with Magitech armor again. In her efforts to convince her friends that she is not a traitor to them, she sacrifices herself and teleports her and her enemies out to somewhere? This is all a bit odd because she can teleport now? The only logical answer is one of the magicite allowed her to do that. Otherwise, this is an asspull. If we can teleport people around the world, what are we doing sneaking into places? Though in this moment, the facility is going critical and about to explode from the large energy fluctuations. Sid turns traitor to the Empire and grows a conscience, deciding to help us in lamenting how brutal treating the Espers was. He decides he will speak with the Emperor to change his mind about everything. Again, this whole scene is weird. Sid had no problem turning traitor, citing us as the reason he came to his senses, but we did not do anything and said nothing to Sid. So why is this guy changing his heart? This feels shoehorned in and is part of what I was talking about before. This is akin to a Nazi scientist growing a conscience with literally no personal growth, just on a dime. Us, the viewer, is supposed to buy this despite knowing 20 minutes ago he was performing live human experiments, basically. That makes no sense, and I don't think the viewer should buy this. As well as other moments that will happen later on, builds on to why I don't understand this character and why he was written the way he was. After this, there's a train sequence of our escape that follows this. The set piece takes advantage of the Mode 7 feature in the Super Nintendo, but unlike the Chocobo one, using the overworld, this actually looks semi-decent, and I'm sure was much closer to an intended effect that the devs were trying to go for. The reason this battle scene felt so unique to other set pieces is because the railcar scene actually was supposed to be a minigame. Instead, it got scrapped and then was retrofitted to the battle sequence we currently have. As we get through to the Vector entrance, we reunite with Setzer. Kefka, though, he's determined to finish us as we've kind of become a bit of a problem for the man. He launches a robot attack to our ship and it forces us to fight and repel them as they keep attaching to our ship, though this is not enough and we're still able to get away safely. Back in Zozo, Locke goes to check on Terra, but when arriving there is another reaction. This time, not with an Esper, but rather the Magicite we are now carrying. I do not believe it is explicitly said, but one of the Espers that turned to Magicite was an Esper named Maduin. Given the context of future events, it is highly likely this reaction was triggered by specifically this Esper's Magicite. This reaction results in a flashback instead of Terra's mind while she lay unconscious. The player within this flashback takes control of the Esper Maduin while inside the Esper Realm. This Esper finds a human collapsed at the gate entrance between realms, which is odd because the gate is supposed to prevent humans from entering. He decides ultimately to bring the woman back to the village so she can rest up. This human's name is Madeline, or Madonna in the original Super Nintendo version. She somehow ended up in the Esper world. She was able to do this by wandering into the storm, whatever that means. This really never is explained on what the storm is or how it let her bypass the realm gate. Once waking up, Madeline explains her distaste for the corruption of the human world and no longer wishes to have anything to do with it. Largely speaking, the Espers are unwelcoming of her, as they separated themselves from humans for a reason. When Madeline went to leave, Maduin decides that he should check on her. Feeling a sense of responsibility having found her, he accompanies her to the realm gate. After discussing things with each other though, the two decided that she could stay there, in the Esper Realm. They did not know if Espers and humans could coexist, as in the past it had failed, but Madeline stays instead. Over time the two fall in love and have a baby. The green-haired child that they end up having together is none other than Terra. She is both human and Esper. Tying off the mystery of her origin, it is nice to finally have some answers. 2 years later after Terra's birth, Emperor Gestahl is able to get through the gates. In this moment, he scales an invasion on the realm. It would seem this was caused by another storm, and it is implied this is some kind of loophole to the realm gate. The Emperor studied many ancient texts to find these answers and used it only to disrupt the lives of the Espers for his own gate. The Elder decides to sacrifice himself in this critical moment to seal the gate forever, in hopes that he could save many lives on his side, or at least as many as possible. The fellow Espers blame this invasion on Madeline, claiming to be her fault that this was happening. But Madeline, being innocent of any malice towards the Esper, feels rejected, hurt, and upset. She storms off to leave through the gate with Terra in arms. Meanwhile, the Elder is sealing the gate. Throughout all the chaos, the three standing near the gate get sucked out into the human world, and then the gate closes behind them, keeping them stuck on the human side forever. With the camera placed on the Esper side of the portal, we watch as the gate slowly closes on the family and then Gestahl. The man steals Terra and obviously uses Madeline to absorb its magic, or his magic. It is assumed that Madeline is just left there to die. I did not come about any info on the status of Madeline otherwise, as it is not stated in the game that she does die, but with her lacking in the story, it is probably safe to assume that she dies here. All in all, this is a very cool cinematic, another touch of quality. Getting those cinematic cutscenes like this were rare at the time. You may have occasionally got one at the beginning or the ending of a game, but in the middle of a game, very rare. You really must understand cutscenes at this time were more or less a text box exposition dump. Having moving set pieces like this, and then as well the opera scene, it's very welcome. Terra Awakening gives us access to her new ability. It's called Trance, as well as the airship. Trance is something that appears in Final Fantasy and is similar in how it makes characters, or at least their character models, bright and shiny while increasing stats you would see like in Final Fantasy IX, for example, but it just applies to Terra. After all this, we return to Narshe and figure out what our next steps are with the Returners. Coming to the decision the Returners will go into battle against the Empire, there's a large issue with this though. We do not have the number of forces necessary. So to fix this, we will go to the Esper's Realm Gate. There, we will convince the Espers to join forces with us against the Empire. Now, despite this being a selfish decision involving the Espers any further, it really is our only option available going forward. This is the common theme showing up, where Terra being half Esper and half human, she'll be used as a force of union between the two races within these negotiations that are planned. Now that we have the freedom to explore again, I got the idea to revisit the cliffsides in Narshe. I was hoping I would be able to recruit Villigarmanda. I gotta catch 'em all kind of style, but Toucan Sam, he shut down my dreams of being a Pokemon master. This was a little disappointing since it logically makes sense I would be able to do this at this point. I was not far off base with this thinking, I was just a little early on it is all. There should have been something done to prevent me, because this isn't the first or last time I come to this cliffside early thinking that I might be able to get Villigarmanda recruited or turned into Magicite. Like, that just makes sense, we should be able to do that, and you can, but only after a certain point in the game, which is weird despite nothing really changing as far as the Esper is concerned and its position. Maybe they could have had like a rock slide cover this, you know, especially when Terra flew off, you know, she went manic. She could have blown a whole section here and stopped us from coming back. And then later on, during the World of Ruin, this section could have been dug out or something. I'm not knocking the game too hard for not doing it. It's just one of those nice little things I would have liked. The Realm Gate is located beyond the Imperial Observation Post. When arriving, the party finds no soldiers at their post or throughout the town like was present if you visited earlier. In fact, there's just nobody here, which is odd. Based on future events, this off-putting feeling is not misplaced either. Through the outpost, there's a cave the party travels into where the Realm Gate is located. On our way through this cave, you actually can find the Ultima weapon. I've never chased down one of these weapons in any of the Square Enix games it features in, as it always seemed like a grind fest with little payoff. In my knowledge, with like Kingdom Hearts, they're not handed to you like this, without any effort on your part at the very least, never just in a random chest like it is right here. What made this all worse is due to the damage being based on your HP stat, and me being super over-leveled from level grinding on a long car ride, my damage stats essentially doubled once this was equipped. This set off alarm bells in my head, because normally this shouldn't happen. I genuinely thought the game was going to take this weapon away at any moment, like throughout the story or something, because of how little of effort I committed versus the level of upgrade I received. I gaslit myself for the next 4 hours or so of gameplay just because of how easy this was to get. I have mentioned a similar sentiment when it comes to dungeons, and I will repeat this sentiment about this cave. In-game puzzles, again, are never too difficult here or obtuse. They're always intuitive, and they're always engaging like you see inside this cavern system. It's hitting that sweet spot, and I'm not playing a puzzle game, so puzzles should never be too difficult. So I appreciate being treated like I am playing a JRPG instead, while still having puzzles that engage you. As the party finally makes their way through the cave and they get to the Realm Gate, Terra starts to make attempts to open this gate. Suddenly, Kefka and Empire soldiers, they show up out of nowhere, leaving our 3 remaining party members having no choice but to hold them off while she tries to open up the door. Kefka delivering some dialogue with our backs to the gate. We find out this was all a plot set up by the Emperor. He let Terra go free instead of relentlessly chasing her, planning on her trying to open the gate herself. They would spring an ambush once the gate was open, and this is why we seen the town, or the outpost we just passed through, completely empty. But I have a problem with this. If she was under the Empire's control, they could just make her do it, because she had a slave crown, which she had, for my understanding, her entire life, and the Emperor always knew the gate's location. So I'm not sure why the Empire would not have just compelled her to open the gate in the past and just get more Espers.
Oh yeah,
I mean, the answer's a lot more simpler than you think. It's because that would break the plot. Like, the Empire would just rule the world and that would be the end. So these things can't happen, but logically speaking, they should have happened. And I'm not sure why this plot thing was kind of put in the way. I think it just could have been done better, is my point. The Empire apparently, or at least from the context here, always knew Terra was able to open the gate. So why would they need her to be free to do that, is kind of what I'm getting at. This could have just been handled a different way, or just like little details could have been wrote in out and changed to just make this make a little bit more sense. I get it. I'm not expecting perfection here. Also, due to some translation issues, it could have also slipped through the cracks. I'm not sure. Throughout the struggle, Terra transforms into her Esper, or her transform, calling out to the Espers on the other side of the gate. The Espers from beyond do hear her call. The Espers come out and they go berserk, they go wild and out of control, storming out of the gate in a frenzy, breaking apart the gate and even causing it to collapse on itself with boulders as soon as it opened is now sealed off again to the outside world. during the commotion, the Imperial forces were not prepared for the onslaught of rabid Espers coming from the gate, forcing them to retreat back to the capital of Vector. Once all the dust settles, we head back to the airship, learning that the Espers that were rampaging chased after the Imperial forces, chasing them all the way back to Vector for that matter. Though we are not immune to this fury, during our trip to Vector, we actually even get attacked by the rampaging Espers themselves. Setzer is forced to make a crash landing on the southern continent here. After making our way by foot to Vector, you get to see the destruction that the Espers caused to the city. Up at the Imperial Palace, where you can find Bannon standing right outside the gate, the context is implied here that Bannon is here from his assault on the capital, but it had been a while since this dialogue was mentioned, or at least the mentioning of the invasion has been brought up, so it's weird that he mentions nothing about it, just that the Espers caused the destruction here. Further through though, at the palace entrance, you are greeted by a servant who informs the party that the Emperor is expecting us. The Emperor has finally lost the will to fight, or at least he claims so. It is presented as if the combination between Cid's input and the Esper's rampage has pushed the Emperor towards peace. So, I guess Cid is a good guy? What did I tell you about Cid? Don't get hoodwinked about Cid. He's not a good guy. We also learned from the Emperor that once the Espers realized that all of the captured Espers were dead, they went on a rampage and thrashed the city. It is not stated, but will become clearer later on. This statement is observation from the Empire's point of view, not so much a matter of fact. The real reason for the rampage is a little bit different. By the Emperor's request, we do this whole bit where we go around the kingdom and either convince or fight Imperial soldiers on behalf of the Emperor. These soldiers are not convinced of peace, and we are basically tying loose threads off for the Emperor and his newfound desires of peace. Yes, it's as weird as it sounds. This is a moment of sidetracking done by the devs to make the player involved in the idea that the Empire is now randomly at peace, or at least that's what it feels like. Despite this idea being a bit unlikely given the events up until now, it is really just to sell the idea that this peace is real. To drive this point home even further, the devs allow you to find Kefka being imprisoned within the castle.
They'll cast you out. It's a bad joke.
This raises a serious question. It is to be assumed that what Kefka has done up until now has been so obviously and blatantly evil that there is no world where the Emperor did not know of his activities prior to this event. There is no mention of Kefka even being a traitor, so he's not being imprisoned for either of these things, yet here he is in prison. Again, to sell the player that this is supposed to be attempts at peace. This is an illusion though, and seems to depict someone trying to sell peace rather than actually having it. After all this, there's a feast with the Emperor, and we are given some optional dialogue pieces here where you get to ask some questions. These options do not answer any glaring questions anyone would have about an empire doing a 180 on war and peace, making this whole banquet come off a bit fishy. I would like to note that Gestalt does state that Kefka was imprisoned for the reasoning of poisoning Doma, but again, why now? Half the world knew about Doma. Even people in towns from other continents knew about Doma. Are you telling me Gestalt, arguably the most powerful man in this entire world, just found out about this? No shot. Maybe I'm reading into this a bit much because watching the footage back, it does seem like his literal words convey a more clear and concise vision of peace, but while playing through it, I just got this vibe we were getting played the whole time. I would say this is best indicated by the last line of dialogue the Emperor says at the banquet before letting us go. He says, "That's right, ... Anyways, I truly desire peace. I want you to understand that." But this statement is in response to him asking about us speaking to his men, which again, I will say, is weird that we would take out his dirty laundry for him. If that was the case, all the prisons would be filled with these people when we just showed up rather than us taking them out for him. This is mostly a vibe and could be due to good writing, or maybe I'm just using my own conjecture again at the time of playing this, but the idea that the Empire doing anything besides reaching for more power just feels out of character. This brings up a little side note I had here. During my research, I had found out that the Gestalian Empire was not a long-standing nation. I always got the vibe that it had been around for generations, but apparently, from my research here, the entire empire was built up in a single generation, and it was from Gestalt studying these ancient texts and acquiring magical might, which really depicts how cunning Gestalt must be, and I can present no better context than now to mention this. Regardless of my feelings though, the Empire makes the appearance of surrender at the very least. Gestalt requests that the party aids them in stopping the Esper's rampage, fearing they could tear apart the whole world if left unchecked. All of the things aside, this statement is true. Now, regardless if you are on the side of the Emperor, or if you believe him or not, the Espers are rampaging and destroying and hurting innocent people in turn. But rather than teaming up against the Espers, he provides a solution where we search for peace with the Espers. Leaning on the common theme I've mentioned before, and Terra being the half and half heavy cream of the two worlds, makes her the best spokesperson to basically barter this peace between the humans and the Espers. They've used this theme a lot, and it's a pretty cliche, I would say, kind of theme. It's not the first time this has been done. Not that it's outstaying, it's welcome. It's just after a certain point, how many times are we going to use the same thing over and over again before we resolve this plotline? Regardless, the Emperor has a Magitech transport ship ready for us in Albrook's port, which is headed for Crescent Island. We'll be accompanied by General Leo, Celeste, and later to find out, Shadow as well. Now obviously Terra will be a party member, but Locke insists that he should go as well. The rest of the party agrees with this sagely wisdom, and also smells something amiss and stays behind to watch the Empire, as I'm not the only one who feels this was fishy. I do have one gripe here. It's not explicitly obvious that everyone besides Terra and Locke are staying behind. Due to some previous structures and moments like this where the unchosen party members hang around, you can usually go grab the party members that you want. I went searching through the castle trying to get a party of 4 to realize I was just wasting my time. This section requires only Locke and Terra. It's not a big problem as it made me waste a little bit of time, but being a little bit more explicit on what the team is doing would be appreciated here. If I am extending an olive branch here, I do like the reason is provided on why characters stay behind. Often in games with larger parties, the remaining party members just mysteriously follow along, and I've touched on this before. This is all despite not being chosen by the player. This makes me, or them, feel as if they do not exist. It becomes really hard to vibe with a character, especially when the notion sets in that their presence is entirely optional and they only exist when the party lineup or party select screen shows them. It's something I really struggle with when games have very large parties. Characters start to feel like, well, video game characters. There's nothing more immersion breaking than being reminded that, oh, you're playing a video game. And if you do not interact with this person, they just don't exist. I think games like Stardew Valley do this very well. Although simplistic, it is done well. Characters have routines and do things throughout the day. It's simple, but it helps sell that these are people in this world. It helps to keep your mind here in the world. It provides suspension of disbelief where, yeah, of course you're playing a video game, but I don't need to be reminded I'm playing a video game. I just want to be here in this moment doing these things, and little things they add up and break that immersion. So it's nice to know that Final Fantasy VI does a good job always explaining on why people are just like hanging around certain spots when they're not with you. We can meet General Leo at the docks in Albrook's port as planned, accompanied by Shadow and Celeste. Though the reunion of Locke and Celeste does not go as smooth as you would think it would. Embarrassed or feeling some type of way about things between the two, Celeste runs off upon coming face to face with Locke. Here in town, there's paid lodging at the inn, so that's where we'll stay the night and set sail at sunrise. In typical JRPG fashion, Locke gets up in the middle of the night unable to sleep, finding Celeste, suffering from the same genre trope, is outside the inn. She still will not speak with him, and once again runs off once Locke states that he still wants to be friends. Celeste most likely is developing some kind of feelings for Locke and does not appreciate the friends comment. This is on top of the fact that she probably realizes her feelings for him and is a bit embarrassed about all of it. We head back to bed, setting out first thing in the morning. Now aboard the ship the following night, it is Terra's turn to be unable to sleep because, why not? She speaks to General Leo here. They discuss her precarious situation from going to prisoner to ally of the Empire, and here we get refed the line that not everyone is like Kefka. It seems fitting to remind the player that Leo is better, but here it hits a little different. I really want to stress that this is more my personal feelings that I have regarding the Empire's current motives, but when I first heard this sentiment, the player was just becoming more familiar with the Empire. Leo's was the seed of doubt the nation wasn't rotten to its core when we heard all of this initially in the encampment outside Doma. Now, after getting to see the Empire over time, this line strikes me as Leo is one of the few good apples. He is unchanged through the Empire's story arc. The Empire tricks, fights, surrenders, does what it has to stay afloat. General Leo, though, has integrity and principles. Through thick and thin, he is a good person. It is the developers trying to sink in an emotional hook into the player with limited dialogue and time with him, though I think this is a poor approach, and will elaborate in later events on why this is. During this conversation, Terra starts asking some really odd questions.
Where's the money, Lebowski? You want that money, Lebowski? Bunny says you're good for it. Where's the money, Lebowski? Where's the money, Lebowski? Where's the fucking money, shithead?
She asks him whether he thinks her and a human could love one another. She does not even know what it feels like to love somebody. Now, having the gift of foresight, I can point out certain things, but I learned this within the Final Fantasy Ultimania Guide Volume 1. There's an excerpt that ties these questions to the flashback scene about her parents loving each other. This also intends to further her character in the second half of the game, though it lacks any connective tissue between the events in the actual game itself or the dialogue within the game. I find everything strange here. Why ask General Leo these questions? It seems like a question meant for people closer to you, like maybe Locke or something. Unless Locke or a party member was a love interest, but they're not. This would be a weird concept because nothing like this has been hinted up until now. It comes out of nowhere. We could have Terra watching a couple being affectionate and make a comment about that. I wonder what this is like. At least then it wouldn't feel like it came out of nowhere. But as I've said, I have the gift of retrospect and also doing way more research than the average player just playing the game would have, or at least have more information than that person. How hard would it be to preface this whole dialogue section with something that falls in line with the intended theme or narrative and connects it all? Maybe a flashback scene before she asks General Leo all this stuff, or an opening piece of dialogue where Terra would ask Leo about his parents and how affectionate they were to him. It all just feels so random the way it's implemented currently. I'm sure this is lost on so many players that were just playing normally and aren't avidly paying attention or going out of their way to do extra research on the internet. And again, if this was 1994, if you didn't have supportive material and you didn't figure it out immediately, you just didn't know what was going on. And it wouldn't be your fault. But even if you were a person that's avidly paying attention, I would say even still, those connections made by that player are at best educated guesses because there's just no narrative or dialogue here to connect these two ideas, which for pivotal and developmentally important moments like this that are supposed to be a foundation for future decisions this character will make is just... it's unacceptable. And if this is a problem due to translation issues, I'm sorry, you needed to go back and do whatever decisions were needed to connect these two because in its current state, it doesn't make much sense. In a way, I understand that everything needs to be cut somewhere to make room for other stuff, but the argument is Terra and Celeste, if there was main characters, are the two main characters. These are the most integral narrative driving forces in the entire game, so to lack critical pieces of information from these characters is a huge problem. Everyone is going to see Terra's storyline, not everyone is going to see Cyan's. Once the party arrives in a town called Thamasa, which is an odd town, everyone clearly references magic here but also pretends as if it does not exist. You can even see a scene of people using magic and still denying its existence. It threw me for a loop a bit because it's so wacky I thought it was optional content after confirming though in the overworld that it would appear there's nowhere else to go and Thamasa would be the only place to go here. So I head back into town. We meet Strago, who seems to know a lot about monsters here. Strago will ultimately fill the role of Blue Mage found in older entries of the series. He pretends to not know anything about the Espers, despite obviously knowing something. Staying in theme with the town's residents here, a young girl pops into the room. This girl is named Relm, and she enters during a visit, or our visit, with the old man. Relm is Strago's granddaughter. Well, adopted granddaughter, which is, or is not explicitly clear here. This duo, though, is ultimately following the old man and little girl theme that we've seen in earlier entries. In Final Fantasy IV, we had the Tella and his daughter. I believe her name was Anna. And as well as 5, we had Galuf and Krill. Now, she does the kid thing and rats on the adults, immediately mentioning magic. Which is funny in its own way, as if you have secrets, don't tell the kids because they're just going to rat on you. And, you know, it's kind of lighthearted. I haven't mentioned this yet, but Shadow has a dog whose name is Interceptor. Interceptor and Relm become buddies immediately, and this will play a role in a little bit. It also hints at a hidden relationship that may or may not be revealed depending on choices and side content that you perform. For now, Strago insists that he cannot help us and continues to act like he doesn't know what it is that's going on with the Espers and magic, despite being ratted out. After leaving Strago's house, the party is supposed to go to the inn for the night. Despite me talking to the man outside the inn, who also told me 4 times that the innkeeper will give you a better rate for talking to Strago, which I did just now, I then repeatedly did not take the hint and wandered the village till I said, screw it, I'll just sleep at the inn. It is funny that I complained earlier about ambiguity with directing the player, and the game tells me what to do and I ignore it, only to progress on accident. Yeah, that's right. I call the shots here, so I get to act stupid and then complain about it. Have you looked down at the video progress bar? You watched this far, you're not leaving now. Once you do sleep at the inn though, we are awoken by Strago, who's in a panic. He states we need to help Realm and says the literal words, and I quote, "Realm was on fire and then the flames spread to the neighbor's house." Now, I'm almost certain this is a translation issue. It would be insane to think a person is the ignition source and not in a she used magic context. In the literal sense, a person was on fire so much they caught the neighbor's house on fire but is also totally fine and recoverable after the fact. It doesn't make any sense unless she's the Human Torch, which one could argue that the first Human Torch was completely unnecessary. We don't need another. This is a really good time though, just to remind the player there's many issues that were probably caused by the reduction of the script size, because I'm sure this is one of those issues as it just seems to fall in line. During the house burning scene though, we get to see Strago use magic to put out, or at least try to put out, this fire. If his granddaughter was in a fire, why would he come to get us prior to making attempts to put it out first if he could or had the ability to? The fire would have been much more manageable earlier on as well, so this is all again to involve the player. The issue I have with it is it's just a bit weird. The party could have just woken up in the middle of the night from all the commotion, looked out the window and seen he could use magic. It's not so much that it's a big deal, but to highlight that it comes off as unnatural and there are easier and more logical ways to convey this information to the player. The villagers gather around and condemn the old man for using magic, which continues to build on the narrative that there is a reason why this town avoids it so much. The townsfolk are persuaded and they chip in and use magic as well. Despite all this though, the fire is still too strong and the party must go in to save Realm. Now as we make our way through the mansion, we come face to face with a boss here called Flame Eater. I'm going to be honest, I've done a lot of grinding due to just not being able to record and being on the go, so Terra was just so over leveled it was unfair. I just auto-battled the boss, spamming Blizzard until it was dead. Interceptor, within this moment, we can find him already making attempts to save her when we do show up. After we defeat the boss, the party is quickly surrounded by more flame elementals, cornering us. In a split second, Shadow appears and dispenses the enemies with ease. Once everyone's safe, we finally get our answers that we were looking for about this strange village. Strago explains that this is the village of the Magi. Everyone here used magicite, much like our party, to acquire magical abilities. When the Espers fled this world after the War of the Magi, humans feared the power of magic, resulting in a type of crusade and humans hunting down and killing any remaining Magi left in the world. The few that managed to escape these crusades took refuge here in Thamasa. So the village stayed in hiding and seemingly does not use magic when outsiders are in the village to prevent being discovered. Owing us a favor, Strago agrees to join in our efforts to find the rampaging Espers and broker peace. Strago further informs us if the Espers did come this way, they could be hiding in the mountains to the west. According to legend, these mountains are filled with magical energy and is a place held sacred by the Espers. Now that we have Strago in our party, a fun little fact that I found out in the Ultimania guide, Strago can wear suits to cosplay as other people. The game never actually states this, not even once to my knowledge, but the Ultimania book is littered with it. I think it's a nice touch to sell this part of the character through gameplay. It is why he gets unique armor pieces like Mog's suit, which will functionally turn him into a Moogle during battle, or the character Mog, and he has other suits that do similar things. On our way out of the town, Shadow decides to search for the Espers in his own way, and the timing is odd, as if they're prepping us for an empty party slot. I'm also sure it has nothing to do with this little girl crying about coming along and throwing herself to the ground everywhere we go. Well anyways, at the cave we're greeted by doors that go places they shouldn't, obviously to mass... Leave me alone. I just want to travel with 3 people. After letting the inconvenience of morality take over me, I decided it was best not to leave a little child inside of a magical cave, so I followed after her deeper into the cave system. We get to a part of the cave system where we see 3 statues on display. They obviously look a bit out of place, and we get to keep learning more about the origins of magic. There were 3 Espers stronger than the rest, called the Warring Triad, the same Warring Triad that Kefka mentioned back in the research facility. These 3 were responsible for the creation of magic itself, as well as the more common Espers we've been dealing with up until now. The 3 waged an eternal war on each other when they were up and about in the world. Over many years though, the 3 grew tired of fighting each other, and essentially decided to turn themselves or each other into stone to form a sort of pseudo-peace. Though once the party tries to progress further into the cave, we are jumped by Ultros. I know I'm beating a dead horse. I feel like the devs actually purposely put this monster in lore or story-heavy action sections to interrupt the natural flow of things. This dude only shows up when I'm maximally engaged in the story. Ultros is the comical relief without the part where he's funny. After battling Ultros, Relm drops in from the ceiling like a Team Rocket member. And if you think I was joking about the comical relief comment before, we went from trying to kill this dude, and trust me, I was trying my hardest. Locke then is breaking battle formation to speak to the camera. We continue into this scene where we guilt trip this octopus into letting Relm draw him. I don't want to do this anymore. She draws him in and defeats him with the power of art, like she's Sai from Naruto, but with less action. I am all for experimenting in video games and storytelling. I'm even okay with this style of humor, but this is just annoying. It seems like Ultros is only there to interrupt the best parts of the game. Like, yes, I would like to take a coffee break and have a fourth wall breaking moment with Locke Deadpool style in the middle of learning about gods and the creation of the universe. Yes, that's what I want. Like, what are we doing here? This is so intrusive. There's no quote-unquote rules for storytelling, and when people refer to rules, what they're referencing are structures, styles, and methods that seem to be well received and enjoyed by the most amount of people possible. At the end of the day, what is important is people enjoy it, and that's what makes something good or bad. This is the case regardless of any rules that are out there, and seems to be I'm in the minority here. I just think there's a time and place for this type of dialogue, like at a campfire, after our huge lore dump is finished, not in the middle of one. Judging by the upcoming scenes, they are actually just using rando Squidboy to break up better content. I hate to tell you this, but you're not breaking up a train crash that takes 2 hours to finish. It's just 2 sections of story that are placed back to back that aren't even that long and are delivered through text box. Once you have been building up to for like 20 hours, I don't need a break, I just need to get rid of this dumb time padding monster that is breaking up important moments that I'd rather just be invested in. Party finds himself surrounded by Espers in this moment. After we've defeated Ultros and all is said and done, we're trapped and it looks like there's nowhere to run. Relm collapses on the ground again because her legs only work when she's running away from home. And Terra, much like before, has a reaction to being near all the Espers. It does seem that she has become more in control of these powers as she does not go ballistic again. Espers notice her powers as well. They inform our party they enter through the gate to help out their friends, the ones that had been turned into Magicite. Once Terra opened the gate for them though, they took the opportunity presented to go through it. Once crossing over the line of between realms, they lost control of themselves, much like Terra did her first time. It was not a rampage in response to the Empire's treatment of their kin, although that may have been the reason for crossing the threshold between realms. Strago suspects that the Esper Realm is able to dampen the magical powers of the Esper. Once they crossed over the boundary, they became unable to control themselves in the human realm, leading to their terrorizing everyone that was nearby during this rampage. The Espers, they feel guilty for killing innocents and agree to make peace with the Empire. The parties all agree to meet up in Thamasa to get back in touch with General Leo and report all of this so we can make our peace finally. Yura, the leader of the Espers, or at least the leader of this group, makes peace with General Leo back in Thamasa, both remorseful for their role in almost causing another War of the Magi. Locke and Celeste have this moment together though that furthers the romance angle a little bit. It's a Looney Tunes kind of manner, but Locke waves at the camera here after they kind of connect. You might think I would critique this, and in a sense this really is not my style of dialogue in this moment here. It's not interrupting much in comparison to the last time. It was fairly harmless. With that all being said, I do want to point out something. The storytelling has really changed since we started out. At the beginning, it really felt like the story was filled with characters and each character had their own stories going on at the same time as the overarching plot was weaving together with those stories. Since we've gotten closer with Edgar and Sabin though, where are the other characters? I mean, seriously, it's just been weird mumbo jumbo shit in Terra for a while now. These side characters have had almost no role in the story for a bit, and I remember how the story before let you choose which character to play as. It gave me the impression this was a story that was happening from multiple points of view at the same time. Locke was just one of those characters. Now Locke is so much the character alongside Terra, he's straight up fourth wall breaking on repeat towards the player or the camera. What about Cyan, Gao, or Sabin? I really just enjoyed Sabin. I think he was really personified the type of wacky I do like in these games. It really feels like the narrative direction has just completely changed and was written by a totally separate team even. I mean, our current party is fine, but I much more enjoyed the other characters and not just this one dude in our party. Remember when Locke was not the main focus like this? Terra is dropping lines about what is love randomly with no context. Or at least that's how it feels. If I am to be honest, this stretches some of the weakest storytelling in the game so far, and I was really struggling to play through this section. Obviously though, this is not the end of the game despite it being portrayed like it could have been, but no one believed that. Like a master chef, though, we get another course of the meal.
Johnny did not earn the chef's kiss.
No chef's kiss.
No chef's kiss. No kiss.
I got your chef's kiss.
Kefka shows up and crashes the discussion of peace, and we need Kefka here because it is getting stale without him being around. On character, he immediately starts attacking people in the Espers using the Magitech suits. These are direct orders from the Emperor. Kefka massacres all the Espers, turning all the Espers into Magicite in this mania. Our main cast of characters, they get knocked out during this initial blast. From here, we get to take control of General Leo, which is pretty cool, as he has some cool moves. He's ultimately killed by Kefka and his men. I'm not sure why this was done though, not that it's a bad thing, but the devs did have to spend extra time adding this functionality, that being able to play General Leo. I want to assume they meant his death to be a quote-unquote big deal, and trying to increase the player engagement by forcing control onto them. It's just, I don't know if I care about General Leo. We really don't know him in any other facet than the game telling us he's a good guy. I guess my point is, it feels weird to assert so much focus on his death rather than spending the effort and time instead developing the character so the player feels more about him. That way his death, when it does come, means a bit more. To be clear, I'm not trying to be ignorant to the point that's being driven home here. There is meaning, which would be that there truly is no good people left in the Empire. At least that is what I'm assuming is trying to be said here. But grabbing control over Leo does not drive that point home any further regardless, nor does it make him mean more to the player. Meanwhile, the Espers from the other realms, sensing their kin in danger, they break down the sealed gate and rush to their aid. The problem being that it seems at this point Kefka is just too powerful and is able to effortlessly kill all the rescuers. This results in turning even more Espers into Magicite. We get a good look into how Kefka feels about the Empire with this line he says, "Help me build the Magitech Empire of Kefka." He's not saying the Gestal Empire. It tells you that Kefka is not loyal to the Empire and is only using them as they facilitate his desires to spread chaos. Kefka concludes his massacre by saying, all that's left is to get his treasure beyond the gate, which, if we refer to earlier in the Magitech facility, this is the Warring Triad. I know this is a high tension moment. Before we move on, I would like to call back to when the Emperor had us kill his own soldiers to sell the idea of peace. General Leo was also sent to his death by his own Emperor in loyal service, backstabbed, and betrayed. Let that sink in. Kefka is not the only monster here. He was willing to have you outright kill his own men to trick you into doing this for him, rather than taking on the risk of engaging the Espers outright himself. He's a monster, and it is no surprise he relies on Kefka the way he does, with little moral quandaries onto why or how his court mage gets things done. At some point after the massacre, our party comes to and puts General Leo to rest, providing him a grave and the few words about power. Terra has this again confusing line reading, and I quote, "I wanted you to teach me so much more." Am I going insane? It feels like we have dialogue referencing cut content or something. Is it canonically confirmed that Terra actually had an Esper stroke in her coma? They could be saying these things, or she could be, because these are just things you say at a person's funeral. But I want to push back on that, because this is not the first time we've had this type of dialogue from Terra towards or about Leo. First on the ship, and now here. I'm sorry, we barely knew the dude, and so did Terra. She barely knew him as well. He wasn't some deep philosopher, by the way, so why on the ship is Terra asking him about concepts of love and meaning to him? This is how confusing this all is without connective tissue. No, he was not Terra's mentor, so why are we getting dialogue from her that makes it seem as if we did not spend a grand total of 5 minutes in-game with the dude? It's really weird. Furthermore, with this being the second time, Terra talking about or to him as if he was a close friend or something, he just flat out wasn't. It genuinely feels like this was written by somebody else completely unaware of the rest of the script. Sadly, this isn't the only time this happens, but I feel like, or get the feeling, that General Leo was bigger in the story when the original script was written, but just didn't make it to the final cut. Then we kept him in the game. That's why we have functionality to play as him, which is a nice touch, but then there's certain dialogue pieces that weren't altered to match that. Combine that with the reduction of the script size once it got to English, and we have this thing that makes no sense when you actually look at it or break it down from the experiences we've had up until now. Regardless, I'm gonna move on. It's just very frustrating. Our makeshift funeral is interrupted by Interceptor. He comes to us wounded. The party assumes that the Empire just got Shadow as well, although I think this is called circumstantial evidence in the courtroom, but can we at least pretend to check on him before we write our man off as dead? Objection! Back in Vector, Setzer and the rest of their party make their way to Thamasa via the airship to reunite with us. Setzer lets us know that the Imperials are heading for the Realm Gate right now. Gestal and Kefka are found at the Esper Gate. The two of them make their way through the portal and I am assuming attain the Warring Triad. The only reason I say this is due to it not really being shown. We're just greeted by a floating island afterwards while we're traveling towards our location. The Triad is located on an island which is still encased in stone. Despite the slumber, they apparently are strong enough to grant power to float a huge island. Again, kind of unclear here. I guess just being near the statue gave them the ability to fly a magical island. So there's that. How they fit it through a realm door is beyond me, but alakazoo, wishy-washy, ooh, magical stuff. That's what we're being hit with here. If anyone is still confused, don't think about it. It'll help you through the end of the first half of this game. To be fair, this last part, I'm being overly critical. We don't necessarily need the context of how this all happened. The problem is it's catching a stray bullet. When you constantly or consistently are just leaving out large amounts of context, and then we get a moment that doesn't need context, but it would be nice if you had the context, you're going to get hit with a stray bullet now because you've been showing a pattern of behavior where now you just get grouped in where this would otherwise just get looked over. Yeah, it's fine. We got a flying island. We don't need to know how it got through the gate. The party takes off to the skies in pursuit of the floating island. The game again forces us to only select 3 party members, signaling we should expect another party member, and given the context this is most likely the dead Shadow that was mentioned earlier. I've already got my nitpick hat on, so do they really need to telegraph these things to us? I mean, why can't we just select the 4 we want and then give the player the choice to swap once Shadow shows up? This could be perceived as an annoyance to the player, rather the change would be functionally the same thing. Of course, we are confronted by Ultros again, which... The random monster with no relation to the Empire is found in the middle of our fight with the Empire. You have to come to terms he has no relation to the story. After beating the never-beaten Ultros, we are blown off the ship by his companion Typhoon, resulting in a sky battle while falling through the sky. I mentioned this earlier during the waterfall fight, how this brand of wacky is actually a bit fun, and it brings me up to a clash in my own personal feelings as I hate Ultros, but I like this moment, so I struggle to know how to feel here. I would still like to expand on this though. I've been so critical on these quirky moments up until now. I would like to differentiate what makes something fun instead of offensive to the story. It's kind of like a condiment, which I know my analogies, okay? If I'm eating a burger, at no point should my so-called condiment make me feel like I'm eating a pizza, right? This is kind of how I view these wacky moments. I want wackiness to not intrude on what I'm experiencing, but rather add flavor that would otherwise not be there. It really makes no difference whether our party fought a battle midair while falling or didn't. Narratively speaking, we could have just fell and that'd be the end of it. And if we look at the matter-of-fact plot points, nothing would have changed. It doesn't pull me out of an important moment. It otherwise made a dull transition fun and engaging. This is what I look for when I think of funner wackiness that is actively adding to the experience, as opposed to hindering it with out-of-character dialogue or something disruptive. And this brings on to a separate point about Ultros. While I was reading the Ultimania book, I was really hoping going into it that they would give me insight on why they had Ultros so involved. I kept saying to myself throughout the game, am I missing some crucial understanding about this character? I just wanted to know why I had to deal with this purple annoyance for so long. He's not even mentioned in the book though. Well, that's not true. He is in a tiny box next to the spotlight of Typhoon. That is right, even Typhoon got a larger spotlight here than Ultros. In a book that is primarily geared for understanding characters from the developer's point of view. That book lacks any information on Ultros at all. You can say what you want, he is a secondary character. He appears in the game though more than the Emperor himself. Insult to injury, Typhoon, the side character, has a larger blurb about him. You cannot make this up. If you are not convinced this character was added for padding reasons at this point, I can do nothing to convince you. Actually, I don't believe that. I don't think padding is the reason he's added to the game. I'm just being inflammatory because I'm a bit frustrated about all this. I was hoping that I would get to this book and the devs would be like, hey, this is why he had to be in the game so much, is because we wanted to do this. Like, I just wanted a reason. Like, I wanted to know what the devs were thinking to just at least justify. But no, there's just like a picture in the book. There's not even a descriptor of like what Ultros even is. It's like, so it's very frustrating, and I'm just frustrated about it. I actually have a separate reason on why I think he's so involved in the game, and I'll touch on that at the end of the video, but I do not think it's just for padding reasons. I think he served that role very well and conveniently after a separate decision was already made. Once we're on the floating island, we find Shadow laying there. I get a bit confused why we planted the plotline he was dead if they were just going to telegraph someone rejoining our party with the whole 3 characters thing. Sometimes it really feels like the devs just like undoing their work when it comes to storytelling, like 3 steps forward and then 4 steps back kind of deal. But it just is what it is. You know, he's here and I'm just nitpicking and frustrated. That's the mood. We'll get back around to happy me in a little bit, but for now, this is what you got. Progressing through the floating island, I want to point out another poor design choice that was made here. As you progress through the island, you'll get to a point where you'll be triggered to jump back to your ship. This trigger area is a 1x1 tile and is also like kind of blockaded. It's impossible to avoid. Furthermore, if you look in the surrounding area at this point when this dialogue is prompted and asked, there's no apparent path to progress further. It's actually blocked off. This all means that it would be super easy to assume, since we were blown off our ship, maybe we'd have had to return to our ship to get to another part of the flying island where Kefka and the Emperor are. If you do this, you will automatically have to redo everything on the island.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Yeah, that's right. It just sends you back to your ship and then you can come back and redo it. Without spoiling anything, this is a point of no return that's not telegraphed. The devs wanted to offer a jump-off point before you progress past that point. The problem is how would I know this? We're not provided with any context that would lead the player to assume that this is the case. It just comes off as a simple return to the ship to progress, or nah, bro, you want to stay here? Which one? And I've said this repeatedly at this point. All that's required to fix this is a text box that says, this is your last chance to finish this. Would you like to return to your ship to take care of something? Even if this is not the end of the game, the player does not know that and won't care if you make it sound like it is. The worst part is, I like this place. It's filled with engaging little navigation puzzles. The classic behemoth monster appears here. It has a visually unique appearance. To have all that dampen frustration just because simple things are not conveyed to the player, it's a shame. Really, it's a shame. While we're on the topic of monsters, just like the behemoth that can be found in random encounters throughout the island, you can find Ultima weapon here as well. I would even speculate saying he looks like the granddaddy of behemoths. And I'm curious about if there is any connections between the two, though I couldn't find any. When approaching the platform at the end of the island here, Celeste will show up. She had been following us and shows up as we confront Kefka and Gestalt. I'm assuming this only happens if you did not include Celeste in your party. In a scuffle between the two groups, the two get the upper hand on our party and demand Celeste kill us. This way she can be forgiven in the new world. Now Celeste will feign loyalty. Of course she doesn't stab us, and she uses the sword given to her to stab Kefka instead. This isn't explicitly stated, and it's hard to tell through 2D pixel art, but supporting sources say that Kefka at this moment is driven into a mania at the sight of his own blood. So to save himself, Kefka throws himself in the middle of the warring triad to use their power. This moment is important. We get to see the difference between Gestalt and Kefka. Gestalt explicitly states there's no value in destroying the world, which would be the outcome of waking the three. Kefka could not care though. It really seems like he enjoys the mayhem and has no concerns about the purpose of things. So he acts with his single interest in mind, chaos. Gestalt tries to put Kefka to sleep, but I guess somehow the Triad gifted Kefka some of their power before, as Gestalt is unable to use any magic at all. At the time of playing this was just an assumption, but supportive material actually confirms this is what actually happened. Gestalt is just mocked by Kefka as he dances and laughs at the Emperor during this pivotal moment. Kefka whimsically just kills the Emperor, giving out directions. They try and hit him with lightning bolts, a little to the left kind of thing, or telling the Emperor he better run or he'll get hit. More Saturday morning cartoon silliness from Kefka. Kicking Gestalt's dead body as he finally hit him, making more jokes. It's just all in his character for being the monster that he is. At no point does it feel like it came out of left field either. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Kefka is always a joy to have on screen. He's probably the best character in the game. Amidst Kefka moving the statues though, it breaks the stone seal of the Warring Triad. In a quick last moment, Shadow will return and he forces the statue on top of Kefka. It's too late to disrupt the Triad's gaze being broken, so the spell is also broken in this moment. The island starts to break apart, our party rushing to escape. We jump onto the airship as we get to watch the world's destruction. We are not spared from this destruction though. Our airship in the process busts in half and what appears to be a double spirit bomb whites the entire screen. The scene zooms out to outer space where we can see the planet just splitting apart, the screen going black as we enter the second part of the game. There's a quick note I would like to make before we move into the second half of the game. It'll become relevant later on. Shadow can be saved here at this last scene as long as you wait till the timer's just about to expire before jumping off the island onto your ship. It will become important for some future critiques that I will make, as I did not do this, and it was like, 35 hours in when I found out about this even being possible. So I just wasn't replaying the whole game. It's important that I note that this is what happened, so when I make critiques on this issue later on, I'm building off of this. The screen returning from black, we are presented with the world after these events that just happened. The sea is red, the land is devoid of life with very few trees. We focus in on a small island that has a beaten down house on it. Inside we will find Celeste unconscious and Sid taking care of her. Celeste starts to wake up and Sid informs her that she's been sleeping for over a year. Ever since the spell was broken between the triads, she was in a coma. The two are on a deserted island, completely unaware if the rest of their party is even alive or how much of the world even exists out there. It seems like animals and plants are dying more and more every day here as the world's life is draining away from it. You can find a nice little touch to complement this. If you get into a battle encounter in the overworld, the animals will just die on their own without doing anything. Although this is a nice touch, it brings up a little quandary that I have in retrospect, just a question that is left unanswered. If everything in the world is dying, then how come it only happens on this island? Throughout the remainder of the story, surely we'll have monsters that won't die immediately in battle in the overworld, which is the case. It's a little bit strange, I guess, that we'd only see this here and it's never explained what's so special about this island. What makes things even more grim about this island, the people who used to live here have started to kill themselves over at the North Cliff, throwing themselves off of it, playing into this idea that there's something plaguing the world. Not even Sid is unaffected by this, as he's grown very ill the whole time while taking care of Celeste in her coma. We are prompted to take care of Sid because he's in fact sick as well, so Celeste will randomly start calling him Grandpa? No, I don't think this is him being her secret grandpa. No, this is some weird shit, where it's implied that they are somehow familial due to their unique circumstances? At least, that's what you would think from the game's point of view, because they don't give you any extra information to lead you in any conclusive direction about this. In supportive material like the Ultimania guide, it actually states something different, that this connection goes back to childhood, with her being raised by him throughout his experimentations, which makes even less sense, and I cannot state this enough. We need in-game support for this to make sense. You can't expect somebody to go read a guide and then get all the context from that, or read a book 20 years later about how the developers view these characters and intended them to feel or be portrayed on screen. You need to give that information. You can't just assume that we'll fill all the connections in. Like, what does grandpa mean? Like, I have no idea what that means. Is he actually his grandpa? Is it just because this is the only family, they're just family now because there's only the two people alive in the whole world? Or is it what they actually intended according to the Ultimania guide? It's super confusing. It's just a little annoying that we, the player, are supposed to just take everything at face value, never ask any questions. Don't worry, it doesn't make sense. Don't think about it. The next part is a little bit different from other parts throughout the story, though it's a little long and annoying, but I think it's impactful depending on the choices you made in the experience you got. We're required to go to the beach during this section and bring back fish to Sid on repeat just to keep him alive. Can't take care of himself, so that falls on us. He makes some sad comments as this all goes on, and trust me, it goes on. It started to feel like a chore. Maybe I was doing something wrong, or at least that's what I was thinking, since this was taking so long. For me, it ended up feeling super impactful in the long run, as I kept doing this over and over and over, and it really did feel like a chore. And then I started feeling like one of these times, I'll just get back to the cabin and Sid'll be dead. And this kept building up, and it really connected me to an otherwise minor character by making me literally take care of him. You can see Sid coming from the left when we walk in, then going into the bed, I should say. Between this and it taking 10 to 15 minutes of me just grabbing fish on repeat, I thought the game was actually bugged, and I'll get into that in a second. When Sid finally does pass away though, he leaves Celeste in dismay at his death. Celeste, losing all hope for life, she heads to the North Cliff and makes an attempt on her life, tossing herself off the northern cliff just like the other people of this island who gave up hope. She wakes up on the island's south beach. Her attempt was unsuccessful. A seagull landing on the beach with a bandana wrapped around it, reigniting a hope that was lost in her mind. This bandana obviously signifies Locke. This is the same bandana he wears. Back at the house, there's a note from Sid. This note informs Celeste that despite being so sick, he built a raft to get her off this desolate island. This is also why we seen Sid kept coming from the left every time we entered. He was going down a secret stairwell. In my notes, I wanted to take a moment here and compliment the game when something is done very well. I always stop to be so critical, so it's important to point out when I feel like the writing was great. Other than the whole grandpa thing, I thought this was all done very well. I was very engaged, even though I felt like I was bored or this was a chore, but that was part of the engagement. It was a very unique scenario I was in. I was not sure what was going to happen. I didn't care about Sid prior to this, but yet I was hauling fish for 15 minutes to keep him alive. And the only thing that stopped me was I thought the game was bugged. Then tying the Locke and Celeste romance angle back into the restoring hope for her in a moment of despair is done so well and has been easily the most impactful and engaging moment in the game so far. I did not need to fight a single monster to achieve this level of engagement either. In a way, I want to give props here. Notice how I said I want to give the devs credit here. The issue is that a lot of my experience was conjecture on my own part. I was injecting something into the scenario because of a bug, at least what I view to be a bug. I haven't confirmed that there is one here. When I watched other people's playthroughs, they had taken like a fraction amount of the time. Like I went there 30 times and Sid just kept repeating the same lines, and I thought the game was making me make the hard decision of letting Sid die as he would never recover. That's the kind of feeling I got. But that wasn't the case. It shouldn't have happened that way. He should have just been cured after a few times or not, and he dies. And then he gives you the letter in person, or you see it after you try and kill yourself. Either which way, these are relatively unimpressive pieces of storytelling. Like, they never forced me to actually go and look inward like I did. I did that all on my own. It's not so much that the devs did something wrong, it's just that I thought they did something way better than they actually did. I gave them a 10 out of 10 rating when the extra 3 points were on me. And letting Sid live or die doesn't really change the overall story or gameplay in any way. It's just the experience that you have in the moment. I mean, I commend this thoughtfulness, but also at the same time, if you want me to have this impactful moment that only affects me and not the rest of the story, then you have to make me care about that moment, which in turn, it's based around this character that is really confusing and I've spent very little time with. And the little time I have, it's like he's a really bad person, but he also is Celeste's weird pseudo-grandpa that you still haven't explained. I'm just trying to figure out who this person is still. Yeah, decide his life and death and care about it. And it's just like, was this character written by 17 different people without talking to each other? It's just so confusing. I don't know what they're doing with him. Again, it's just, it is what it is. We're moving on. This is just, Sid as a whole character is very confusing.
You could never understand.
So I found this video cataloging all of Siegfried's voice lines from Soul Calibur 3, and it is the gift that keeps on giving. Anytime I need to shoehorn a clip in, Siegfried is there for me, and I promise not to abuse this power. After going into the cellar and finding the raft though, you can set out and basically go in search of your friends. Celeste finally washes ashore a new continent, waking up on another barren landmass separate from the island. I'd like to note that the map here at the top right is completely different and unexplored. Rather than being two worlds like you found in previous titles, we are in the same world, one that's just different from what we have left as it has become now unrecognizable. At this point, we are at the part of the second half where things will start to open up, and the more we spend time, the more it'll open up. Due to this, there is a varying orders and amounts of the game that you can experience, and that's all due to your choices and how much time and effort you want to spend with the game and those characters. With this level of choice, you may have experienced things a bit differently, so I organized things in this critique by character, as you can beat the game with only 3 characters. You don't even need to get any of the characters in any specific order. With that being said, there could be some chronological inconsistencies that I missed. I tried to iron them all out, and there shouldn't be any. But I'm so deep into this video and I'm just so tired of rewriting and scouring over this script. If I miss 1 or 2 little details and they're out of order, just understand that that's where that came from. Upon first showing up on the new continent, I chose to go to the smaller village in the southern part. Turning out that this is Albrook, we can find out some interesting information about what is going on in this new world that we might be unfamiliar with. One villager speaks of a martial artist, which is most likely Sabin. Other villagers speak about Kefka becoming a god. Now possessing the triad, he has become uncontested in all aspects, hiding in a so-called tower which ironically is called Kefka's Tower. And to be fair, if you build it, I guess it's yours, but it is kind of funny that he named it after himself. The tower's construction was done by using magic and accumulating all the nearby land masses into one central location, creating the tower. More importantly, I would like to focus on a specific villager. They let us know someone was here looking for someone matching Celeste's description. This implies, yes, of course our party is alive and they're still out there. I really like this take on the staple two worlds aspect we've seen in the series and that it's been used in the past. You see, this second world or second half of the game feels less like a second half and more like a sequel I get to play right after a bad ending to the first game. I'm just kidding. 13-2 is definitely worse than the original. This game is meh, but at least it has some redeeming qualities. I would rather eat spicy Cheetos out of a homeless man's butt crack than play this game again. This is the same world, yet it's very different. It furthermore sells the events of the narrative. I'm alone at the beginning of an adventure, but at the same time, I'm not alone. It makes me so excited to know my friends, the characters I really enjoyed, are out there. I have no clue how they have gotten by, and there's only one way to find out, to go and find them. This all felt really enticing to me. The characters I did enjoy spending time with, they're out there and I can go and experience more of their story. That's super fun. And the second half, or at least the end of the first half I should say, was very frustrating for me. And I was forced to spend time with characters that their storylines didn't make sense. I didn't really care about the characters and they just weren't doing a good job of displaying them, on top of the narrative also being kind of wishy-washy. It wasn't a great time, and this just invigorated my will to play the game, and I'm so glad I did because the second half, much more enjoyable for the most part than the end of the first half. Despite all the hints that we get in Albrook, it would seem there's just not much more left here for us to progress the story at the moment, so I chose to head north to Zen, which one of our party members was hinted at being here. In Zen, we hear a crack as the villagers start panicking once we enter. Running through the village, we find Sabin holding a building up from collapsing at its entryway. He requests us to go inside and save some trapped children there. Of course, we went in, but you must know that when I entered, I was faced with a very difficult decision. Do we save the kids or do we loot all the chests in sight before we even think about their well-being? You're right, we probably should go save the children first. I sure wonder how that little boy felt as he watched me try my hardest to not interact with him or make any eye contact, while I was also stealing everything his family owned before saving him. Might be a lot to unpack for him, might need therapy.
Nice.
Funny enough, I may joke here, but I actually failed this part about 5 times due to the time requirement. My greed would not subside and the loot was not even that good, so it wasn't even worth it. I was just really dedicated to this whole bit where I steal his entire family's wealth, and I just ended up failing a bunch of times instead. Regardless, we save the kid and reunite with Sabin, which is nice, though I really would like to have more of this character shine through. He's probably my favorite protagonist, and I feel like he's just taken a back seat. He barely has anything here. I was hoping just for more. Speaking to some of the villagers, they note that Mobilis, a now destroyed town by Kefka's Ray of Judgment, can be found to the east. For now, just pocket that info, as it becomes more relevant later on. If you head to the northern part of the continent, specifically along the thin land strip, you'll find the village Nicaea. Speaking of some villagers inside Nicaea, we learn that Figaro Castle got stuck below the desert. This lends some ideas on where Edgar might be able to be found, though you won't have to wait long for that information. A group of adventurers can be found at the pub making a plan to sneak into the castle through sandworm tunnels. They are trying to make off with the castle's treasure. The leader of this gang is named Gerard, which uses the same letters as Edgar. Also looks the same, so it's Edgar. Despite this, he pretends to not know us when we speak with him at the town market. Do you think Sabin would not recognize his own brother? Do you think the man is nuanced enough to not call Edgar out here? Probably not. I mean, the reason is probably pretty simple that this is the case, that Sabin never speaks during these interactions. It's totally possible for you to get to Nicaea before recruiting Sabin, so this would require a more dynamic approach when programming and dialogue sequences. I might be asking a little bit too much, especially when this game was already quite ambitious for its time. Instead of taking Gerard for his word though, we do sneak onto his ship and follow him to South Figaro and then into the South Figaro caves. Ultimately, we are acting as if we do not believe him, so I guess there is some room for implication despite a lack of dialogue from Sabin. At the entrance, we meet a robe-covered man who offers to clear out some monsters in the cave for us. We can find him accompanying Gerard in the cave as we press on. This man shares the same sprite as Siegfried, the man found on the Phantom train, and I believe is connected to Ultros from some dialogue he's said, or at least Ultros has said. I'd like to apologize here as it's a bit leading on, but the game kind of leads me on as well. There's really no good content or mention of or about this character. This is despite constant alluding to deeper events and multiple appearances that make him seem like he plays a larger role that he doesn't. Some examples are back at the Triad statue scene. Ultros makes a comment, like I had just said, about Siegfried, alluding to him. There's also a scene later on in the Colosseum mentioning the interaction that we're having right now. The game makes it seem like we met Siegfried, but he is actually an imposter, informed to us by Siegfried himself later on. But yet again, no further info I could find on an interconnected role here. It's all a bit weird. Why would they go through the difficulty of making this little plot point where like Siegfried has an imposter, he's connected to Ultros, but like then also there's nothing deeper to explore or be gleaned here? I have a theory about all this weirdness surrounding Ultros and Siegfried, and I guess Typhoon by extension. This theory could explain why they traded out Biggs and Wedge for Ultros as well. My guess is there was a more involved side plot planned with these characters. Ultimately, they ended up being discarded as development progressed and forced the devs to rein in the scope, making these characters feel misplaced and random. I guess it's just food for thought. There's no way for me to ultimately know unless this has been said somewhere and I missed it. Making our way further through the South Figaro caves and then into the Figaro Castle itself, we can find a large amount of soldiers struggling to breathe due to being stuck underground, probably having no oxygen or very low oxygen. When arriving at the engine room of the castle, it appears the engines are clogged up with some kind of sandworm or tentacle. Gerard sends his gang into the treasure room under the guise that he will fight off the creature while they grab the loot. Once the thugs are out of sight, Edgar yells at Celeste to help him. The thugs were prison escapees from Figaro prison. When the castle got stuck underground, they ended up escaping. So this is why they had so much knowledge about the castle and what was there. This also explains why Edgar couldn't say he was Edgar. These prisoners would never have took them with him to the castle because they're prisoners of his kingdom. Like he would just logically put them back in jail. He just wanted to get his kingdom to safety though. He didn't care about the prisoners. Back on the main floors of the castle, everyone welcomes back their king and are grateful for the rescue. Edgar really is a phenomenal king. Even within the entire world, he's the only kingdom that was properly prepared for the Empire's betrayal. Even now, going beyond the call to save his people this way is just an uncommon level of devotion. Though there's nothing left to do in the castle. You would think maybe we get a moment to reflect or for Edgar to catch us up on the world, but nothing. You just kill tentacles and leave. Feels a little bit anticlimactic and there's not a lot of closure on this part. It kind of is what it is, and this is going to be a common theme as most of the characters are optional in the second half. So there's just going to be a lot of anticlimactic parts where you're like, oh, I thought there was going to be a big reunion. It kills me a little because I really want more from the brothers, but they take the back seat so quick compared to some of the less enjoyable characters. At every opportunity, they are gimped when it comes to getting more story or dialogue out of them. It's even worse that they are tied to a large kingdom that has a huge impact on the world, but other than the beginning of the game, we just still don't see much. I know I'm whining a bit, and it's a little frustrating when you see these devs are capable of because they do good work in certain spots and then also end up with Ultros sharing more of the spotlight than Edgar and Sabin themselves. For such a small town, Kohlingen, it's really got a lot going on. Among other hints to find where our friends might be, Setzer can be found with his spirits crushed at the inn. He seems to have lost the will to fight, much like Terra. I mean, this is assuming you've visited Mobilis before this point. After some easy enough convincing though, Setzer has a change of heart and decides he will head to the tomb of Daryl to get our wings, alluding to getting airship access again. Airship access is the final pin you would need to take on Kefka. You can't get into his tower without the airship. After this, you would be able to complete the game at any point, hence why most of the characters are optional. Once at the tomb and after solving the dungeon puzzles and making it through the tomb, we'll get some insight to Setzer's past, which helps to deepen his character a bit. Sadly, most of his depth is actually found in supportive material and not in the game. Prior to this moment, he was just like a dude with an airship without any backstory really. We learn about Daryl. She's a pseudo-friend, but maybe I believe to be a lover. They don't really make it clear, and it's hard to tell which side he actually lands on. This tomb is in memory to her and who she was to Setzer. They both found joy in pushing their self-created airships farther and faster, testing the limits, often racing each other in chase of another adrenaline dump. As we dive further down into the tomb, we get a nugget by nugget of backstory. During a race between the two, Daryl decided to push her airships further to win her race. After winning the competition one day, she decided that she would also then afterward to go high, way above the clouds and into the stars as far as she could, pushing that ship to the limits. She was going to do this alone, and the plan was to meet up at their usual spots. She then later never showed up. Over a year later, Setzer found the crash site of his deceased friend. This is why there is another ship in her tomb. Setzer rebuilt it and stored it underground here, so without waiting any longer, our party finally takes to the skies once again as we climb into the new airship. This opens the world back up. Like I said before, we can find all of our friends and fly to Kefka's tower whenever we choose to. To capitalize on this moment, we get a nice reminder of where this new hope started from. A flying bird flies across near the ship, taking us back to the moment where Celeste found Locke's bandana on a bird in her lowest moment. Celeste commands Setzer to follow the bird to our next destination. Rewinding a bit, back when we were at Kohlingen, we heard from an NPC that Narshe had been overrun by monsters. This same villager clues us in on Cyan having stopped in there and was headed to a village called Miranda. Sadly though, it seems Cyan is currently not here in Miranda, but it does not mean that the trail is cold. If you notice a certain house here, it has a bunch of pigeons on it, which is a nice touch within the current context. It's a subtle way to say, friends are here, directing you without putting up a sign or waypoint. Now in the house with the pigeons, there's a lady here who is receiving letters from her boyfriend, delivered alongside some fake silk flowers. Since flowers no longer bloom, he sends her these flowers that were hand sewn by him. This serves as two purposes. Obviously more world building to reinforce that plants no longer grow here, and another as a breadcrumb trail to follow to our friends. Celeste realizing the handwriting and word choice to be Cyan's, we decided to take advantage of this. We offer to mail the letter for her so we can follow the bird. The bird flies off towards Zozo, which I'm grateful that the locale is still intact in this world because it's my favorite town or locale in the entire game. Once arriving in Zozo, you can find this delivery bird at the entrance. When interacting with the bird, it'll fly upwards, indicating your next destination being in the mountains above the village. As usual, you could find people passed out in the street, and this place is as downtrodden as it was in the World of Balance. A villager can inform you about a path to Mount Zozo at the top of the pub. He's willing to sell you essentially WD-40 for the rusted door on the pub's roof.
Trying to stop me? How absurd.
Which is hilariously on brand for this town. It's not a password or a key. No, the door here is rusted shut, and I'll even sell you a way through. I'm not a repairman though. You do it yourself. Sometimes small interactions like this sell the world building better than a lore dump or books buried in libraries. Making our way through the mountains, we can see Zozo on the cliff sides under the fog. It's a really nice view keeping consistency of where we are geologically located. In older games, devs had to create the illusion of a 3D space, much like 2D artists have to do when they draw. I think this was a really good concept and helps sell that illusion of this world being believable. Not only are we above Zozo, but it looks like we are. Something modern games probably take for granted, always being in like a 3D engine. And in a lot of ways, when a game is entirely in 3D, you're forced to sell the aspect of being geologically accurate because it's so inherently obvious. You're not walking through a door and it takes you 2 miles down the road. It's really nice to see it and that consistency in such an older game like this. As we make our way through and up through the mountains, we can find a room in a cave filled with silk flowers, and just looking like the ones back in Miranda. The next letter to go out to Lola is sitting on the desk and is written by Cyan himself. The note says that her boyfriend in Mobilis died a while ago. Cyan has been writing these letters and now is writing the last letter to explain the truth to her. This way she can finally move on with her life. This fills in a lot of blanks, but it still does not quite answer why Cyan himself would be doing this. Not having to wait to get these answers though, through the next doorway we can find Cyan on the mountain peak sending off another pigeon. We get to know Cyan a little bit more, and he is very endearing, at least more than I originally thought he was. It was sort of nice seeing how kind he is. Cyan decided to start writing after he stumbled upon the girl who was sending out letters to her dead boyfriend every day. Seeing this, he was unable to stand by and just do nothing. He saw a lot of himself in the girl, specifically with his family being killed by Kefka. He sent her letters to cheer her on and give her hope to keep going. If we return to the cliff after rejoining with Cyan, you can get a key for his private chest. This chest contains a bunch of machinery for dummy books and one Bushido in the bedroom book. These are just funny jokes poking at Cyan as a character, specifically his inability to operate machinery, which does pop up a few times throughout the game. With all that being said, it kind of marks the end of Cyan's little plot scenario here, and we move on to the next character, Gao. With Gao being next on the docket, Cyan said we would most likely find him on the Veldt. For some reason, I became misguided into thinking Gao was actually in the caves located near the Veldt, so I first headed there. Upon entering these caves, we are greeted by a dog. I'm not sure though if this is Interceptor or not. In the cave, you can find bandits who inform you that there is a boy on the Veldt and does not appear if there is 4 people. So I suppose it is entirely possible that the reason I got misled was that I was in the Veldt with a full party and that was why he was not appearing for me. As we make it to the end of the cave finally, we are not greeted by Gao, but instead Relm. She seems to be wounded, and as we approach to help, basically getting ambushed by not 1 but 2 king behemoths. Hold up 1 second. All of a sudden, this joke just got less funny. After defeating the monsters, we're really unable to treat her wounds in the cave, so for now, we head and bring her to Thamasa. While Relm is resting, she has a dream or a flashback. This flashback pertains to a moment where Relm was asking Strago about her or the return of her dad. Strago seemed distraught on the topic matter, as this is hinting at future events and criticism I'll end up having. For now, this is about Gao. I just want to note that the event is for later on. Relm needs to rest before we can take her into our party, so we set back out. I took this moment to take a gander around town thinking maybe I would find Strago somewhere. If you look in the southeast part of town, you can see all the graves that are here now that weren't before, and this is most likely due to the large massacre during the fake peace conference that was held here where Kefka killed all the Espers. No one in town here mentioned Strago, so I guess it's just to the Veldt then. I ditched the extra party member and head back north. Getting Gao is as super easy as it should have been. Not much to say here, you just scoop him up and go, and you're on to Narshe now. I'm really hoping to get Terra back, as she is my magic slinger, and Setzer or Celeste are just not doing the job at the same level. So I was really looking for Terra, but I didn't have much luck for a very long time with Terra's whole storyline and resolving it. When we first arrive in Narshe, a random NPC makes a comment about Locke. Throughout Narshe, there's currently locked doors, and you need a treasure hunter to open these doors. For the kids in the back of the class, well, that's Locke. At the time of playing, I wasn't sure if we needed Locke to progress or if this was just a subtle nod saying he's here. Here the town is overrun by monsters, meaning just like anywhere else, there's random encounters. Small touches add up is all I'm saying. With Narshe's current time lore being that it was overrun by monsters, this all makes sense. I was not sure, but I had a hunch when playing through that there was something in the Narshe mines because the enemy levels scaled to mine once I entered. If this area was untouched from before the world changes, these monsters would probably just be pushovers and at the level when I initially entered Narshe. And with my guests not being really far off, you can find Mog here. Well, technically he's a past party member depending on how lenient you are with the terminology here, but you will find Mog in these caves. I'm not complaining about new party members. At the end of the day, Mog being playable is just a bit of fanfare as his playstyle is very unique and Moogles typically are just not playable. After recruiting him to your party though, Mog explains to us there should be a Yeti in the cave system that would help us if Mog asked him to. These are probably both highly optional characters, but still, I'm not too bored and I'm willing to put in the extra effort, so let's go get him. Now I had mentioned this before, but I have it in my notes here, just mentioning that the second half of the game really felt a lot better for me. All the exploration and the way things opened up, it invigorated me and it made me want to enjoy and play the game more. Which, towards the end of the World of Balance, I just wasn't enjoying that much. I even made a joke to my wife about the change in enjoyment I was having. It felt like whoever knew what they were doing in the writing room, the lead writer, whoever it was, must have went and done a line of coke in the bathroom after lunch. Or maybe it's just because Terra or Ultros aren't here to ruin the vibe. I'm just having a much better time right now. I like to mention inside the Ultimania volume for Mog, they explicitly state that Ramuh convinced Mog to join our crew via entering the creature's dreams at some point. Also, that Mog had learned human speech by imitating Ramuh, I'm assuming, within these dreams. As a separate note, this is not explicitly said in the game, but the Moogles in Narshe mines are all gone now. If you remember, we were saved by an army of Moogles at the beginning of the game here. I think this implies that all the Moogles are dead from the events of the game so far. It's just a piece of world building. They never mention it, but it's there and you can make the observation yourself. I think world building is really one of the strong points they made with this game. I figured at this point that Yeti might be towards the peak, so I started heading that way and I found one of 8 dragons on my way there. Beyond that, at the top, I did find the Esper Realm, rather than the Yeti though. Realm let us fight it this time, which was exciting, but underwhelming at his level of ease. I wish though the last time I came here they would have let me fight the Esper. I'm sure based on events about to happen, they were using it as a type of gate for getting Yeti, which brings me to my next point. After defeating Villagarmanda, I explored the rest of the mountainside. After exploring the entirety of Narshe Mines and Cliffs twice, I was at a loss for what to do. You see, after I defeated Villagarmanda, there was a rumble on the screen, and I didn't take much note of it immediately, but it becomes relevant in a second as it was indicating something that happened that isn't obvious and can be interpreted in a couple ways. Voice from the future here. I'm about to rail into the cliff design, or this ledge right here. I do not ever address that the cliffside does change, and this change would be a more clear indication that you can interact with this edge. The reason I kept this section of me railing into this game design decision is because the issue still stands that the game is missing tons of context and hint prompts. And if you were to fix the more egregious uses of this as a developer, you would most certainly put a text prompt here due to the similarities with the waterfall issue mentioned from earlier. After, though, I defeated the monster, or the Esper I should say, I explored the rest of the mountainside, and after exploring the entirety of Narshe Mines and Cliffs twice, I was at a loss for what to do next. Where was Yeti? I wasn't sure. If you've been through this scene, and you've been paying attention as well, you already know what I'm gonna say. Take a flashback to the waterfall scene. I don't want to say this is purposeful obscurity. At the very least, it's pure obliviousness on the dev's part. In what realm of existence would I suddenly think unprompted after beating the Esper that I should just jump off a random cliff that wasn't able to be jumped off just a second ago or any point earlier in the story? People will say, though, the screen shook, meaning something changed. Which I actually would agree with you, as if that was the logical conclusion I should come to, again, jumping off a cliff. No, the more logical conclusion would be maybe a rock slide caused a tremor. Let's go find the rock slide then. Oh wait, that would be a waste of my time. Which, by the way, a rock slide after a tremor makes infinitely more sense than you suddenly be able to jump off a cliff with no prompt. Because yes, that is what you were supposed to do here, is now go up to this unprompted cliff and interact with it so you can jump down over it. But like, I hate to say this, but this is just bad game design and needlessly frustrating. I figured this out via a guide in 1994. Again, no one had internet. I'm not going to dwell on this too long. I'm just glad my spidey senses kicked in and I did not spend 45 minutes wandering around the globe like last time. It's just, how hard is it to add a single text prompt? One line of dialogue is all I'm asking for. And this is even worse that it is a remaster. I again had brought up the point of you want to keep conformity as much as possible, but there's certain things that should be fixed. I think this is one of those things. There's no logical connection here. How would I progress? I understand it's also optional content, and then remasters mostly exist for the nostalgia purposes of people who've already played it. So I fall into a very small minority who will be affected by this, but it is still incredibly frustrating to deal with. And that's not going to change just because you remastered the game in every other aspect. Once you jump over this cliff, you enter a cave. Now, this cave that we jumped into is filled with the classic, all-terrifying Toneberry monsters. I'm just glad I had my boy Gao on auto battle. He was just spamming imp, made things pretty easy. Though there was one monster in a box with 3 Toneberries that had my butthole a little clenched. I got through it, so I guess don't worry. And as you get to the end of this sub-cave system, you will find a Magicite here. And it's, sorry, I just need to Google this. Midgarsarmor? So I guess that's how you pronounce it. After this, I just go beat Yeti, right? And well, nothing happens. That's right, if you're one of the wise viewers who have already realized through the gameplay in the background, that is not what's going to happen right now. Because me, while playing, was confused and frustrated. Nothing happened. I was supposed to get Yeti here, and nothing was happening. I looked this up, as I had a sneaking suspicion of what was happening, as I'm guessing Mog won't just pop out of the wall during a dialogue sequence. And the internet has confirmed my fears. I do need Mog in my active party to recruit Yeti. To be fair, they did tell me about this, but it's just like a quality of life thing. If I've already recruited Mog, can I just, please? Mog and Yeti are in the same locale. To actually have gotten him, you would have had to come into Narshe preventively, knowing that you would get a 4th party member, so it had an empty party slot so you could slot Mog into that. Or, once you did get Mog, you'd have to leave all the way out, go change into Mog, then go all the way back in, kill Villagarmanda, and then go into the Yeti's cave and get him that way. Like, I would have had to do this twice. Like, why couldn't we just... Quality of life. It's just one of those things. So, we finally head back and we get Yeti. Was it worth it? No, absolutely not. I already have my wanted party assembled, but it did highlight the cliff incident, which was not on accident, rather an intentional gameplay decision because it's happened twice now. I don't understand why you can't just put a text box here. It seems very obvious. Maybe it's just because I have the foresight of looking back and have had 30 years of gaming knowledge built up to where like this is the standard. We can have text boxes that prompt stuff that isn't inherently clear. It's nevertheless still frustrating and feels like it should be obvious. Back at Figaro Castle, if you were to travel under the sand to Kohlingen, or at least the continent it is on, you can head north and you'll find a Colosseum which has some interesting things here briefly before we move on to some separate content. One of the soldiers hints about our friend Locke still being alive. We can also find a man that seems to be the mysterious man in the caves we met earlier on. As I brought up earlier though, he claims that an imposter of him has been about recently. This is Siegfried. Though, to reiterate, there does not seem to be any deeper meaning here, despite it being alluded to. Oh, and I almost forgot, and this is truly special. Top 10 video game moments right here. Ultros has resorted to working in the service industry.
And what I do is when people's come in, what's the word for it? I greet them.
You can find him doing work as a greeter where he belongs off my battle screen and performing truly a meaningless role. Thank you. I appreciate acknowledging it, Square. Yes, that's right. The boss that we fought 5 times has now ended up as a greeter, and that is narrative impact. Yep. Feels justified, right? I tried out the Colosseum, but I chose ultimately that I would come back later and try and do some of the content then. If you go ahead back to Miranda, you can find a room there. This room has a bed and a dead female that's set up in kind of an altar configuration. In the moment, it's not clear if she's sick or dead, but she is in fact dead. Just because you can't interact with her and there's future story events that will give you more context. The man in the room, though, advises us Locke has gone to the west looking for a treasure there. I'm just going to pull a moment to the side here, as this is the incredibly poor storytelling mechanic that I've been alluding to and kind of getting at. It's front and center here. Though during this playthrough, all you need to know is I had no clue who Rachel was. Despite the game acting like I should, keep that in mind as we move forward. Throughout our travels at the world, we make a pit stop at the old senile man's cabin, also known as Gao's insane dad. Somehow the old man is still alive through everything that's happened. We get some dialogue suggesting we need Gao in the party. Returning with Gao, the party obviously asserts that this man's son is alive. Though the man is obviously ill, if you couldn't tell from all the attempts he's done to get us to do misplaced repairs. The moment's a bit somber. The old man more or less admits to abandoning his child. His admission comes from a place of denial, viewing his own child as a demon and leaving it all on the Veldt. Thoroughly viewing him as a monster and not as a son in any capacity. When this happened, the party presses the old man. Understanding saying all this to Gao's face is very upsetting to the boy. When leaving though, Gao says he's happy his father is alive, but from the way that the scene is staged, I don't know if I get that impression. Sure, it's a pixel game, so there's a lot I'm reading into here. It just feels like Gao really did want his father to recognize him despite everything. In the Legend of Final Fantasy VI book, this scene is interpreted as a symbolic sign of Gao and his growth. Despite what he really wanted, he is able to move past his needs and accept that his father's living is just enough for him. All this follows the rest of his character growth as he goes from being unable to speak to learning simple language by the end of the game. It all shows how the boy has grown. If nothing else, at least we get another lead on Locke. The old man tells us about the Emperor's treasure, as it is hidden away, or seems to be, on a star-shaped mountain, which also is where all of our other hints are pointing towards anyway. When entering the star-shaped mountains, you are required to split into 2 parties. They are using the switch party system like they do in the multi-party battle systems. The devs seem to be taking advantage of this system they already coded into the game earlier. All said, it makes for a more dynamic dungeon puzzle. You're immediately greeted with the first puzzle that would otherwise be impossible without a second party. The puzzles are all mostly straightforward. You are basically alternating parties and standing on pressure pads to progress through the cave further and further. As we push through the cave, I kept asking the same question. Why are these treasure chests empty? Is it to be like, Locke is here, so of course he would take all the treasure? Is that it? I'm sure that when we party up, I'm going to get a loot dumped in my lap, right? Right? I just really feel like it's a funny joke to be wasting my time lately. The devs know what they're doing, okay? Jokes aside though, the attention to detail is next level. At every turn the devs made this a priority. Locke's character would go and steal all the treasure, of course it would. As a side note, within this cave you can find another one of those 8 dragons here. Finally, and I do mean finally, it felt like I was chasing shadows, but we get to the end of the cave where Locke is looting a chest. And spoiler, at the moment there's no loot. I think the game is just playing me. Locke has found the legendary magicite that he's been searching out for called Phoenix. This was to revive Rachel, something again that is treated as if I should know what he is talking about and what is going on. Rachel is the girl in the room and is the person that was taken from him long ago. Locke mentions this earlier on during the game. He also makes comments making it seem like he had been searching for this Phoenix non-stop. Though this info is new to me. It feels very jarring, like I missed something. That's not possible, as I've literally been taking notes and rewatching my gameplay. Like, I did not miss any of Locke's story, or misinterpret it to my knowledge. Phoenix is able to revive Rachel, but it's not permanent, and as she fades off to the great beyond, she thanks Locke for everything and tells him to make room in his heart for the person that he currently loves. Phoenix repairs itself and Rachel fades out of existence, granting us a new magicite as well as freeing up Locke to finally pursue Celeste. And this is probably how I know the game is playing me. Once I wrote all my notes about making the jokes that I would never get the loot from the treasure cave, Locke dumps all the loot after the scene. I just think that's a little bit funny. With that aside, I want to take a second to talk about the dialogue interactions I was mentioning earlier about Locke's scenario. Back in the first half of the game, when Terra went on a rampage, there's a missable piece of content regarding Locke's story. Rachel had died by the Empire. We know that. Now, there's that scene that I mentioned back in Kolingen in the first half of the game that was missable. And I did miss it, so all this information and context that would have framed the second half of the game or his scenario, I just didn't have. Referencing that cutscene that contextualizes everything, you see, Locke brought Rachel on a treasure hunt where an accident occurred. Rachel sacrificed herself to save Locke. This accident caused Rachel to lose all of her memories, and Rachel's family had already hated Locke, viewing him as a thief before this incident. Rachel's father kicks him out, and with no memory, she sides with her father. At some point, the Empire comes and attacks the village, resulting in her death. When Locke returns, he finds out Rachel had recovered all of her memories, and her last words were calling out his name. Crushed by guilt, Locke vowed that he would seek out the Phoenix treasure to revive her. This is why Locke makes comments to Celeste that he wanted to still be friends. This is why the game acted as if we knew all of this, because there is a cutscene that tells you this. This is also why when you show up in Miranda in that room where Rachel's being held, they don't mention it at all. They just expect as if you should know it. They don't give you any context because they think, or at least they're acting like they've already showed you the context, but you've missed the context in the scenario. Just to be clear, dynamic storytelling is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Having missable content can even provide some replay value. The true problem is missable content that does not lock out a storyline. A plotline is a lot like a road or a line. For you to get a full understanding, you really need to travel the entire plotline or bridge. If a large section in the middle of the bridge is missing, well, it's simple. This bridge is closed to me, right? Wait, how did I get to the other side of the bridge? How did I get here? What's happening? The same thing is happening here. The game allows you to view future content that bases itself on previously viewed content. When you remove the context, though, things start to get weird. You're not sure if you missed something, maybe you're interpreting it all wrong. It becomes needlessly confusing and there's just no indication that you missed anything at all. If you're writing a book, you can't remove 40 pages and then expect the reader to understand what's going on. It is no different here. Every single character nearly has missable content like this, and the severity of confusing it may vary by instance, but it's commonplace in this game. There is a correct way to handle this too. If you miss a plot moment, especially one that will provide context for future event, that plotline needs to be closed off and no longer accessible, or you need to find dynamic ways to get around it from being confusing. Some will defend this and say, yeah, but technically, most of the character stories are optional in the World of Ruin, which in a matter-of-fact type of way is true. You only need Celeste, Sabin, and Setzer to beat the game. I would reply to that question with a question. Anyone that is not a speedrunner, are you playing the game like that? Obviously not. The game was intended for you to search out these characters, at least the ones that you wanted to. Meaning for you, it probably is not optional and was how the devs designed the game to be. The worst part of this issue is that the devs are not oblivious to the problem. You see, if you neglected to save Shadow, he is dead. You cannot view his content in the second half or recruit him. This content is functionally cut off. That doesn't stop some of the content from Realm and Strago's scenario from mentioning tangential material that's relevant to him, material that alludes to Shadow being related to their pseudo-family structure. This is what you would have learned if he was still alive. Again, the story is providing confusing dialogue that is not supported by the necessary content because you missed it. I think it's okay to miss content in a game and not even tell the player that they missed it. That's totally fine. The problem is that you have to find all the other implications missing that content has, or you have to segregate that content off so that missing it has no other implications. Going through all this, I feel like Charlie with a string board. As far as the story is concerned, I mean, this problem combined with the translation issues creates a story that gets crushed under scrutiny. And is really a shame because there is a lot to like here, and just anyone who has the full picture probably would like it. These stories end up weaving together, giving this feeling of interconnected events, combining the world events from multiple people, places, and times in a way I would say the devs even today still struggle with. Instead, it's more likely you're left with gaping holes in this metaphorical painting due to how this was all implemented, and it's really simple. You could fix this with any novice writer who just fills in the gaps between these two story elements. Obviously, there's something larger going on here that has created this issue because it's not just here, it's not just there. This issue is everywhere. Context is always missing from places. The world building does an amazing job putting everything together, but then some of the main forefront narrative elements are just missing important context. And if I had just to point out the worst thing about this game, it's this, the missing context. I'm going to move on here, but I'm going to come back to it in my conclusion section. This is a big part of why I do not think this game is as quote-unquote perfect as everyone makes it out to be. It was at this point in my playthrough where I was really starting to run out of places that were left unexplored. Rather than focusing on recruiting specific characters, I just started stopping at locales I had not visited yet. One of these places being the Tower of Cultists. Immediately upon entering, Strago can be found here. He will not talk to us or acknowledge our existence in any way. He is now a cultist, and being a part of the cult, they do nothing but pray to Kefka all day and night. None of the people here will talk to you, at least none of the cultists that are circling around the base of the tower. If you choose to climb the tower though, you can only use magic, and I figured this would be semi-difficult, so I left and decided I would come back after doing some prepping. I decided to head back to Thamasa as I forgot that Relm was here resting. Despite that, I thought would be an easy recruitment, but she's gone from her bed. Which I present a valid question. Why am I chasing people around the literal planet all the time? I have the only airship in existence. Is Relm the Silver Surfer? How are they traveling so fast? That's what I want to know. And when I read the Ultimania book, I was thinking, how is a little girl globetrotting during an apocalypse with little level of difficulty and a speed that rivals an airship? They didn't give me any answers in this book. In my travels real quick, I just decided to stop by the Opera House as there's another one of the 8 dragons here. I just go there, I defeat them, and I leave. There's not much else to do. On some of my internet scouring, I had some leads to go off of here on what I was planning on doing next. Once I had Locke, I decided that I was going to head to Narshe since I can now open all the locked doors here. And here you'll get the Ragnarok weapon in one of the shops. I know it is preferred to get the Magicite because you have a choice between a sword and a Magicite, especially since you can steal a new of the same sword later on, but you cannot get the Magicite anywhere else. Since I've been stuck without Terra for so long, I've been reformatting my team a lot. And I've been looking for a new sword for Celeste as well, so this would give me a way to give the Ultima weapon to Edgar without losing any DPS from Celeste. Yeah, I've been HP pumping Edgar throughout the levels using Magicite, so he's very tanky right now. It makes the Ultima weapon perfect for him, but I need to replace, again, Celeste's, weapon. The short version of all this is that the sword is more valuable to me at the moment than the Magicite. A little nitpick I have here, I did want to train Gao as I wanted to include him in my main party. I wanted to go train him on the Veldt with more monsters. To do this, I needed dried meat. Apparently, in the world of Ruin, there is not a single shop selling dried meat. You could steal it from some enemies, but I wanted like 50 of them for farming reasons. It doesn't make my life easier, so I just chose to not use Gao in my main party. This is frustrating as this is Gao's main mechanic, and with the dried meat being so accessible in the first half, I'm confused on how this was overlooked or why it would be decided to have this more difficult to attain in the world of Ruin. At this point though, I finally was starting to feel like I actually ran out of places to look. Prepping first though, I decided that I would tackle the Cultist Tower because I hadn't beat it yet. I tried to do some experimentation and see if abilities like tool commands would work here, but it seems like it's just strictly magic in this tower. Once fighting some enemies here, the biggest issue I was going to have was to make Reflect perma-casted on my party, as there's just a lot of enemies that have Reflect spells casted on themselves here. I thought it'd be clever and cast Berserk into their Reflect because my party is mostly DPS physical types, but the attacks just miss altogether and were not landing. My solution was really straightforward. I just left and went and got a bunch of Reflect rings for my entire party. This is probably some of the hardest content in the game throughout this tower, and I'm not even 100% sure looking back that it's necessary to get Strago, but at the time I did think it was. As you make your way up this tower, one of the loot rooms will actually have one of the 8 dragons in it. What is funny is this dragon is absolutely a rage plant. He is right before the end of the tower and quad spams holy. That is a complete reset if you're not ready or prepped at this point in the tower. Luckily, Reflect does work to save you from this spell, but the dragon can just perma-heal itself this way as the holy gets reflected on itself and it heals itself. Silence can be cast on it though, otherwise this would really be a problem this fight. The silver lining about this tower is it actually helped me develop a strat that I would use throughout majority of the rest of the game. Well, at least until the very final boss. This strat being obviously Reflect rings. I have 2 of 4 of the members with float casted on them at all times. This way, under no circumstance, if I get hit with Quake or Tornado, do I get a party wipe. Then I just hit the enemies with as much DPS as fast as possible to get easier enemies off the board, and then I just whittle down the stragglers that are harder to get rid of. Once at the top of the tower, you get a relic called Soul of Thamasa, which is most likely some reference to Strago. I think in the past, this was a skill rewarded for mastering the Red Mage in previous games. Regardless, the relic enables dual cast command. And if you've never used dual cast to spam Bahamut in Final Fantasy V, you just wouldn't understand, okay? Granted, this game does not allow you to recast summons in any particular fight, but I feel like the magic in this game is far superior anyway than in Final Fantasy V. I would doubt any builds are built around summons in this game just due to the single use case per battle. I'm just lamenting Bahamut nukes, even though they were kind of overpowered. On my way out of this Apex room in the tower, you get surrounded by cultists, claiming that the treasure was Kefka's and is demanding we return it. Had to hit him real quick with the, you go tell Kefka to gargle my nuts, dog. Feeling real full of myself. I wasn't ready though, because after this you have to fight Magic Master, which is a very hard boss if you're not prepared and you're not developing like a good enough strat. Like he's just gonna bully you most of the time. And if you came without knowing his battle abilities, it's even worse. So for the detectives out there, let me save you some time. That's me right now, because I was not prepared for this boss, even slightly. Now, for starters, up front, if you cast any spell, it'll barrier swap the enemy, making him vulnerable to only one type of magic and heal off of one other type, while pretty much disregarding the rest. This will happen every turn, and if you Libra him, that counts as a spell, which will barrier shift him, and then he'll swap all over again. Which means if you just do attack him normally, it'll result in you randomly needing to guess his element so many times in a row to whittle down a measly 50,000 HP is not even the worst part. After you spend 30 minutes tongue-kissing this dude's boots, while also playing Gambler's Roulette, the Magic Master casts Ultimate, causing a party wipe. And after some research, I figured out what I needed to do. Normally I would like bash on this for being just a little bit too difficult. It's not really that bad, but it is optional content, so it kind of gets to lean on that olive branch a bit. Otherwise, you'd have to go look at a strategy guide or look it up online if you're playing it in current day. I do often go back and forth when critiquing optional challenges that are extra difficult like this. Part of me wants challenges that challenge the most dedicated fans, but also should be relatively intuitive for you to be able to beat it. They're a little bit clashing philosophies. I guess my opinion really just depends on the game. For example, you buy Dark Souls, you get Dark Souls. In Final Fantasy, I always have a fair balance of harder extra content, so I'll say I guess this is fine. I might be also being a little bit harsh on this particular fight, as in the moment I was very frustrated, and it wasn't necessarily because of the boss. The reason for my rage was the last checkpoint was right as you exited that room. The secondary issue is that once you stop past the stairs, which is 2 blocks later, it triggers the boss sequence. The third issue is that to beat them, you need a certain spell that's trained by using the Phoenix Magicite and getting re-raise. That way you can survive Ultimate. There's a few other ways, but those options just aren't available to me at the moment. This is the easiest way to counter the one-shot Ultima spell at the end that I currently have to contend with. These are a lot of elements at play. What it results in is it makes me have to basically AP train in a 2x1 tiled area to master Phoenix. Gotta love when that happens. And yes, I could reset to the bottom of the tower. The thing is it doesn't really matter if I train at the bottom of the tower or the top of the tower, so resetting just adds a bunch of unneeded backtracking. I'm kind of stuck here. Sometimes when you get mad, you get like really creative ideas that don't even help the situation. I'm aware this idea is pure insanity. When you are rage farming in a 2x1 tile, you're not really thinking straight. I have reflect rings, obviously. Early on, I cast Golem, which makes me immune to physical attacks. Then I cycle through Berserk and Dispel using Libra to check his weaknesses. Once I have an element I can hit, aka not water, I spam him until he's almost dead, and then I use Phoenix, which in my insanity was under the impression that it would cast Re-Raise. I had never casted Phoenix till this very point in time. No, Phoenix does not cast Re-Raise, just Raise by the way, so there's that. Oh, but you thought my stupidity stopped there? No, it evolved. No, I did this fight twice because the first time I put Phoenix on Celeste, who had dual cast equipped, which disabled summons. And then the second time I fought him, I did what I just said, and I tried to use Phoenix in the last moment, but it just casted Raise on people that were already alive. So then I was back to square one. I wish I could have sold tickets to how I was acting during this point. I was so mad. It felt like I was wasting so much of my time. Just being tortured in this 2x1 training square for like 2 hours straight. I'll say no matter how frustrating this process was, it really did feel good beating this guy. There's at least a sense of accomplishment knowing all this hard work paid off. Reading the schizo notes that I also wrote during this section was pretty priceless. It's not something I'm going to publish, but it was a good entertaining read for me writing the final script. With this whole entire frustrating scenario of just finally getting to its end, I figured once we got to the bottom of the tower, Strago's brainwashing would break. But no luck, and now I'm really lost at which direction I need to go to basically get the rest of my team. You see, Realm I thought was saved, but she's flying the skies like the Human Torch. Terra is David Copperfield after you first visit her Immobilis. I really do not like looking up info more than I have to, but at this point I just really don't have a choice but to turn to guides. As I first headed out into the overworld, I found a dark portal there, and this portal contained Death Gaze. The fight only took 2 encounters total, and if I'm being honest, if he didn't use level 5 deaths and KO 2 of my party members, I probably would have only taken 1 encounter. Defeating him, he drops Bahamut Magicite, which is helpful for its learned spells. Though it is this moment that I'm realizing I never fully explored the Colosseum or visited the Opera House, and I decided those were my next targets to set out. It's a little bit out of order here. As I mentioned earlier, I had been to the Opera House. Remember how I said I readjusted the script? This is kind of part of that. I noticed on the map that before I got anywhere I planned on going, at Jidoor I had collected 0 out of 6 chests there. I thought this was odd as Jidoor was a town, so when I went there, there was no chest to be open like it's a dungeon or something, so this set off some alarm bells. And I know, in this particular moment, it probably seems like I have ADHD from how I interact with the game. I don't know what you want me to say. I have a prescription. I'm sure it's super annoying to watch and listen to, but I'm unable to stay on track for more than 10 seconds. How do you think I feel? I'm living this life, okay? Once in Jidoor, though, I remember this mansion being empty, but it looks haunted and occupied from the outside. Somehow I missed this dance party LED frat house thing I just got going on here. Still, there was nothing there, so in my frustrations, I did more research. Apparently, in the Pixel Remaster, after Realm leaves Thamasa, you need to speak with the blonde guy in Thamasa to trigger the Jidoor dungeon from being accessible. And I went and flown over there, and like a charm, it works. So now when we enter the mansion, the lights are all off. Very obscure progression check, if I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that progress check connected to a random NPC was needed. What is worse, from my understanding, this was a change added in this version, which is super weird to make a change that would worsen the experience, and then have dialogue that references it, so it was clearly intentional. There is plenty of references in the world pointing Realm to be at the mansion. You never get to see this since I cut that from the script, but I've been here a half dozen times with no results. I kept going here after following up on hints from random NPCs throughout the world. To then have a progress check being locked behind speaking to that specific villager is super weird. It's this moment that the mansion becomes a haunted house of sorts, and inspecting the paintings of the lady in the bottom left of the corner will trigger a battle. After winning it reveals a door to the cellar, and paintings here come to life like a Scooby-Doo episode and more cartoon effects. It's kind of fun. Honestly, I love this place. It's unique and I enjoy the novelty of it compared to scouring the overworld and fighting in a blind rage at the Koltz tower. When getting to the end of the dungeon, we find Owzer in Realm, who is painting a possessed painting. Apparently this was all caused by some kind of magicite that possessed him or Realm or the painting. I'm not entirely sure. Somebody was possessed though. In the short, we kill the painting and boom, we get our magicite and then recruit Realm. I will say though, for some of the prep and setup to recruiting some of the members of our party, they really can be anticlimactic when recruiting. Regardless, now that we have Realm, let's try and break the spell on Strago. Which, for a change of pace, is exactly what happened when I showed up at the tower. I mean, just speak to him and with Realm in the party and it breaks his curse. Or brainwashing. I think that's more accurate. I say that because according to the Ultimania guide, Strago became a cultist from the despair of Realm's death, and I understand Strago doing something a little out of character from this event, but I don't buy that he would worship Kefka, her apparent murderer. It's so far out there that it's almost kind of like insanity level, but from the writer, not from Strago. It's just an odd choice and I don't really buy it. A little side note for this family tree that I touched on during the Locke scenario. This was when I was trashing the missable story events. Shadow is Realm's father. There's hints dropped about Realm's father in a scene or two, though the scenes come off as pretty random unless you're able to experience Shadow's World of Ruin content, which I did not, so I'm mostly speaking secondhand here. I'll get a little bit more into this as I have a section dedicated to Shadow and my problems with it, but it's mostly an extension of my issues with Locke's scenario and how you can miss that content. I initially visited the town of Mobliz much earlier in the game, though the events of what's happening in the script has become much more relevant now, so that's why the order is presented this way. Mobliz is a town that was obliterated by Kefka. We find a refugee camp that seems to be run by Terra here. Obviously, we want to recruit Terra to help fight against Kefka, but she ends up running away upset when it's mentioned by Celeste. She claims she can no longer fight and that this village and the children need her here instead. This is meant to be character growth from the love comments and flashback scene. It would seem that Terra wants to be filling a parental role, a role she never got to experience herself. Like I said before, the story lacks a large chunk of connective tissue between these events. Sadly, this connective theme will be lost on most players out there just picking up the game a few days a week or after work, not excessively diving into supportive material. My goal isn't to beat a dead horse here, it's just really an extension of missing context and how you view that player and their scenario and how it all would connect a whole hell of a lot better if we had that context. But moving on. After our exit, there's an ancient being called Humbaba that attacks the village and forces Terra into a battle with it. Humbaba is so strong and is unaffected by her attacks, easily defeating her. At this time, the commotion causes Celeste and Sabin to return and assist in the fight to overpower Humbaba. He avoids defeat and escapes before we can finish him off though. Terra cannot hide from the problems out there. Despite this, she still decides to stay with the children in the village. Now this brings to the part where I did a bunch of other story elements and I wandered around the overworld. There's a big time gap between these two events. Within this time gap, I had revisited Mobliz quite a few times because I knew Terra was here and I was certain her story, plot, or scenario would unfold here. Unsure to how to progress though, I figured I would just look it up. It turns out that there's a type of hidden stairwell. To be fair, I do not think it's intentionally hidden. I think the building is just poorly designed. You could find this elusive stairway behind a bookcase right here in the one building all the way to the left. And it's really just more of that walk into walls and see if there's something there, hidden trash. It's the silliest waste of time if it was on purpose. In 1994, am I logically supposed to check every little corner in every little town just in case the devs are purposely or accidentally misleading with poor level design? Like, it's a little bit insane. Regardless, in the basement you can find Katerin, who is having a baby soon. Dwayne, her lover, makes amends with her, I'm guessing for acting weird about it earlier on. I did not cover these characters, but they are adults inside the town that help watch over the kids with Terra, but they're really not all that important. It's not what we care about because Big Bertha's home now. You hear that rumbling sound? That shaking's actually from Humbaba. Humbaba blows two of our party members away and forces Terra to fight in their stead. After defeating him though, we get a heartwarming scene where Terra, transformed, realizes the growing feeling inside of her. It was love. I know I spent a long time ranting over getting Terra as my fourth, but since I've been AP training with Setzer for so long, it does not even make any sense to use anyone else in that slot. He is so much more versatile than Terra now. I have overleveled Celeste to do Terra's role in case the game wanted to be difficult, which it was. So I mean, yeah, we're keeping things the same and I just got Terra for the funniest at this point. Time to find Shadow and go exploring. Just kidding. I was smart and I checked the internet and I'm sure most of you are aware as it was in the script, but I'm tired and I want to get my last few characters and I just want to go beat the game. At least at the time of playing. You know, I've looked it up. You can no longer get Shadow as in my playthrough he is dead. I didn't realize that. I thought he lived somehow, but it is what it is. Assuming though that you did save Shadow, at this point you would go to the Colosseum, and then you would bet the Ichigeki dagger, and Shadow will show up for battle at this point. You really just beat him and then he joins the party, etc. My biggest critique is if you have Shadow in the party, you have optional dialogue for Strago that will inform you of their family lineage. This context is very important, like I said, to other things that are referenced in some of Realm's flashback. It's frustrating. Not beating a dead horse. I'll talk about it more in the conclusion, but yeah, moving on. At one point, with a stroke of curiosity, I landed on the northernmost part, or it's the northeasternmost part of the map. There's a small island, and here I was confronted with a random encounter mob called Zone Eater. He was this beefy looking dude, so I prepped for a hard fight. Upon beating the Zone Eater, he had the same death animation as a boss, which confused me to no end. It seems that they will keep coming as long as you're here, so it confused me even further why they were just a normal random encounter, but then with boss animations. As I'm sure the Final Fantasy VI wiki is just making a lick off of ad revenue from me, but that's what I did. I went to the internet. Of course I did, right? To get Gogo, which is the next character that was part of this island, you need to get swallowed by a Zone Eater, but apparently I was just so strong when I went to this island, I was just one-shotting the dude. He never had a chance to do this. Once swallowed, the Zone Eater has basically an entire toy box in its stomach. It's an odd place. There's toy soldiers on bridges as well as random trinkets for us to navigate through. It's a fun place. The entire stomach was very circus themed and I enjoyed using empty chests as jump pad. Gogo at the end doesn't really have much to say. He is a side character, but it's an anticlimactic moment. He pretty much just, you talk to him and then boom, he's joined. A final little note in the Ultimania guide though, we get some cool information. All the characters have little sections like age and height and interests and stuff, but if you look under Gogo, everything is just question mark. And they state or quote that he never shows himself so nobody knows anything about him. And it's just funny that even in the design docs, they were just kind of like, we don't even know, even though they create him. It's cute, okay? We're ready to move on to the tower. Well, mostly. There's a few odds and ends. Now that I have all the party members that I'm going to get during my travels, there's a few things I'd like to just close off. Granted, these are things that are pulled out of earlier sections of the game, so the chronological order might be a little bit weird. I want to mention them just for consistency reasons and was part of my experience, so I want to include it here. If you visit Duncan's cabin with Sabin, you will find Duncan, his master, is still alive. Duncan, in this moment, he will teach Sabin another bullet called Phantom Rush, and is probably my most used attack from this point on, as its focus damage is insane, and it's more or less free if you use auto battle a lot, which I was doing. So this was like a must-have, and if you use Sabin in the same way, you definitely need to stop by Duncan's cabin in the World of Ruin. Earlier on in the game, I did get some info at the cultist tower by one of the guards that were hanging around that weren't a cultist, saying that the Figaro Castle got stuck under the sand, or a castle got stuck under the sand at Figaro. But my thick skull at the time thought it was literally Figaro Castle, which I had already saved with Edgar, so I just disregarded this comment. It turns out though that there's a whole separate castle under this desert. I head there by traveling underneath the desert with the Figaro Castle mechanism, which will get stuck again, then allowing you to enter this ancient castle through the prison area. Inside the ancient castle, you can find a relic called the Master Scroll, allowing for up to 4 consecutive hits per turn. After some testing though, it divides the DPS 4 ways, so you really are relying on crits to get most out of this item. It could work on Cyan or Shadow, but otherwise this item is kind of pointless as it takes up room for other more important relics I could have on these guys. It's one of those things that it could be broken under the right scenarios, but in all other scenarios doesn't really add anything. And at the end of this dungeon, you can find Odin, which will get you the meteor spell, as well as you can find another dragon here. This ancient castle was buried under an Esper attack. This was a very long time ago though, during the War of the Magi even, when it was defended by Odin himself. The storyline here is that the queen of the castle had fallen into a forbidden love with Odin, which can be noted in her diary found on a bookcase. The interesting thing is, after getting Odin, you can walk 5 steps below the queen's throne to find a secret switch. This will open up a room to where the blue dragon is, and the queen herself, who had been turned to stone during the attack. You can find one of the queen's tears that will be harvested from her statue to turn Odin into Raiden, which is a super powerful summon and offers a strong magicite. On a separate note, this does get rid of Odin as a pickable Esper, so if you wanted the meteor spell right now, you best learn it prior to doing this. There is a later Esper that offers the spell as well, but it's very close to the end of the game. So if you wanted to use Meteor throughout the rest of the game, which is basically just Kefka's tower or any optional content you haven't done up until this point, then you might want to learn this now. Otherwise, like I said, you can find it towards the end of the game. Now with all the loose ends finished, it's time to head to Kefka's tower. When entering, Celeste confronts us with the hard realization of something. If we follow through on destroying the Warring Triad, it is likely that the result would be the destruction of all things magical. With them being the creation of all things magical, it could destroy all remaining Espers, Magicite, and even Terra herself. There are some heavy complications with, or implications with killing Kefka, showing our party's resolve at the decision to push on. The game then asks us to divide our party into 3 separate parties, much like we did in the Star-shaped mountains, except instead of 2, it's 3. I'm a bit divided on this because I was only focusing on the 4 party members I deemed my quote-unquote main party. Having to choose to break up my heavy hitters that serve their own roles within a battle strategy I've already developed, or have 2 parties that are fundamentally much weaker than the one that I'm already having, it's a bit grating, I guess. I'm a firm believer that the final test of a game should not make attempts to divide your power or resources, rather provide a challenge that faces you at your strongest. The reason I kind of dislike this whole practice is because you spend time with the game and effort to build up your party or character, whatever it is, to be a certain level of strength. And this level of strength is almost like an indication of the time you've spent with the game. It's representative. So when the game decides to take that strength that's supposed to represent your entire journey and start dividing it and basically reducing that journey, it kind of invalidates part of your work. Why did I work this hard? I could have worked harder in a different way, so now I'm being punished. Ultimately, I decided to stick my main 4 on the same team, as I think this outweighs the downsides unless an equal amount of effort is required from all 3 parties. That it could be an issue, but I like the 4 heavy hitters in the strategy I developed to all be intact. If I have to develop new strategies for the other 2 parties, it kind of just is what it is. Though my hopes are quickly dashed, as it seems the game does require a fair amount of equal effort between my parties. Well, actually that's not right. It's an unequal amount, and it's balanced in the teams that aren't my quote-unquote main party. I didn't know that going into that. How would I? It's just, of course it is, right? If you fight one of the monsters near the entrance, it seems to be a reskin of the Ultima weapon. This monster is Ultima Buster, and you get a save point from beating him, which is like... thanks, I guess, but I just got here, so I don't know why I would need this save point. On this same party route with the Ultima Buster, I found one of the 8 dragons. I do find it weird that somehow my weakest team is running into the highest amount of special enemies. Like I said, of course. Due to the game forcing me to use characters I don't actually or normally choose to play, I ended up discovering a few very good uses. For example, the Master Scroll from the Ancient Castle. If this is comboed with the sword Zantetsuken for Cyan, you will get 4 chances per turn to insta-kill any normal mob. This is because the sword has a chance to cause death, and this chance rolls with each strike. So this actually just turns Cyan into a huge mob grinder, no matter how powerful you have him currently at. I keep oscillating between calling him Cyan and Cyan. This is because when I played through the game, it was spelled Cyan because I played through in English, so my brain just implanted that this is Cyan, but then when I did more research, his Japanese name being Cyan made more sense and it even sounded better and more accurate, so I've been trying to force myself to use that. I just still mistakenly switched through the 2, so if it causes any issues, just know that that is why. On the 3rd party route is where you'll find the last of the 8 dragons. I'm not sure if I hit all of them in this video. I tried to, but it's possible one of them got missed out. It feels like I was a little bit light on them, but I did get all 8 dragons through my playthrough. I want to say largely, these dragons were mostly underwhelming. Beating this dragon gives you another Magicite. Conveniently, it teaches you Meteor if you did not learn it from Odin before turning it into Raiden. So there's a bright side to all this. I do have some further praise, and it's for paying attention to the world at large. I think I've mentioned this a few times. I haven't made a concrete or in-depth statement about it. This tower is mentioned earlier by NPCs throughout the world, and how it's created from land masses being pulled into one spot by Kefka's magic. And this is why you can see items from specific locales, like the research facility when you're traveling through the tower. From my understanding, Vector was the epicenter of this tower. It makes sense why we see so much machinery from that facility just all over the place. And it's just a really nice touch of consistency. I have said it before, but I want to commend it because I have been very critical of certain narrative elements. The world building is incredible for this game. It's been very good and very consistent. I find it odd that you're so thorough in world building elements and keeping accuracy and making sure everything is interconnected. There's stuff that's happening. But then when you go to the dialogue, there's chunks missing. That's why I think that the reduction of the script had a huge impact on the narrative as a whole. Even furthermore on the whole world building thing. You'll see some reskinned enemies like Inferno, which is a reskin of the original boss fight for the Magitech facility, that boss being number 128. In one breath, it's a great reuse of the asset, but also it makes sense. If this entire facility uses machinery and materials from that place being the Magitech research facility, surely it's got the same robots here. Another boss fight with a third party. Though this fight with the Guardian starts to mark where the game is ramping up towards its conclusion, it does feel a little insane that my only party I had stacked has not fought a single boss yet. Meanwhile, the other two have fought 5. This game just dislikes me on levels you can't comprehend. I would like to touch on this a little bit more. It is odd that the devs would force our parties to separate, then to make it possible that all this heavy lifting can just be done by your weakest party without necessarily having the know-how or knowledge that that would happen. Considering that only your 4 active party members receive XP throughout the game, it would make even more sense now that I think about it that they would not allow this to happen. The game was designed to be played in a way that promotes at least as few character rotations as possible if you aim to be efficient with your time. At least it feels this way during gameplay from one battle to the next. Then to turn around on the final level and be like, I hope you trained everyone. That's right, all 12 of your party members that you plan on using. It feels like two philosophies are kind of clashing from a development point of view. On one hand, they want to lean into the story is as deep as the characters you spent time with. Then yes, it would make sense that they want to highlight that in the gameplay elements, allowing all the friends you were able to rescue and reunite with to just get their own spot or spotlight in the final stretch. Though if this was the case, gameplay elements like leveling should support that same philosophy throughout the entire game, not just in the final stretch. The best way to do this would be shared XP to non-active party members. This ensures that they don't fall behind the rest, so in the final stretch those characters can have their moment without feeling like a burden. I know we're getting towards the conclusion and we really want to focus on that, so I'll say one last thing, or one piece to sum up all this and how I feel about it. If I'm being fair to the devs, at the time, games were intentionally hard and it was pretty standard that parties in JRPGs, or just RPGs in general, did not share any experience. It is really hard to knock them for not doing something that was the opposite of the norm. In the same breath, this adds a level of intentional difficulty that can only be overcome by just playing more. Doing mindless level grinding is not fun, and it never was a good gameplay decision, even if it was the norm. I finally get to the first boss fight with my primary party, which is Fiend. As an added note, that Fiend, Goddess, and Demon are the warring triad. Fiend is one of the 3 bosses conveniently blocking our path to Kefka. The third boss for my second party was Goddess. Much like Fiend, you will find all 3 of the triad to be relatively easy assuming you came prepared and appropriately leveled. They each have some unique mechanics you can learn to counter, but if you have been paying attention throughout the game, you should be, again, able to adapt and prevail here. After defeating these bosses, progressing further on my third party, we fight the last of the triad, Demon. This party has an issue with sustain and only has low-level healing spells. It almost caused me to lose the fight, but Umaro just kept plugging away, barely making it to the other side victorious. I still won, so I guess that counts. Once defeating Demon, we get some dialogue that genuinely confused me. They explain this within the context of beating the last of the 3 triad members. Despite, though, all 3 being defeated, magic has still not faded from the world. They conclude that maybe Kefka had absorbed their power. The reason I'm a bit confused is the triad should have turned to magicite if this was the case. I guess the triad could be different. It just goes against what we've learned about Esper so far. It's not really a far stretch to believe that the triad don't turn to magicite, as they were the first Espers and they created the other one, so they might act differently when defeated. Since we are talking about the triad, a little note that's fun, and you probably wouldn't have noticed it unless you've dived into extra material. If you did end up getting the Crusader Magicite, when using this summon, the animation that shows is supposed to be, or show, 3 entities that resemble the triad. This is due to Magicite containing a fragment of their power. Sadly, this resemblance only seems to be mentioned in the Ultimania guy, as the 3 visually don't look all that similar to their full counterparts. With the triad behind us, there's only one thing left to do. Have our confrontation with Kefka. And once we get there, I'm sorry, what's that? And it's very hard to read this text. Why is it that arguably some of the most important dialogue in the game is nearly impossible to read due to its placement? This is supposed to be the definitive version. What are the devs doing here? It is moments like this that I remember 90% of people are just not good at their jobs. I'm not trying to shit on devs here. They work really hard, but I like the product and nobody cares how hard you work. Just whatever game engine they were using, text is one of those things that's so essential in video games that I'm sure there was text options that they could have just easily adjusted the drop shadow, made it deeper, and put a blur behind the text. Like, I don't understand how this gets through. Maybe just because I'm playing on a small screen, and if it wasn't click to confirm and move along the dialogue, if it was something where like it was a cutscene and it just moved on, like this whole section would have been ruined for me. I would have had to replay it, go watch the recording. Like this is unacceptable. This is one of those things, a really important moment like this. It needs to be polished. Especially because this is supposed to be a remastered version. Like this should be polished up real nice, and it's not. Well, disregarding any of the impossibilities or difficulties in reading all this dialogue, we get presented with Kefka's ideals and how he believes nothing really matters because once we die, it's all for nothing. Celeste, though, is more about the meaning of living in the moment, the journey till the end, and the living by principles, as all of our party lists off the things in their world or life that is important to them. It is the sum that is greater than the parts type of thinking. We are stronger as we have more to live for and we have each other to rely on. This is obviously to contrast Kefka's is, I'm alone and I will do this all on my own because I can. And in this moment, Kefka being himself mocks our party. Self-aware of this type of script, remarks on how cliche it all is, emphasizing on how important they all are to him in his current position, as he's just more powerful than any singular person in his current form. If we zoom out real quick, it's all kind of perfect how this very complex and interconnected narrative with the ambitions of many versus one maniac trying to destroy it all becomes so clear and concise in this moment. Sometimes it's easy to forget that when we started, Kefka was not the problem, but just a part of our problem. So having everything boil down to this neatly packaged finale, it feels kind of satisfying. I like how the Gestalt Empire, Kefka, and the Emperor are clear references to something called the Gestalt theory, sharing the similar theme as the game Nier with the Gestalt program if you're familiar with that game. These were inspired and named by the German psychologist Kurt Kafka, which even shares the same kind of similar name as Kefka. It references his Gestalt theory. This theory, coined by Kafka, is the concept I mentioned earlier, where the sum is greater or different than its parts. Although this analysis makes me sound very enlightened and intellectually brilliant, I can't take credit for it, as it's just a very accurate summation of the many plot elements in the game, and the credit actually goes to Pierre Malguin, the author of The Legend of Final Fantasy VI, which is the book I've referenced. After our dialogue here, we get into a battle with Kefka, or more accurately, Esper statues that are below or summoned by Kefka. It's kind of unclear. During the fight against the Esper statues, I decided to change things up. I was really struggling due to poor sustain. Most of my sustain comes from high defense and invulnerabilities through deflect and gear, which creates an issue with me being able to heal myself accurately. Combine that with this being a 4-phase boss fight, and it's nothing if not long. I could not get away with no sustain in this fight, so I needed to change things up. It's important to take note here of this final boss fight here and how elevated this fight scene is and how the statues feel. You scroll vertically as you beat each stage of the boss. It's grotesque and hard to make out where one statue starts and another ends. It's a very lively scene and it's very unique to this fight only, which if there was a time to make a fight memorable, it really should be this one. I mean, if you want to look at what your other options were JRPG-wise, go look at one of the most recent released Dragon Quest game when this game came out, and then compare that to this vertically scrolling epic boss fight. This set piece must be mind-boggling to play in 1994. This battle as well in the Ultimania Guide is largely credited to Tetsuya Nomura for its design. For this game, he was appointed graphics director. Admittedly, I have a bittersweet attitude towards the man's work, as he has had his influences in some of my favorite Final Fantasy titles throughout the years, and also in the same breath, some of the worst decisions from games coming out of Square Enix. Now, to be fair, when a project as big as Final Fantasy or, for example, Kingdom Hearts is produced, it is really hard to pinpoint as Nomura's fault. I just have a poor correlation in more recent years of his titles that he's worked on, and just pointing out a correlation, not a fact. Even if it isn't his fault, he is usually the lead or head in some facet, in charge of a large direction of the game itself. So to also devoid him of any blame of these future titles would be irresponsible. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. The art Nomura had worked on here was beyond his peers, and it really shows in some of the boss fights, and at the end of the game, this final boss fight is no exception. I'm not the only one I think who agrees here, because the Ultimania guy deservingly gave him his own section because of this, and the boss, scenarios and designs that he has made. He did a really good job, and I would say this is one of the strengths the game has, and maybe something I didn't notice until this moment. Mostly through trial and error, I developed, a new strat for this fight. First, I decided to take off the reflect rings so I can actually heal better, gear relics towards stat boosts instead. Then I want to focus fire and get enemies off the board as soon as possible in that first stage. Second stage, spamming AoE nukes, there are just too many problems to focus on. Then I can pick off stragglers with specific resistances after the majority is gone. The third stage, I need to kill the support statue as soon as possible, do all this while spamming heal spells the entire way through with my party config, and that should be all I need to do. It worked well enough, and I didn't even have to take a second try at this. I blew through all the statues, and then Kefka came up, and he was actually really easy. In fact, Kefka himself at the top of the statue was so easy it was unsettling. I was actually so confused that Kefka was such a pushover. I thought for certain there would be a moment, like in Final Fantasy VII, where you think you beat Sephiroth, and then he just shows up in his true form. Surely this is what happens, but no, the statues were just harder than him, I guess, and I beat him relatively easy. That brings us towards our epilogue of the game. After Kefka's defeat, his tower starts to crumble. Terra collapsing to the floor signifies now that magic is fading from our world. A piece of magicite turns to dust and vanishing from existence. Terra pleads with us, making her final request. She wants to use the last of her power to guide the party through the falling debris among the falling tower, so that way they can escape safely. It is in this moment the character credits start to roll. These are a bit unique, they're not credits for the devs, but the characters themselves. This sequence serves as a reflection point that is half a highlight and half a cutscene of how each character escapes and helps their friends escape. It serves to remind the player the kind of character each of them are and how they interact with each other during this escape. As for the player, it is a highlight section letting you know what characters you may have missed and providing a small cinematic for the ones you did not. Though story-wise they do not show anything important, it's mostly fanfare and there are a few worth highlighting here. Locke and Celeste have a scene and it's opened by some roses. It's just a nod at their romance aspect. Celeste trips and drops or tears some cloth or part of her clothes. I don't remember if Locke gave her something at some point. Not sure why she is treating this item with enough importance to risk her life and grab it, but she does try and grab it as the structure is collapsing. And to no one's surprise, Locke leaps to save her from falling when the structure does in fact collapse. It's just a further nod, again, towards their romance aspect that's probably happening or going to happen after the end of the story. During Terra's scene, the party is trying to escape still, and Madouine, her father, the magicite that at least holds Madouine, activates briefly. It is to leave Terra with a message before he fades away. He warns her that she might fade away as well as the other Espers are. Maybe her human half feels something strong enough though. Maybe then, if she does feel that strongly, she could remain here as a human. After cycling through all the character credits, the final getaway scene shows us Setzer speeding on an airship with our party, doing his best to follow Terra through the crumbling structure. The last Esper fades away from our inventory. This moment indicates a sense of urgency for them to escape now or Terra may fade soon as well, and at the last second, we clear the debris field. We get no reprieve from the danger. Terra starts to fade, unable to even land on the ship in time. She starts falling out of the sky. Doing exactly what you would expect, Setzer dives the ship after our friend. We barrel towards the ground and we are left on a cliffhanger as the scene changes. It shows us screenshots or set pieces of the world out there now. Katarin's given birth to a new child in a new world safe from the Empire and Kefka. It signifies a new life in this world, free from the evils that cause its destruction. A new start. The scene transitions back to the ship, and Terra is nowhere to be seen. Celeste gets up and rapidly scans the crew, looking for Terra. Right off screen, she's able to drag Terra onto the screen, showing that she's fine, more importantly, alive to experience the world she helped save. The final credit displays some gorgeous pixel art of the ship sailing around the world. It displays villages like Thamasa rebuilding and working towards a brighter future, plant life or just life in general returning to the world. This is clearly a metaphor and not literal. It's showing us, the player, that we had a direct impact on the people living here. Not so much that in mere minutes after Tower collapsed, these changes had already happened or started happening. The last imagery we get of our party is Terra's hair blowing in the wind, symbolizing her finally being free of all her ties and things that held her down until now. And that is the end of the game, but not the end of the video. There's a little bit more I want to cover real quick. I've really not mentioned a really critical point of a Final Fantasy game, that being the music. I wanted to reserve a section for this game and the music, since I really didn't talk about it much. I figured I would put this section at the end because I couldn't fit it in anywhere else. This will be the last section before my final thoughts, conclusion, and then, special notes at the very end of the video. Upon playing through the game, I felt a bit torn about the music. I kept seeing a large amount of praise for the music in this game. Even in this book, they quote it as being considered Uematsu's masterpiece, but I certainly don't agree with that statement. This is also why I really hadn't mentioned it, as I was not sure where to put any mentions of the music because I felt so primed to be in awe of the soundtrack, yet I never was. I largely consider Nobuo Uematsu to be the best video game composer out there, just due to sheer volume over quality and consistency. Very much similar to how I view Ichira Oda in One Piece. I do not think One Piece is the best story ever told, I just think it is the best for its sheer size and body of work. No one can continually show up without missing the way that these two masters of their craft do. If I was to take those qualifiers away, which to be clear are important qualifiers and are not to be overlooked, I think then I would come away with the conclusion that he did not make my favorite video game original soundtrack. I think that credit might go to Keiichi Okabe for the original Nier soundtrack, or maybe even Yuki Takahata for Breath of Fire 2's, an honorable mention to Yasunori Mitsuda for Chrono Cross. My point is not to go on about who my favorite video game music composer is, but to express the point that I at the very least have an interest in the matter. One of the things I really like to do is collect from my favorite games vinyls of that video game soundtrack or the music from that game. The reason I say I was a bit torn is I played through the game and I was just kind of waiting, going from the next town to next town that I entered to have a theme that would just play and knock off my socks. I kept reading before and during that a lot of the music was so great, and like I said before, but Village came and Village went, and soon I found myself through majority of the game. At no point did I feel the music was bad in any capacity. I'm not trying to trash on it, that's not what I'm getting at. My brain was just so primed from hearing One Winged Angel and then Two Xanarkand 30,000 times. Then also everyone else is praising it all around, and I'm thinking that my ears are just gonna get a delicate little treat, but it never happened. I kept thinking to myself, it'll come, it's Uematsu. Nothing ever came. Yeah, there were good tracks like Slam Shuffle Plays in Zozo or the epic feel of Kefka's Tower, well, playing in Kefka's Tower. At no point, though, did the music move me in the same way I'm used to with Uematsu's work. When I hear Two Xanarkand for the 30,001st time, it still feels like someone standing on my chest. It's a visceral feeling evoked by sound that was what I was expecting in a lot of ways. Maybe this is partially my fault, as I built it up in my head too much. Maybe I'm expected too much after reading so much praise. By the end, I just felt a bit jaded on the topic, waiting and waiting for this little banger, and it never came. The title never presented this song for me. I eventually realized the issue is that I was having was a bias, as I seem to have formed an identity of the composer in my head. To me, Uematsu lives on as this figure in my head outside of the games. Not like some friend that helps console me in a time of crisis, but as this body of work that exists separate from the game. By extension, I came into this game expecting the work Uematsu did after this game to be reflected in this game. A title that obviously came out before most of my favorites, similar to how I feel about Nomura, just I guess the opposite direction. It took me a while to realize that I was basing this expectation on the composer's work after this game was released, not the works that came out during or before. I took a moment and I went and listened to earlier pieces he had done for other Final Fantasy games, and I guess I get it. The arrangement is surely a step up from those, and maybe even his best to date at this point in time when the game was released. I also understand as well that over time we all get better at our chosen craft, and Uematsu is probably no exception, and it seems to be the case from listening to his works. I guess I was just a little sad that I enjoyed the game. Having done so, I have a sort of ritual where I look for vinyls or add songs to my study playlist. Not finding any tracks that were worth this investment or repetitive listening just fills me with a longing where I enjoyed the game way more than the music, and surprisingly for this genre is an odd thing to say. Usually the music's always great. It might even be one of the only times I've walked away from a JRPG feeling that way. If I'm lending an olive branch, sure, there were no bangers, and this was the first time I felt a more cinematic approach to the music arrangement if we're comparing them from 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 5. It set a mood, much like in a feature film. Sure, music before this was good for its time. I just would say Uematsu was always above his peers, but we expect progress as time goes on to prove you are worth championing, I guess, in the spotlight. I think this was achieved. Even if the soundtrack did not meet my lofty expectations, it was always there to set and elevate the mood. In a simplistic way, the music does not need to exist on my shelf as memorabilia. It needs to support the tones of the game, which it certainly did. So for that, I guess we give it praise. I just, a little bit melancholy. I don't have a new song. Now, admittedly, I had a bit of a bias when starting to play this game. It's probably already obvious from my intro, but my bias goes beyond the knee-jerk reaction that I have from that best Final Fantasy conversation. I know this sounds ignorant, so just let me explain a bit. I have played all the Final Fantasy games prior to 6 at this point, and most of the ones after 6. Not only that, I have played a large amount of retro JRPGs over the years, and I noticed a common theme. There are games that are released after Final Fantasy VII and ones that are released before. Before the comments literally explode, just let me qualify that statement. I really enjoy epic and long narratives that are offered by this genre, and often when I go to play retro titles that were released before the Big 7, it more often than not feels like the story is just a vehicle that drives the game forward rather than a core focus in its own right. And like I said, that's a pretty important element for me. These games' stories feel shallow at best and empty in some of the worst cases. Games that are released after Final Fantasy VII seem to incorporate this more in-depth storytelling than the games that came before, both within the series and genre as a whole. If you look at this diagram I've prepared here, this is the impression I got over the years before I came to play this, at least when it comes to how I viewed the quality of any given Final Fantasy title. Although I may not have played Final Fantasy VI prior to this video, it always felt to me like Final Fantasy VI belonged with the games that came before Final Fantasy VII, as the games after are the ones that I enjoyed the most, making those my reference points. Combine that with it also being a 2D game much like 1 through 5, and everything else after being a 3D game, you could see how I might make this comparison, or at least group these games together. This graph may just show Final Fantasy titles, but it can widely be extended to the genre as a whole. I look back, it seems like 7 blazed a trail for more serious storytellings within video games, saying this is the standard and everyone needs to follow it. Otherwise, we'll just keep making better games than you. This will probably be the point where people will bring up games like Chrono Trigger, which released before Final Fantasy VII. Although Chrono Trigger is surely a masterpiece, I will never deny that. It's kind of a prime example of what I was talking about before. Chrono Trigger's story is not some masterfully told narrative for the sake of a deep story or world. Using my metaphor from earlier, the story is the perfect vehicle for what they were trying to do with the time traveling mechanic. Making the story or world more complex like it would be in Final Fantasy VII or 8 or so on would only water down the impact and take up focus away from that truly unique mechanic. A mechanic that was so far ahead of its time, I'm just still amazed to this day that it was made on the Super Nintendo. I'm not trying to get too much into the weeds about a totally different game. I'm just trying to show and create a narrative that displays how I viewed games at that time. Game developers in general just seem to take storytelling much more serious after the release of Final Fantasy VII, and that has allowed me to form a bias about a game I had never played before. Even furthermore, there's an argument that Final Fantasy VII being my first JRPG could have set my barometer of what is acceptable for a JRPG story, that if 6 was my first, maybe I would have held that as the standard. I would say I have to disagree though. I do not believe that to be the case. If it was, I would be using 9 or 10 as my reference point if 7 was bad, or another title altogether if Final Fantasy was not trailblazing like they did in the 90s. I had mentioned that this game feels like an experiment, and I stand by that. I think before this game, the devs were happy just making logical progressions to their games. From title to title, you can see them making common sense improvements, but none of those games felt very different from one that came before, until 6. Square solidified their identity that would define them for decades to come with this game. These radical decision and design changes resulted in so many great features. For starters, there's so many characters to enjoy, and other than Mog Yeti and Gogo, they are not phoned in either. There were genuine attempts to give these characters actual personalities, lives, and a place within the world. Look at Edgar and Sabin, who were just so genuinely fun to be around. Edgar being deeper than his on-screen face value, and Sabin being a delight to spend time with due to his demeanor. I'm not sure if this is a subconscious thing about those two characters, as they were my favorite protagonists. A lot of the traits I find valuable in myself are really embodied in these two. For example, being self-sufficient, living by the rules that I set out for myself over what people expect of me. It is something that I hold valuable. I do not mean this in some cheesy way, but I feel being intellectually honest with myself and challenging biases is a huge part of my identity. It keeps my integrity intact and to experience new things I would not be able to if I was stuck in my comforts. I try my best not to harm others in the process, but at the same time, I don't care for the thoughts of others all that much. It results in me walking to the beat of my own drum, and this summarizes Edgar pretty well as described by Pierre Malguin in The Legend of Final Fantasy VI. Another character I came into liking, kind of in a strange way, was Setzer. I did mention the fact that when you have a full picture of some of these characters, it's largely enjoyable. I rolled credits not thinking much of Setzer. After reading supporting material, he really grew on me and his character actually became very interesting. It's just sad that the game's dialogue does a poor job fleshing him and others out in this detailed way. The analysis that I've read was Setzer's just an adrenaline junkie, hence his constant gambling with fate. Although he's crude in this aspect, a large amount of all this just stems from the tragedy with Daryl. A fun little fact about him, for those who haven't played, or have, I should say more accurately, played Final Fantasy V, and once you hear this, you'll say, that makes sense, I get it. Setzer was supposed to take the role of Ferris in Final Fantasy V. The team decided though that a degenerate gambler pirate did not fit the plot of the game very well, which I kind of agree with actually. So they retrofitted him with an airship and then reused most of his character in Final Fantasy VI. If you remember, Ferris was perceived as a guy for majority of the plot as well, though I could not confirm that this was the origin point of that plot element in 5. If you compare the artwork for the two, you'll see some resemblances as well. And you thought I could forget about Kefka? I mean, Kefka is single-handedly my favorite character in this game. The coolest thing about Kefka is he's just a dude. I mean, when you just meet him, he just gives fun side character vibes. Obviously, that's not true. If you've ever played Tales of Vesperia, for example, early on you fight the duo Adisor and Bukos during the tutorial fight. These two are obviously antagonists, but at no point do you suspect these two might be the big bad guy because they're so goofy. And to be fair, they never turn out to be a bad guy either, or the big bad guy. In fact, the more time you spend with those characters, the more sure you become that they're not and are never going to be that. Kefka is the opposite and is done slowly, but more importantly, it is done in a believable manner. The more you see Kefka, the more important he becomes, the more dangerous and volatile he's presented as. No point that is shown on screen is ever done too quick. He always one-ups himself though from the last appearance, showing up out of nowhere as if this was his superpower, creating chaos and leaving. After enough appearances, you stop thinking Kefka's a side character and you start asking, will he become the big bad? Then you stop thinking he to asking when. Constantly nudging you closer and closer until it happens. I think Kefka is a unique final boss in all of the Final Fantasy series. I would even put him at the #1 spot for all villains. The Final Fantasy series is unique in a way where there is plenty of great characters, but they are rarely villains. Villains usually exist to contrast our protagonists in this series. In turn, they play a pseudo-supportive role. Not Kefka though, he is always keeping things interesting without ever crossing that line of just being weird or edgy for its own sake. My only gripe with Kefka would be, I wish I got to see more of God Kefka in the second half. How cool would it have been instead of showing up to Mobliz after it was already wrecked, we show up trying to help a militia or something, and Kefka just levels the town right in front of us. Getting to see God Kefka firsthand. I mean, that would have been a treat, and I feel like we missed a lot of little opportunities with that. It's just a minor gripe, being like, it could have been that, and I like this character, and of course I would have liked to see him more. Really fun character to have in the game. The dev team strived to make a story where there was arguably no main character and more that there was a cast of characters and at any moment any character could be the spotlight if it called for it. I think this ideology is apparent and is, or was, largely a unique storytelling approach at this time. With that piece of praise, the way the character stories are accessible is a crime. The fact I can miss critical story information for each character and still see the second half of the character scenario, a second half that often builds on the events and context of the missed sections, is mind-boggling. I will reiterate my example from earlier. It is the equivalent of writing a book where there are just copies floating around in circulation, just missing random 40 pages, then expecting the reader to understand what is going on or grasp the entirety of a given theme. There is ways to have your cake and eat it too with this system. There's the obvious one where you could just miss the intro content and then you can't rescue the character in the second half. Let's say though that you were against this philosophy. Do not forget, this is literally how Shadow works, as he is assumed dead. You can try and set it up that the character is still attainable without the story context. Let us just use Locke's situation as an example since that was my primary use case during this game. If we meet Locke in the cave without seeing his Kolingen cutscene, once we leave, he should just say, "There's something I need to take care of," and then would leave and rejoin us after delivering us the Phoenix Magicite with no context, leaving the scenario only being viewable for those who had met the conditions on that playthrough. At the end, we still have the Magicite, we still have Locke to play in the second half. I mean, it's a win-win, nobody loses here. I'm sure there's a small minority that will not see the issue that I'm presenting, as their stories are not that deep, but what if they were? Is that the standard we would set for any other game? I don't think so. Also, with 12 characters that appear in the two halves, the likelihood this will happen to you is actually very high. It may have even happened to you and you never noticed, as some character scenarios do a good job being vague enough that you could still feel like you did not miss anything. I would also like to point out how rough the end of the first half was from a writing perspective. This is mostly due to Terra's scenario really missing the meat her story needed to be fully coherent. Combining that with Ultros actually being one of the worst things in this game, making a large amount of his appearances at this time, it absolutely demolishes the momentum the story had built up prior to that point. If I had to guess, a large amount of the story issues I have stem from translation issues. After the initial translation was done for English, Square made the localized script be reduced by 2/3 in size. That is so much just gone. That is so much. There's no way you can subtract 66% of something and it still be recognizable in the same capacity. My semi-educated guess being this is caused by really two things. As someone who studies Japanese as well as someone who has minor experience in game development just as a hobby, Japanese, the written language, from a volume of text point of view, is much more condensed than English, as singular characters such as kanji can mean whole words or phrases when translated to English. These singular kanji really only take up one character space in the character line, so if a dialogue box can only hold 300 characters, this whole phrase can be taken up by a single, well, within context, a single kanji. Combining this with most likely limited storage found on the Super Nintendo cartridge, you have a recipe for oversimplification of a script. Even if storage was not an issue on the cartridge, it is possible the game was programmed in a way that was checking dialogue boxes to progress certain events. For example, on the third dialogue box of this certain scenario, the game plays this cutscene once it's confirmed. They cannot add a fourth dialogue box, rather, they cannot do this for everything in the game, which is what would actually be happening when you have a script that is tripled in size. It would just be easier to dumb down the script to make it fit what's already there rather than reprogramming half the game. Never mind all the bugs this might introduce to a product that might be ready to ship in its native language. So with all that said, I'm pretty sure that there's a large amount of context that probably just got cut out of the narrative, creating a lot of certain issues that I personally have with the game. I would like to circle back though. I had showed this diagram earlier, and I want to make a correction on it. I do not think 6 gets to stand with the golden age of Final Fantasy titles, but again, I don't think it's quite fair grouping it in with Final Fantasy 1 through 5. It's clearly above those in quality. I think 6 is unique and it belongs somewhere in the middle of these two groups. Final Fantasy, I think, was an experiment or a transitional period, a game between the games they were making and the games they wanted to make. Due to this, it has some elements that make JRPGs so great, and I largely enjoyed my time with this game. One of the things I enjoy within my hobbies is searching for novelty or unique experiences. It's why I love Final Fantasy, even if they throw a game like 13-2 at me. Sure, this one sucked, but the next one might be an open world game, a dark fantasy, who knows? I like a bold and diverse approach to any given art. At any time, Square Enix can sit back and make the same game on repeat like the 87th entry of Assassin's Creed or Far Cry, but they don't. In spite of any backlash or criticism from the OG fans, they always give us a new experience. I do not believe that identity existed before Final Fantasy VI. I feel like this game was the first time that they took that big step, and I'm glad they were rewarded for it, and were even able to transcend their current abilities at that time to then go on and make 7, 9, and 10, games that I forever hold dear to my heart. And no, 6 is not going to be held in my heart dearly forever, but I'm glad I still played it. It crushed a lot of biases I had against the game, and it gave me kind of a more in-depth look at everything. Although it's not my favorite, I can understand how it might be somebody's favorite. Final Fantasy VI does not feel like a Super Nintendo game. It kind of boggles my mind that this and Chrono Trigger came out on that system. If we just compare the sheer quality of games that were coming out at this time, it feels unreal that this was a game made on that system. I really do have to commend, and I understand why people might find this to be their favorite game. So I'm glad I played it, like I said, and I hope you guys enjoy this too. Real quick before we close out everything, I hope everyone enjoyed this critique. I won't make a habit of extending videos, so I'll make this a bit briefer, at least as brief as I possibly can. First of all, thank you so much for watching this behemoth of a video all the way through. This is my first video and I was really unsure how to tackle such a large project, and I, looking back, have lots of critiques on things like the intro can be just more concise and I can do a better job of not ranting as much, but I think overall I'm proud of what I made here. I'm really grateful that everyone stuck around this long, sorry. Despite there being some terrible video quality during certain sections. I recorded off of my Steam Deck a few times, which was a mistake. I did not realize the video was shot or damaged or busted until I was going to edit, and I realized all the Steam Deck videos were ganked, and it was just too late at that point. I thought it could handle a game from 30 years ago and record as well, but apparently not. So in the future, I will not record this way. Secondly, please, if you're into books about video games and analyzing them, please go over to 3rd Edition Books and give them a look. They have books on a bunch of video games like Halo, Kingdom Hearts. The one on Final Fantasy VI that I used was a huge help in this video and did a great job filling in some of the blanks that I had. Ultimately saving me a bunch of time scouring wikis, meanwhile providing an entertaining read and just keeping me as accurate as I could hope to be. And if you're interested in looking to the future as for more videos, I'll be uploading some smaller videos soon. That way uploads are not 3 months apart, because that's about how much or how long this took. Actually, it was closer to 4, but the script is 50,000 words. My notes are 70,000. It is impossible for me to do a video of this scope on the regular. And even when I do another one, I think I need to trim it down a bit. It can't be this long every time. I'll never get videos out in time. I'll do like 4 a year, and that's just, I don't think that's acceptable for me. These videos that I will be uploading, though, will be more about smaller games like indies or analyzing story elements on a broader level, not focusing in on one game rather than something like a critique on amnesia within video games, for example. The smaller games, I like to highlight indies or just like off the beaten path games, and if I can make something interesting about that, that sounds really cool. If you are into long videos, the plan is to do either Xenoblade series or all of the Half-Life games. I'm not sure, but I'm leaning towards a Half-Life after spending so much time with a JRPG. I really want to shoot something. I'm tired of JRPG right now, okay? I'm burnt out. Anyways, I'm grateful. Be safe and peace.